The courtyard buzzed with excitement. Students gathered beneath the crystal dome of Velun Academy, standing in neat rows as sunlight filtered through the barrier glass ceiling. Today was the awakening ceremony, the moment every 16-year-old discovered their unique skill. For most, it was the beginning of their journey to power, fame, or purpose. For me, it felt more like a verdict. I stood near the back, quiet, watching names get called one by one. The orb at the center of the ritual circle shimmered with every awakening. Fire. Earth-shaping. Wind blades. The courtyard was alive with light and envy. Lina Marveil, the professor called. A girl with silver hair stepped forward confidently. I knew her from herbology class. Friendly, popular, always smiled at everyone, even me. She touched the orb. Light burst upward. Skill registered, holy thread. Tier B. Category, support. Cheers followed. Tier B skills were rare, especially in healing. Lina returned to her place calmly, though a few classmates clapped louder than they needed to. And then, Kale Duran. The name hit harder than I expected. My legs moved before I could decide whether I wanted them to. I stepped into the circle, swallowed dry air, and placed my palm on the orb. It was cold, then warm. Faint green light flickered, then swirled into dark purple. The system's voice rang out from the crystal pillars. Skill registered, 1% poison per second. Effect. Inflicts 1% poison damage per second on target. Duration extends with continued focus. Poison effect stacks infinitely. Lingers for 5 seconds after contact ends. Tier F. A beat of silence. Then it started. Wait, did it say 1% per second? Is that even real? F tier, ouch. I guess someone has to hold the bottom spot. I stepped away from the orb, pretending I didn't hear them. I'd expected something weak. But not this week. The professor gave me a brief, awkward nod. Thank you, Kale. Next student, Zara Ren. I returned to the back of the crowd. Lina glanced over at me with a soft look, like she wanted to say something. But she didn't. Nobody did. The rest of the day felt like I was walking underwater. By afternoon, I had drifted to the academy's greenhouse. No one ever came here during ceremony days. The plants didn't care what kind of skill you had. I sat down behind the vines and pulled my knees up. 1% per second. Sounded like a joke. In a real fight, how long would I last? 10 seconds? Maybe 15? A monster would crush me long before I could stack enough poison to matter. It wasn't a flashy skill. It wasn't fast or powerful or clever. Just slow. I looked down at my hands. Nothing had changed. No special markings. No sign of strength. Maybe that was the point. I clenched my fist. It stacks infinitely. Yeah, great. Infinite poison. If I could live that long. Found you. I jumped. Lina stood a few steps away holding something wrapped in cloth. A sandwich. I figured you hadn't eaten. Why do you care? She sat beside me and shrugged. Because I know what it feels like. I didn't answer. She unwrapped the sandwich and handed it to me anyway. My brother awakened a useless skill last year. Everyone laughed. Now he's ranked top 5 in his district. I glanced at her. What was his skill? Doesn't matter, she said with a grin. He made it work. I stared at the sandwich. I wasn't hungry, but I ate it anyway. She leaned back on her hands and looked up at the dome's sky. I think your skill's better than it sounds. That's a kind lie. No, I mean it. It's not about what a skill does in 5 seconds. It's about what it does in 50. I paused. My fingers were tingling. I hadn't noticed it earlier, but since awakening, there was a faint pulse in my skin, like something alive moving under the surface. Lina smiled again and stood. Training dungeon starts tomorrow, right? Yeah. I'll be watching. Next morning, the team assignments came out. I was placed with Ray Thorne, top swordsman in our year, and Mira Velun, an explosive fire mage with 0 patience. Neither of them looked happy. Ray crossed his arms. Let me be clear. I'm not here to carry anyone. If you can't keep up, stay out of the way. Mira scowled. They really gave us the poison, kid? Great. I'll try not to sneeze and burn him. I said nothing. Just nodded. They turned and walked off to prepare. That night I couldn't sleep. The training dungeon tomorrow wasn't just a test. It was my first real chance to see if this skill could do anything. If I failed, I wouldn't just fall behind. I'd be left behind. As I lay there, I kept feeling that strange rhythm in my chest. A slow pulse. A warmth that hadn't been there before. I sat up and looked at my hand again. It didn't look like poison. It looked normal. But deep inside, something told me it wasn't. Something was building. Something slow. Something that didn't stop. We stood at the edge of the dungeon gate. A tall archway of smooth black stone pulsed with blue light. The entrance shimmered like water in midair. It hummed quietly, almost like it was breathing. Cold mist drifted out of the opening, curling around our feet. The sign beside the gate read, Fog Hollow, F-rank training dungeon. Monsters, mistwalkers, slimes, bone sprites. Difficulty, controlled. Objective, reach the inner core and return. Ray checked his blade with practiced movements. Mira stretched, fire crackling around her fingers. I stood still, heart thudding in my chest. Stay behind us, Ray muttered. Don't touch anything unless I say so. Or melt anything by accident, Mira added with a sideways glance. Assuming your poison actually does something. I didn't respond. There was no point arguing. Not yet. Professor Alden stood nearby, clipboard in hand. Team 3, you're cleared. Timer starts on entry. Go in. Come back in one piece. Ray nodded. Understood. He stepped through the gate first. Mira followed without a word. I took a breath, then stepped forward. The world folded around me. The air inside was cold and wet. Thick gray mist coated everything. Trees with pale bark loomed out of the fog. The ground squished under our boots with each step. Sounds were muffled, distant drips, faint rustles, but no clear direction. Like the dungeon didn't want us to know where we were. Stay in formation, Ray ordered. Fog affects perception. Gale back right. Mira left. I obeyed. We moved slowly through the undergrowth, watching the shapes that shifted inside the mist. A faint sound, like bubbles, echoed from ahead. Ray raised his sword. Slimes, he said. A group of pale blue creatures oozed from the brush. 5 of them. They gurgled as they moved, soft and slow, but the ground hissed where their bodies touched it. Acid slimes. Perfect, Mira grinned. She raised her hand and flicked her wrist. A flash of flame surged out, crashing into the nearest slime. It sizzled, popping loudly. Ray dashed forward, blade cutting clean through 2 more. They worked like a machine, clean, fast, effective. I stood still. There wasn't room to help. The last slime hissed toward me, but Ray spun and cut it down without pause. Mira blew smoke from her fingertips. So, poison boy, gonna help or just watch? I looked down at the fading slime puddles. They died before I could reach them. Exactly, she said, walking ahead. I followed in silence. We moved deeper into the fog. It got colder. The path narrowed. Strange shapes moved at the edges of my vision, always gone when I turned. Then, from behind a tree, something struck. A blur of bone and claws leapt at Ray from the side. He parried, but another one followed. Bone sprites. Fast. Too fast. Mira backed up, firing firebolts into the mist. They're coming from both sides. I moved without thinking. A bone sprite leapt at me. I dodged left, barely. It grazed my shoulder. Pain bloomed sharp and fast, but I reached out and touched its arm. Poison, I whispered. Green light shimmered briefly at my fingers. The monster didn't stop. It hissed and swung again. Ray slammed it from behind with a clean slice. You all right? Yeah. More were coming. 4 more. Then 6. We backed into a tighter formation. Kale, Ray barked. You're up. Just touch them if that's all you can do. Right. I breathed in, focused on the closest one, and reached forward. My poison activated. 1%. 2%. It kept going as I pressed my hand against the monster's chest. I could feel it working. The glow deepened with every second. The creature flailed, but I didn't let go. 3%. 4%. Mira knocked it away with a fire shot. It stumbled, then twitched, and collapsed. I blinked. It died? That fast? Another one charged. I touched it, held my focus. 5 seconds, maybe 6. Mira scorched it before it reached Ray. It crumpled. My pulse was wild. My shoulder still stung, but... Wait, the pain was fading? I looked down. The slash from earlier, the one that hit me, it was smaller. The blood had stopped. The skin had begun to knit itself back together. What? I blinked, then remembered. Inflicts 1% poison damage per second. Stacks infinitely. And yet, you feel a little stronger. I hadn't heard that line before. I touched my side again. No doubt, I was healing. Not fast. Not all at once. But with every tick of poison, a thread of warmth returned to my body. Every bit of damage I dealt came back to me. Ray slashed down the last bone sprite. Mira sighed and dropped to a knee, catching her breath. That's the last of them, Ray muttered. You good, Kale? I nodded, still staring at my arm. I think my poison does more than damage, I whispered. Mira raised a brow. You suddenly sound less useless. I'm serious. Ray looked at me, really looked for the first time all day. You didn't take a potion, did you? No. Then how are you standing? That thing cut you. I looked up at him slowly. I think, every time I deal poison damage, I heal by the same amount. Silence. Even Mira didn't speak right away. Well, she said at last, brushing ash from her coat, that's annoying. Ray crossed his arms. That's not listed in your skill registration. I didn't know. He glanced at the fog behind us. Let's keep moving. Carefully. If you're right, then you're not just stacking poison. He looked back at me. You're leeching strength. As we moved deeper into the dungeon, something changed inside me. My hands still trembled. My steps were still careful. I wasn't fearless. But I wasn't just the weakest anymore. I was something else. Something slower. Quieter. But constant. And slowly, I was beginning to realize that might be even more dangerous. By the time we reached the inner section of the dungeon, the mist was thinner, but the pressure was worse. Every step felt heavier. The air grew cold and tight, like something was watching us. Ray didn't say much. Mira cracked her knuckles and walked ahead without hesitation, but I could tell she was tense. We stopped at a circular stone platform, half sunken in the ground. It pulsed with faint blue light. Ray raised a hand. Wait. Something was off. I could feel it too, like the dungeon itself was holding its breath. Then the light turned red. A low growl echoed through the trees, and something stepped out of the fog. It looked like a giant bear at first, except its fur was black stone, and mist poured from its eyes and mouth. The ground hissed beneath its feet. Cracks spread where its claws touched the earth. Mistborn Gloomfang, F-rank mini-boss. Weakness, fire. Resistance, poison, ice, dark. Great, Mira muttered. Poison resistant. I froze. Poison resistant? I wasn't ready for that. My skill couldn't break through resistance fast enough. Not yet. Ray drew his blade. We finish it fast. Mira, burn it down. Kale, keep away from the front. No argument here, I said quickly, backing up. Mira launched the first strike. A surge of flames slammed into the beast's chest. It roared, staggered back, then charged forward like nothing happened. Ray met it with steel. Sparks flew as his sword met claw. I watched from the edge, trying to think. My poison wouldn't work fast enough against something like that. Not unless I found a way to make it stay in contact for a long time. But it was fast, strong, and it didn't stop moving. Even so, poison resistant didn't mean immune. It just meant slower. And slower was still something. Ray got knocked aside. He hit a tree and rolled. Mira shouted something, but the beast was already turning toward her. She fired off a blast. It missed. Then it lunged. I didn't think. I moved. I slid between her and the monster, pressing both palms to its front leg. Poison, I whispered. The light flickered, weakly. Sluggish. Like trying to burn through a wet rack. Still I held on. 1%. 2%. The monster snarled and kicked, flinging me backward into the dirt. I skidded, coughing. But I could already feel the pulse. The warmth. The drip of healing in my chest. I gritted my teeth and stood up. Mira helped Ray to his feet. That thing's not going down fast, she muttered. No, he said. Kale. I looked up. Can your poison hold if we trap it? He asked. I blinked. Maybe. We slow it. You stack it. Then we finish it. A plan. A real one. Let's try, I said. Ray moved first. He circled the monster, striking from the sides, drawing its attention. Mira raised her hands. I can try to melt its legs. Give you a window. Go, I said. She fired a burst of flame. It hit the ground near its feet, turning stone to mud. The beast stumbled only slightly, but enough. I ran forward, slid low, pressed my hand to its side, and focused. The world narrowed. I could feel the poison ticking. 1%, 2%, 3%. It resisted, but the stack kept building just slower. I gritted my teeth and held on. The healing ticked with it. My scraped arms started mending. My lungs felt stronger. 5%, 6%, 7%. It started roaring, thrashing, realizing something was wrong. 8%, 9%. Then Mira screamed. I turned. A claw came down on her shoulder. Blood sprayed. No. I let go. Rushed toward her. She was on the ground, coughing. Well, I dropped beside her. Stay with me. Ray was shouting. The monster turned again. No time. I pressed my hand to the monster's leg again, and then shoved my other hand onto Myra's arm. Come on. The poison ticked. I focused harder than I ever had, and something new happened. The healing spread. A green glow passed through my fingers from me to her. Her wound pulsed once, then began to close thread by thread. Her eyes fluttered open. You're healing me? She whispered. I didn't know I could. She blinked. That's actually pretty cool. Ray screamed from the other side of the clearing. The monster was collapsing. The poison had stacked past 20%. Even with resistance, it couldn't keep fighting. It staggered, legs shaking, then dropped, dead. We stood in silence for a long second. Then Professor Alden's voice came through the crystal link. Training complete. Well done, Team 3. Extraction portal opening. Later, back in the academy field, Professor Alden pulled me aside. You're not listed as a dual effect skill, he said calmly. I didn't know I was, I replied. He looked me over, thoughtful. Poison damage that heals the user. And it seems others too, through shared contact. I nodded slowly. Keep that quiet for now, he said. Some abilities don't show their full form until stress unlocks them. Yours may still be changing. He patted my shoulder once, gently. Learn it, train it, don't rush. It's not the fast skills that survive. It's the ones that adapt. That night I sat in my room looking at my hands. They still looked ordinary. But I knew better now. 1% per second. Slow. Quiet. Weak at first. But the longer it stayed, the more it gave. And now it heals. I wasn't a damage dealer. Not really. I was something in between. Something harder to kill. Something harder to stop. And that might be the key to everything. 2 days later, I was back in the field training arena. My shoulder still ached faintly, not from the wound but from the memory of it. Again, Professor Alden said, arms crossed. But this time, hold the effect for 10 full seconds. I nodded. In front of me stood a wooden dummy infused with a weak enchantment, just strong enough to register poison. I stepped forward, focused, and pressed my hand to the target. Green light flickered faintly. 1%, 2%. The air felt heavier as I forced the effect to linger. 3%, 4%. My skin itched. My head throbbed. Holding the connection for too long was tiring. By 9%, my breath was shallow. At 10%, I pulled away. The dummy smoked slightly. Professor Alden marked something down on his board. You're getting better. But your concentration needs time to grow. I nodded, wiping sweat from my brow. He looked at me with that same quiet intensity he always had. This skill of yours isn't just about damage. It's about timing, control, judging when to press and when to pull back. I nodded again, slower this time. I was starting to understand that. Later that afternoon, I was reassigned. Team reshuffle. Dungeon simulation level 2. New team, me, Mira again, and Zane Rith, of all people. He stood across from us near the gate, arms crossed, lightning flickering faintly across his shoulders. Zane was ranked top 5 in our year. He'd been training off campus with private tutors for months. His awakening? A Tier B lightning arc skill. Fast, lethal, flashy. Great, he said when he saw me. They paired me with Mist Boy. Mira rolled her eyes. Just don't electrocute us. Zane scoffed. Try to keep up. The dungeon this time was different. No mist, just stone. A rocky canyon filled with narrow paths, creaking bridges, and crumbling platforms. Wind howled between the cliffs. Crags of the Silent Maw simulation. Objective: secure the lost relic at the center. Retrieve or defend for 3 minutes. Let's move, Zane said. I'll scout. You two stay close. We followed. He was fast, too fast. He moved from ledge to ledge with crackling steps, barely waiting. Mira grumbled. He's gonna get himself killed showing off. I didn't answer. Something about this place felt wrong. We reached the central chamber. A raised platform stood at the center of a large, broken arena. On it, a silver orb floated gently. Relic secured, Zane said, grabbing it. Timer starts now. That's when the rocks around us moved. 6 of them. Golems. Stone and metal with glowing red cores. Stone sentinels, F rank. Weakness, poison water. Immune, lightning, fire. Of course, Mira whispered. They're immune to us. Zane cursed. You've got to be kidding me. I stepped forward. I'm not fire. Or lightning. They looked at me. Then go. Zane shouted. You're the only one who can hurt them. The golems moved slowly but with crushing weight. I dashed forward, pressing my hand to the first one's core. Poison shimmered. 1%. 2%. It resisted but not fully. It stacked. I moved to the next, then the next, rotating between them, spreading the stacks thin. But that was the problem. I couldn't stay long on any single one. Not if I wanted to spread the poison. Not if I wanted to heal. The golems began pressing in. Zane and Mira shouted, pulling them back, stalling, but then the platform cracked. A deep rumble shook the arena. And suddenly, Mira slipped. The ground beneath her gave way. She caught the edge of the platform with one hand, legs dangling. Zane was across the field, pinned behind two golems. I was the only one close. And just like that, I had to choose. Save Mira. She was about to fall. If she let go, she'd drop into the dark below. Probably just a simulation floor, but no one knew how far it went. Or help Zane. His barrier was failing. One golem raised its arm to strike. A solid blow would knock him out, or worse. I hesitated. 1 second. 2. I looked at Mira. It's Zane. My poison couldn't be in two places at once. And my healing? It required contact. Who did I save? I ran. Straight to Mira. I grabbed her hand, pulled hard. Don't let go. Wasn't planning on it. I channeled poison into the stone beside us. The ledge crumbled slower. She climbed up, breathless, alive. Zane? He shouted, and blasted both golems with a full arc of lightning. It stunned them just enough. He broke through, panting. He wasn't happy. Figures, he spat. You save her. I said nothing. He stormed off toward the exit portal. Mira watched him go, then turned to me. You picked me. I nodded. I had to. Thank you. She punched my shoulder lightly. I would have picked you too. After the simulation, Professor Alden said nothing. Just nodded once when he saw me. Like he knew what happened. Like he approved. But Zane? He didn't speak to me again that day. Didn't need to. The look on his face said everything. To him, I was still a weakling. But to someone else, I had become a teammate worth trusting. And that meant more than a ranking ever could. The training yard was quiet at dawn. Frost clung to the wooden dummies, and the grass crunched underfoot. Most students were still asleep. Not me. I stood alone, hands out, breathing slow. Again, I whispered to myself. I reached forward and pressed my palm to the wood. 1%, 2%, 3%. The glow spread faintly over the surface. It was steady, controlled. I counted the seconds silently. At 10%, I pulled away. I hadn't even broken a sweat. It was getting easier. Faster too, not the damage itself but the act of holding on. The mental pressure, the focus drain. It no longer felt like I was forcing it. It was just there. Like a thought that never stopped growing. Like a presence. Professor Alden had told me something the day before. Your poison isn't just an attack. It's a reflection. If you learn to shape your thoughts, you'll shape the skill. I hadn't fully understood what he meant. But this morning I was beginning to. The poison wasn't wild. It responded to my mood. When I focused gently, it lingered softly. When I forced it, it lashed out harder, then vanished faster. It listened, almost like it was thinking. Later that morning, I met with Mira by the field benches. She had a small flame hovering over her hand like a candle. You're getting stronger, she said without looking at me. Barely. I saw how long you held on yesterday. That golem would have gone down if you had 5 more seconds. I didn't respond. She was right. You made the right call, by the way, she added. In the canyon. Zane's a jerk. He would have let you fall without blinking. Still, I said, he was on our team. I should have. No, she said, cutting me off. You made a choice. That's better than hesitating. I looked at her. She looked back. You're allowed to value people, Kale. Not everything is about logic. That stuck with me more than I expected. That afternoon, we were excused from classes for independent training. I returned to the back courtyard, where the plants grew taller and the academy walls were wrapped in ivy. It was quiet here. Peaceful. I practiced again, this time without touching a target. Just holding the idea of poison in my hands. I imagined it curling, folding inward. Soft green lines shimmered at my fingertips. I didn't say anything, just watched them. Then a voice broke the silence. You're the poison kid, aren't you? I turned. A tall boy in a dark uniform stood near the garden archway. Older, maybe second year? His badge glinted silver, guild prep track. I'm Rin Velhart, he said. I saw your last simulation. I nodded slowly. You're from class black? Top 10, he said casually. But I'm not here to brag. He stepped closer, studying my hand. You're controlling it now. That's rare. Rare? Most poison abilities are either automatic or unstable. Yours seems balanced. Thinking. You're forming intent before application. What does that mean? He smiled faintly. It means your skill isn't just a tool. It's a system. It responds to you. That's the kind of ability that grows with its user. I said nothing. Rin leaned on the garden wall. I had a friend 2 years ago. She awakened something similar. A decay-based field. Everyone laughed at her too, until she cleared a solo C-rank dungeon. He tilted his head. You want to reach that level? I met his eyes. Yes. Then learn this now, he said. Your poison is only as strong as your patience. Don't waste it showing off. Let it breathe. Let it build. He turned to leave. But keep your secret healing to yourself. Someone will want it. And then he was gone. That night I wrote it all down. Every detail. Every pattern. The way the poison felt when I was angry versus calm. The healing pulse when it spread. The flicker of warmth when I truly focused. I wasn't just training anymore. I was learning a language. One made of seconds. One made of stacks. One that healed me slowly in more ways than one. 15 minutes? I blinked. Instructor Oren nodded sternly, arms crossed. That's all the time you'll get. Defeat the dungeon's core guardian and retrieve the shard. Return before the timer ends, or your score is invalid. I looked around at my temporary team. 5 of us. Not Mira. Not Ray. Instead, 3 fast-track students I didn't know well, plus Zane. Again. He smirked. Oh great. Snail Boy's here. I ignored him. Mostly. The speed trial was a new addition to the Academy's curriculum. Designed to test combat efficiency under strict time pressure, it simulated real-world dungeon rush missions, like when a portal destabilized or a village needed emergency clearing. For me it was a nightmare. 15 minutes was barely enough time to stack my poison properly, let alone do serious damage. But if I skipped the trial, I'd be dropped from advanced training. I couldn't afford that. So I stood there, in the sunlight, pretending I didn't feel like a wooden spoon thrown into a blender. Inside the gate, the dungeon opened into a bright canyon filled with shallow water and scattered ruins. The Guardian's location had already been mapped. The only question was, could we get there, kill it, and return in time? The team broke into a run. Zane surged ahead, lightning pulsing at his heels. I ran too at my own pace. Try not to fall behind, Poison Boy, someone called. I didn't answer. The Guardian appeared 6 minutes in. A serpentine creature made of glowing roots and metal coils, wrapped in a shell of bark and stone. Verdant Coil Beast, Trial Guardian. Weakness, burn, corrosion. Immune, knockback ice. Passive regeneration, 1% per second. Zane grinned. Let's crack it open. He rushed forward, lightning arcing. Others followed. Blades slashed. Magic flared. I watched. Their attacks were fast, but the beast healed faster. 1% per second. Exactly what my poison dealt. The irony didn't escape me. Zane cursed. It's stalling. We're just wasting time. The creature swept the group back with a whip of thorny roots. One student fell hard and didn't get up. I stepped forward. Let me try. Zane glanced at me furious. What are you gonna do? Tickle it to death? I don't need to kill it, I said. I just need to make sure it stops healing. He hesitated. You've got 2 minutes. I closed in slowly. Hands glowing faintly green. I pressed both palms against the creature's root body. The poison flowed. 1%, 2%, 3%. The pulses were slower this time. The creature resisted, its natural regeneration pushing back. 4%, 5%. I clenched my jaw, focused harder. I imagined the poison threading into the gaps between bark and coil, sinking into the rhythm of its regeneration. The two effects clashed, and for the first time, I saw it happen. Its healing stopped. The number froze. 0%. And then, it started dropping. Zane saw it first. It's losing health. I didn't speak. Couldn't. I was too focused. 6%. 7%. 8%. It began thrashing. A vine whipped across my chest. Pain burst through my ribs, but the healing followed. Slow. Steady. My wounds didn't close instantly, but I stayed on my feet. Still connected. Now, Zane shouted. Hit it while it's weakened. The team surged forward. Fire spells struck the open bark. Blades found the soft root underneath. The creature screeched once, then fell still. The timer still showed 3 minutes. We'd done it? No, they had done it. But only because I made it possible. We retrieved the shard. Ran. Exited with 1 minute to spare. Back in the courtyard, the instructor marked our score on the board. Pass. The others panted in relief. Zane stepped aside, tossing a look my way. He didn't say thank you. But he also didn't say you held us back. That was new. That evening, I sat beneath the academy wall, hands open. The poison in my palm glowed brighter than usual. Controlled. Balanced. Alive. It wasn't fast. It wasn't flashy. But today it did something the others couldn't. It shut down healing. It turned the tide. And the more I understood it, the more I realized I wasn't behind. I was just walking a different path. One slow, deliberate step at a time. The letter came the next morning. A simple envelope, sealed with the black and gold mark of Class S, the elite track for students ranked in the Academy's top percentile. I stared at it for a long time before opening it. To Kale Duran, your performance in the recent speed trial has been noted. Due to your unique ability to counter regeneration and provide adaptive field healing, you are invited to observe the elite class dungeon team for their next practical dive. If you accept, report to Hall C at 0700 hours tomorrow. This is not a test. This is an opportunity. The letter wasn't signed, but the handwriting felt familiar. Ren Velhart. He'd watched me, judged me, and now, maybe, believed in me? I wasn't sure how to feel about that. Mira leaned against my dorm wall, flipping the letter between her fingers like it was a piece of toast. Classes how? You planning to go? I don't know. Why not? I hesitated. Because they're stronger than me. All of them. I'm not ready for that level. She gave me a look. You weren't ready for the canyon trial either. Or the speed trial. You still went. That was different. No, it wasn't. Her voice softened. You're scared. That's okay. But don't lie to yourself about it. I didn't answer. She tossed the letter back onto my bed and stood. For what it's worth, if you go, you'll probably come back stronger. I watched her leave. Then I stared at the envelope again. I didn't sleep much that night. Next morning, I stood in Hall C. 5 other students were already gathered, taller, sharper, dressed in clean combat uniforms with enchanted trims. Their expressions were calm, focused. Ren stood among them, leaning against the wall, arms folded. He looked at me. You came. Yeah. Good. He tossed me a thin armband. It shimmered slightly. Observer status. You won't be fighting, but you will be learning. That means eyes open, mouth shut. Understood. I nodded, slipping the band over my wrist. He turned to the others. This dungeon is ranked low B. Nothing chaotic, but strong enough to kill if you treat it like a game. Move with the group. Kale, stay behind Mira too, she'll run field monitoring. I blinked. Mira? 2. A tall girl with spiky orange hair raised a brow. Mira Velun's cousin, she said simply. Better fire control, worse jokes. I almost smiled. The gate shimmered open. Inside, the dungeon felt different. Alive. The walls pulsed faintly. Roots grew along the ceilings. The air smelled faintly of ash and wet stone. Ren raised a hand. We're entering a nest. Insects. Possibly corrupted. The others nodded and moved quietly. They were fast but not showy. Efficient. I followed, steps careful. This wasn't like the trial simulations. This felt real. Too real. The first monsters came 10 minutes in. Crimson scarabs. Large, armored beetles with mandibles that glowed red-hot. They clung to walls, ceilings, dropped from above. 3 of them landed at once. Ren called calmly, suppress and sweep. The team responded instantly, fire bolts, ice lances, force barriers. They didn't just fight, they moved together. I watched, wide-eyed, as the scarabs were overwhelmed. Not because of brute power, but because every move was part of a pattern. Discipline. Precision. Made me feel small. Useless. 20 minutes passed. Then something went wrong. A crack split open in the stone under Ren's feet. He leapt back just in time, but out of the gap came something far worse than a scarab. A long, centipede-like creature, black and red, with glowing fangs and twitching legs. Deep core spine crawler, Class B parasite host. Weakness, poison. Passive trait, burrow infestation. The group shifted positions instantly, but the spine crawler was fast. Faster than anything I'd seen. It lunged at the rear line, biting one of the team in the leg. They fell. Blood sprayed. The others scrambled to regroup. Ren barked, poison. Everyone looked at me. Me. I hesitated. Kale. I ran forward, ducking the monster's tail, sliding to the fallen student's side. The wound was deep, pulsing with black slime. I pressed both hands to her armor. Poison, flow, I whispered. The light flickered. It wasn't strong, but it spread. Over her blood, into the creature's venom. And I saw something I hadn't seen before. My poison fighting their poison. Green threads coiling around black ones. Slowly, carefully, unraveling them. The girl's breathing slowed. The swelling stopped. She was stable. Then the monster turned on me. I raised my hand too late. The mandible struck, and Rin stepped in, blade flashing. He cut across the creature's head, forcing it back. Then looked at me, eyes sharp. You're not an observer anymore. We cleared the nest. Barely. The spine crawler escaped, wounded. But no one died. Back at the gate, Rin pulled me aside. You did well. I froze. You moved anyway. That's better than freezing forever. He placed a mark on my armband. Promotion. Guest support rank. You're not fast, he said. But your poison doesn't care how fast something is. It waits. That's what makes it dangerous. He started to leave. Rin, I called. He paused. Why me? Why pick me for this? He smiled faintly. Because your power scares people. He walked off, and I stood there, realizing for the first time, that was a good thing. I didn't expect anything to change when I got back. No parade, no praise, just a return to the usual, morning drills, lukewarm cafeteria food, and classmates pretending I wasn't there. But that's not what happened. By second period, the whispering had started. He was on an elite team, right? Poison boy? No way. I heard he healed a support student who was dying. Someone said his poison beat a regeneration-type boss. Solo? Wait, I thought his skill was F tier? I walked down the hallway with my head lowered, pretending I didn't hear. But I did. Every word. And every time someone turned to look. During combat theory, Professor Alden handed back our dungeon reports. As he set mine on the desk, he paused for a second. Then said quietly, "Don't let it get to your head." "I won't. You're being watched now." "By who?" He didn't answer. Just moved on. Lunchtime was worse. The moment I entered the dining hall, heads turned. Some people stared. Some whispered. Others didn't look at me at all, just moved away. I sat in the far corner with my tray of bread and soup, trying not to let it feel cold. Then Mira dropped her tray next to mine with a heavy clack. "Nice of you to remember your old friends," she muttered. I blinked. "What? You go off with the elite kids, save someone's life, and come back like nothing happened?" I didn't think it was a big deal. "Kale." Her tone was sharper than usual. "You disappeared for 2 days. Didn't answer messages. Didn't show up to group practice. We thought something happened to you." I looked down at my tray. "I didn't mean to ignore you." Her voice softened just a little. "I know. But people notice, Kale. And not just me." I looked up. That's when I saw Zane across the hall. He wasn't whispering. He wasn't smirking. He was watching. His gaze was cold, focused, like I was suddenly something worth measuring. After lunch, I found a note on my locker door. Folded once. No name. Just words. "We know you're hiding the second half of your skill. You're not the only one who listens." There was no signature. Just that sentence. And for the first time since my awakening, I felt something like fear. I went to Professor Alden's office after class. He listened quietly as I told him about the note. When I finished, he stood and poured tea into 2 small cups. "I told you," he said. "You're being watched now." "But why?" I asked. "I'm not even strong." "Strength isn't what scares people," he replied, handing me a cup. "Potential is." I didn't drink the tea. I just stared into the steam. I didn't ask for attention. No one does. "But people don't fear what you are," he said. "They fear what you might become. Especially if they can't control it." "So what do I do?" He sat down across from me, quiet for a moment, then said simply, "Stay honest, stay sharp, and don't try to be what they want. Just be better than what they fear." That night, I walked the academy walls alone. The stars were clear. The air was cold. I watched my hands again, how calm they looked. How ordinary. But inside, I could feel the quiet hum of poison still ticking. Still healing. Still waiting. Let them talk. Let them doubt. Let them fear. My skill hadn't changed. But I had. "This is just a friendly match," Instructor Oren said, pacing in front of the student teams. "Team coordination. Quick thinking. Controlled environment. No real danger. I didn't believe a word of that. Not with the way everyone kept glancing at me. The courtyard was transformed into a closed field training zone. Natural obstacles, runic barriers, simulated hazards. The kind of place where friendly accidents happened all the time. 3 teams. 1 goal. Capture the flag at the center zone and hold it for 2 minutes. I stood with my temporary team waiting for the signal. Mira wasn't on this squad. Ray wasn't either. Instead I had a spear user named Denvaris, quiet, serious, top 10. A fire mage named Elira, quick hands, quicker temper. And Harlan Nesk, a boy with shifting brown eyes and a smile that never reached his face. It was him that made my neck itch. He stood a little too close, watched me a little too long. And during warm-ups, he asked just loud enough for others to hear. So, Kill, how long does your poison take to actually matter? The match started. Barriers dropped. We moved fast. Den took the lead, Elira covered flanks, and I followed behind, keeping my hands ready. I didn't need to be in front, not yet. Just close enough to touch if needed. The flag zone was an open ruin, pillars scattered across a sunlit clearing. Another team was already there. A clash began, fast, loud, chaotic. We dove in. Sparks. Blades. Shields. I tagged one enemy, 1%, 2%, 3%, before they pulled back. The poison stuck. They slowed. Our team pressed forward. For a moment I felt like I belonged. But then Harlan whispered, "Behind you." I turned. Too late. A pulse of kinetic magic slammed into my chest. I flew back into a stone pillar, breath knocked out. Warning, simulated injury. Minor fracture. My head swam. The world tilted. I looked up just in time to see Harlan turning away. He hadn't warned me in time. He let it hit. What? I pushed myself up, wincing. Elira shouted, "Kale, we need you." I staggered back toward the center. Harlan was there again. Too close. "I'm just curious," he said casually. "What happens if your poison keeps building without a break?" "What? I mean, how much can you handle?" He grabbed my wrist, hard, and yanked me toward an enemy mage holding my hand against their chest. Poison flared, 5%, 6%, 7%, way faster than I'd ever stacked in open battle. The enemy screamed and dropped. I stumbled back. The healing hit me instantly. My vision sharpened. My side burned hot. But something felt off. Too much. Too fast. "Why would you?" He smiled. "Orders." Then turned away before I could ask what that meant. We won the match. Held the flag. Team A was disqualified due to injuries, caused by me. Or by what he made me do. Afterward, I was summoned to the instructor's office. But not by Alden. This time it was Headmaster Zero. She studied me across a wide desk of polished black stone. "You're not in trouble," she said. "Then why am I here?" "I hear your poison is evolving." I didn't answer. "I also hear some students are curious about your limits," she added. Still I said nothing. "I won't stop that," she said. "Pressure reveals truth. If your power is dangerous, better we learn it here than in the field." She paused. "But if anyone crosses the line, I expect you to say so. Even if they're told to push me?" Her gaze didn't flinch. Especially then. She handed me a slip of parchment. It was sealed but unmarked. "A request came in," she said. "A dungeon run. Real field work. You weren't on the list. Someone added your name." "Who?" She smiled faintly. "Why don't you go and find out?" That night, I stared at the paper under candlelight. Real dungeon. Real danger. Maybe real respect. Or maybe a trap. The poison in my hands felt different now. Thicker. Quieter. It didn't feel like it wanted to hurt anyone. But it was ready to. If it had to. We entered the dungeon at dawn. 5 students. 1 instructor. A beginner field mission under guild supervision. It was supposed to be safe. It wasn't. The dungeon was called Gravelmaw Depths, a twisting cavern network beneath an abandoned mine. Old rails snaked through collapsed tunnels. The air was thick with dust and silence. I wasn't the strongest in the group. But I was the one they all kept glancing at. They knew who I was now. The Poison Stacker. I hated that name. "Form tight lines," Instructor Jin ordered, lantern in hand. "Stay close. This dungeon's been cleared before, but something triggered a respawn. Mira was on this team, thank the stars. The others were unfamiliar. Quiet. Watchful. Especially Harlan. Again. Of course. We walked for nearly half an hour with no sign of danger. Just creaking wood, dripping water, and the faint whine of echoing wind. Then we reached a chamber where the walls opened wide, too wide, and the ground cracked beneath our feet. A roar exploded through the cavern. Stone shattered, and something massive rose from the pit. A hulking beast of bone and shale, its ribcage glowing from within, eyes smoldering red. Rockcore Goliath, Class B+ Dungeon Guardian. Affliction type, corruption. Weakness, none listed. Traits, devours vitality, spreads disease, regenerates. Jin's voice rang out. Back. That wasn't on the report. That's a mutation, get clear. But it was too late. The beast slammed down, cutting us off. Rock fell. The tunnel collapsed. We were trapped. No gate. No retreat. Just us and it. We struck first. Mira launched twin bursts of flame. Others followed with spells, arrows, light shots. Tanked everything. Then it struck. Jin deflected the first blow, but the second ripped through his side. He hit the wall with a sickening crack and didn't get up. My mind screamed. We were unsupervised now. This wasn't a test. This was real. I didn't wait. I ran forward, weaving between the others, ducking under the creature's claws, and touched it. My poison flowed. 1%, 2%. It resisted, but I held on. 3%, 4%. The glow in its ribs flickered, but its regeneration fought back. It was healing as fast as I could poison. Mira shouted something behind me. Then, Harlan shoved past me. What are you doing? He grabbed my shoulder and, for the second time, forced my hand deeper into the monster's chest plate. Stack it faster, Kale. This is your chance. My vision blurred. 7%, 8%. My body trembled. The healing hit me in return, hard, but it wasn't just health. It was energy, power. I could feel something unraveling inside me, like my skill wasn't just stacking poison, but waking up a deeper thread. A second rhythm. One that hummed with knowledge and danger. The longer I stayed connected, the more I understood the thing I was fighting. And then, I heard it. A voice. No one else reacted, but it echoed in my skull like a drumbeat. You stack because you refuse to be seen, but in the end, even rot must bloom. My eyes widened. The monster wasn't just healing, it was adapting. I pulled my hand away. Everyone stopped. It's mimicking my poison. They hesitated. Then the rock-core Goliath roared. A wave of green energy pulsed outward, infecting the floor, the ceiling, the air. Poison, my poison, spread across the chamber like a mist. Mira fell to one knee. The others began choking. I was the only one still standing, because the poison wasn't hurting me. It was mine, and it had been copied. I had a choice. Stay back. Hide. Let someone stronger come later. I stepped forward. I touched it again. And this time I didn't hold back. 10%, 20%, 30%. Faster now. The stacks weren't just building, they were collapsing the thing from the inside out. I focused everything. Not on pain, not on anger, just control. My poison flooded its core, fighting the corrupted mimicry. And in the final second, I saw something flicker behind its eyes. Fear. Then silence. The creature collapsed. Its body disintegrated into ash and green vapor. We didn't speak for a long time. Everyone was alive. Jin stirred. Broken ribs but breathing. Mira looked at me like I was someone else. Harlan just smiled, and for once it wasn't mocking. We returned hours later through the backup gate. The guild rep stared at the creature log. This thing copied your skill? He asked. Yes. He nodded, unsettled. That's not in the system records. That shouldn't even be possible. I didn't respond. Not out loud. But inside I was already wondering, if my poison could be copied, what else could it become? Back in my room that night, I wrote it down. The poison doesn't just stack. It learns. It reflects. It grows. And maybe, so do I. The academy changed after Gravelmaw. Not in obvious ways. No celebration, no special announcement. Just a feeling. A weight in the air. People spoke quieter when I passed. Some stopped whispering and simply watched. And others started keeping their distance entirely. Even Mira noticed. You're officially scary now, she said, stabbing her fork into a bowl of rice at lunch. I didn't do anything different, I muttered. You stacked poison on a dungeon-class monster until it collapsed from the inside out. I didn't reply. Mostly because she wasn't wrong. After the mission, the guild flagged my file. Not as a threat, but as a developing anomaly. Whatever that meant. Professor Alden called it a compliment. You're evolving faster than the system can categorize, he said during a walk near the greenhouse. That's rare. And dangerous. Why dangerous? Because the guild doesn't like things it can't classify. He handed me a small notebook. Start tracking everything. Stacks, healing rates, changes in behavior. If your poison really is adapting, the more you understand, the less they'll control it for you. I opened the first page that night and titled it, The Poison Journal, Entry 1. The way it waits. Classes moved forward. But training didn't feel the same. I was too strong for beginner drills, but not experienced enough to rank up officially. So they placed me in rotating combat labs, smaller groups that tested ability synergy under pressure. That's where I met Tessa Bryn. Tall, quiet, thin gloves over her hands. Everyone said her skill was something to do with memory threads, but no one really understood how it worked. She didn't talk much, but when we sparred for the first time she surprised me. Not with power, but with how she moved. Calm, measured, like she was listening to every step I made. Halfway through the match, she stepped out of reach and said, "You don't trust your skill." I froze. What? You limit it. You stop at 30%. 40. Why not go to 100? I'd collapse before that. Or evolve again. She walked off before I could respond. Later that week, I was sent to a restricted section of the academy grounds. The Poison Garden. It wasn't open to most students. Rumor said it had been sealed decades ago after a toxic experiment failed. But Ren Velhart was waiting for me at the gate. "I recommended you," he said without turning around. "For what?" "Specialized affinity testing. You've outgrown general classes." He opened the rusted gate. I stepped through. The garden was a tangle of sickly green vines, purple thorns, and glowing spore caps. The air shimmered with haze. It didn't smell like death, but it didn't smell like life either. Ren led me to a circle of stones surrounded by thorn roots. "In the center is a toxin crystal," he said. "It responds to living magic. You're going to touch it." I stared at him. "What does it do?" "It reacts." "Nothing more. But how it reacts tells us everything." I stepped forward, reached out, touched it. Nothing happened. Then, the crystal cracked. Light bled from the break, green, gold, and black. It pulsed once, twice, and then disintegrated into mist. Ren stared, unreadable. "That's not supposed to happen, is it?" "No," he said quietly. "That's only happened once before." "Who?" He didn't answer. Later, he pulled me aside beneath a weeping vine arch. "Listen carefully. There's a difference between being strong and being noticed." I nodded slowly. "You've crossed that line now. You don't get to go back." He placed something in my hand. A small charm carved from obsidian. "Keep it close," he said. "If your poison ever starts to talk again, this might be what lets you stay yourself." "You think it'll talk again?" "I think it never stopped." That night, I opened my journal and wrote, Entry 2, The Poison Learns. But now I wonder, is it also remembering? Something inside me is waking. And this time, it's not just about stacking damage. It's about what the poison wants. The dungeon was supposed to be a simple test. Low stakes. Monitored. A solo pair assignment from the guild-sponsored practical class. Team Kale and Tessa, Cave of Echoes. Objective, reach the heart and trigger the memory crystal. Estimated duration, 40 minutes. That was it. No monsters listed. No traps. No expected danger. Just a cave filled with old resonance magic and forgotten thoughts. I should have known better. Tessa didn't speak much on the way in. She walked a few paces ahead, her pale coat fluttering behind her, gloves still covering her fingers. Her eyes stayed focused, sharp and still. The cave walls shimmered faintly with silver moss and dull crystal veins. It was quiet. Not a peaceful quiet. A listening quiet. "So," I said eventually, "your memory type, right?" Tessa didn't look at me. "That's what they call it. But what does it really do?" She stopped, turned. Her voice was calm. "I connect with echoes. Places, people, objects. If they felt something strong, pain, fear, joy, I can follow the thread." I blinked. "That's incredible." "It's not," she said. "It's intrusive." Then she turned again. "Let's keep moving." We reached the heart of the cave 20 minutes in. The crystal was waiting, an upright shard the size of a person, humming with gentle, pulsing light. Like a heartbeat slowed. Tessa stepped toward it. "I'll trigger the resonance. You stay close. If anything reacts, defend the perimeter." "Got it?" She pulled off her gloves. Placed her hand on the stone. The moment she did, The air shuddered. The cave lit with violet light. The walls rippled. And the resonance began. Not a sound. A feeling. Fear. Heavy. Chained to the walls. I felt my knees buckle for a second. Tessa gasped. Then her voice broke, shaken, distant. This place, it remembers something alive. A pulse from the crystal slammed outward. The moss peeled back from the stone. And shadows poured in. They weren't monsters. Not exactly. Memories. Shapes of people long gone. Echoes of students and explorers. Fractured images frozen in terror. Silent screams stuck mid-breath. They filled the cave, clawing at the air like they were drowning. Tessa reeled back. I can't filter it, she said. Too many threads. Then the poison in my blood surged. My hand began to glow, unbidden. Green. Familiar. Alive. Tessa touched my hand. She didn't question it. She grabbed it. And the moment she did, everything changed. The memories froze. The cave went still. Then one by one, the echoes began to shrink. Collapse inward. Not from fear. Not from power. But from something I didn't understand. Tessa's breath hitched. She wasn't looking at the echoes anymore. She was looking at me. It's inside your poison. What is? Memories. She looked stunned. They're buried in the stacks. Every second, it's remembering. Storing pieces of what you touch. I didn't know that was possible. It shouldn't be. She let go. The glow faded. The echoes collapsed into dust. And the crystal dimmed to silence. But I could still feel it. In my hand. A residue. A whisper. Not in words. Just a presence. Watching. Waiting. We didn't speak much after that. On the way back to the surface, Tessa finally said, "Your skill isn't just poison." I nodded. "I think it's becoming something else." She looked at me, her eyes unreadable. "If you ever want to see what your poison remembers, I can show you." I hesitated. Maybe not yet. That night, I opened my journal and wrote, Entry 3, Poison stacks damage. It heals. It adapts. But now, it remembers. What happens when memory builds like venom? And worse, what if something inside me wants to remember more? I hadn't slept in 2 days. Every time I closed my eyes, it was the same dream. A green hallway, long and silent, with stone walls that pulsed softly like veins. At the end, a door. Always closed. Always waiting. And just before I woke up, a voice whispered through the keyhole. "You're not the only one stacking." I never remembered what came after that. Just the cold feeling on my palms, like something had crawled across them in the night. The summons came by scroll. Form. Stamp. To Cale Durant. From Velun Adventurer Guild Division. Subject. Ethics Review, Evolving Abilities. As part of the Academy's joint agreement with the Adventurer Guild, you are required to attend a precautionary hearing to evaluate the risks and classification of your skill. This is not a disciplinary session, but it is mandatory. Report to Guild Hall 3B at 0900 hours. I stared at the scroll for a while before folding it into my coat. The hearing room was smaller than I expected. No torches, just white crystal light. 2 guild officials sat behind a desk. One was a recorder. The other was Captain Varn, a silver-ranked enforcer with lines under his eyes and a half-missing ear. He gestured to the chair across from him. "Sit." I sat. "No need to be nervous," he said. "This is just standard protocol for flagged abilities." "Right." He raised a slate. "You've demonstrated poison damage over time, infinite stacking, healing feedback, and recently resonance interaction. Is that correct?" "Yes." "Are you aware your skill may now contain traces of cognitive echo absorption?" I hesitated. "I wasn't, until recently." "Are you in control of it?" The question hung in the air. What did control even mean anymore? I haven't hurt anyone unintentionally. That's not what I asked. I looked him in the eye. "It's changing, but I'm trying to stay ahead of it." He nodded slowly, not writing anything, just watching me. "You're not being punished," he said at last, "but you are being watched." "I know." He leaned forward slightly. "There's a reason skills like yours don't evolve often. People fear what doesn't stop, what builds without a ceiling." "I don't want it to be feared," I said. "I just want to understand it." "That may not be up to you." The hearing ended without incident. No decisions. Just notes. On my way out, the recorder handed me a scroll. "Standard classification adjustment," she said. "Your file is now marked conditionally stable." Meaning? Meaning if your ability changes again, You'll be pulled from the student roster until it's evaluated. I nodded. Didn't argue. Didn't ask what would happen after that. I think I already knew. That night I slept again. And the hallway returned. Long green. Beating softly beneath my feet. But this time, the door was open. Inside was a garden. Silent. Rotting. And at its center, a single mirror made of cracked obsidian. I stepped forward and looked into it. But I didn't see my face. I saw all the people I'd touched with my poison. Every enemy. Every monster. Every ally. All at once. And then, behind me in the reflection, a second shadow. My shape. But smiling. I woke up drenched in sweat. My hands burned faintly green. I looked down at my palms. They were still mine. Still quiet. But I knew deep in my bones. Something inside the poison had opened a door. And it wasn't closing. I wrote into my journal. Entry 4, I can feel it thinking. Not wildly. Not loudly. Just waiting. I wonder if poison ever wants more than to kill. What if it wants to remember and become? Your opponent team has been carefully selected, Instructor Oren said, folding his arms behind his back. Today's match is about limits. I already knew what that meant. They were testing me. Not my combat rank, not my team strategy, me. My skill. My restraint. I stood inside the central ring of the Academy's combat coliseum. Circular walls. Glass shields. A small crowd of students and instructors filled the surrounding seats. Just enough to feel the pressure of eyes. My opponents entered opposite me. 3 students. All handpicked. Rice Velden, a wind user with speed buffs and stagger tactics. Eula Finn, a mirror summoner who could reflect spells and redirect abilities. And Dylan Morn, a white robe purifier whose whole class was trained to neutralize lingering effects, like poison. They weren't here to win. They were here to see if I'd lose control. Professor Alden stood at the sideline. He didn't speak. He just nodded once. It was the kind of nod that meant be sharp and don't trust anyone. The match started with a burst of wind. Rice blurred toward me, blades slicing at the air. I ducked, narrowly dodged. The arena wasn't big, but it was enough for movement-based fighters to swarm. I touched his shoulder mid-strike. Poison. Active. 1%. 2%. He flickered away instantly, but not before it started ticking. Behind me, Eula raised a mirror field, thin, sharp, flickering with copied light. She didn't need to reflect attacks, just stall me. That's when Dylan advanced. Come. Pull. His hand moved in a slow circle. Cleanse. A wave of white light swept across the floor. My poison on Rice vanished. No stack. No trail. My only advantage, purged. I tried again. Waited for an opening, touched Eula's arm. Her mirror blinked red and reflected my poison back onto me. 1%. 2%. I gasped, stepping back. It ticked, slower on me but still there. I focused, called it down. My body healed slightly, absorbing its rhythm. But I knew this wasn't going to work. Every trick I had shut down. Every strength countered. That's when it happened. Rice rushed me again. Too fast this time. His blade grazed my side. Pain flared. But something responded. Inside me, deep in the stacks. A pull. The poison surged out of my hands, without my intent. Not a touch. Not a whisper. Just release. Green light burst outward in a circle. A low hum filled the coliseum. Rice stumbled. Eula's mirrors cracked. Dylan staggered, coughing. Their systems blinked warnings. New effect detected. Adaptive poison field, unregistered. Status, auto activation. User override not present. I backed up, breath shaking. What was that? The fight was halted. Oren raised his hand, barked. Match suspended. The arena went dim. Medical staff entered. One by one, my opponents sat or dropped to the floor, sweating, flushed, dizzy, but stable. No one was injured. But no one had expected it. I stood there, fists clenched, heart pounding. I didn't trigger the release, but the poison had moved, on its own. Later, in the instructor's chambers, Alden said nothing for a while, just poured me water. I sat across from him, silent. Finally I spoke. It reacted without me. Yes, he said. It protected you. Is that what you call it? Kale, he said softly, your skill has evolved past command-only state. That happens with complex growth types. But I didn't give it permission. He looked at me, calm but serious. Then start learning how to negotiate with it. Negotiate. It's a live Kale. Not a mind, but a presence. You've trained the body of it. Now you need to learn the language. That night, I didn't write in my journal. Instead, I sat with my hands open, eyes closed, felt the quiet hum in my skin, and whispered, "I'm not your enemy." Nothing replied. But I think something listened. The academy locked down before sunset. No bells. No alarm. Just quiet orders whispered through the guild channels. Evacuate wings C through E. Seal the East Bridge. Do not engage the source. Await containment. I was in the greenhouse when it happened. I felt it before I heard it. Like a thread pulled tight in my chest, trembling. The poison under my skin stirred. Mira found me minutes later. "There's a breach," she said, panting. "A student. Soul crafting. It went wrong. Soul crafting was forbidden. You couldn't just twist magic into someone's spirit, not without changing who they were, what they felt." "What kind of breach?" She hesitated. "Then, Harlan." By the time we reached the lower halls, the air was thick with mana residue, dense, jagged, raw. Walls flickered with warped symbols. The ground pulsed like it had lungs. We found him in the reflection hall. Or, what was left of him. Harlan stood in the center of the ritual circle, arms trembling, skin crawling with black thread marks. His eyes were still his, but behind them something else moved. He turned slowly when we entered. "I couldn't copy you," he said softly, "but I could trap you. Shape what you gave me." "What did you do?" I asked. "I took the poison." His voice cracked. "I grew it. I made it mine." And he had. The air reeked of it. Not my poison exactly, but a mutated copy wrapped in soulcraft and pain. He raised his hand. A spire of twisted green flame burst from the floor. Mira shouted, dodging left. I jumped forward. The poison didn't wait this time. It surged. From my arms into the floor, spreading in pulses like waves. The rogue poison shrieked as mine collided with it, rejecting it, burning it back. I understood then. My poison remembered itself. It knew what it was, and it refused to be reshaped. I reached him, pressed a hand to his chest. Poison, active. Not to kill, to see. My vision blurred. I saw what he did. The hours of obsession. The copying. The binding. The moment it broke and whispered back to him like it had to me. But where I listened, he tried to own it. And it consumed him. Harlan dropped to his knees. His skin cracked. "Make it stop," he whispered. "Please." I could end him. 1% more. 1 more second. Would be over. But instead, I pressed my other hand to his arm. Let the poison pulse evenly. Reverse. Heal. The rogue trail fought. Screamed. Tried to burn me, bite me, bury me. But I held on. Because I remembered what Alden said. You have to negotiate with it. So I did. Inside my mind I whispered, "He doesn't need to die. You don't need to end him. Let's unstack." And slowly, carefully, the poison listened. The threads faded. The ritual lines cracked and collapsed. Harlan gasped and passed out, alive. Afterward the guild took him. No trial, just silence. No one said what would happen. But they didn't thank me either. They were afraid. Alden found me that night sitting outside by the greenhouse. "You made a choice," he said. "Was it the right one?" He looked at the stars for a long time before answering. "That depends on what your poison remembers." I opened my journal that night with trembling hands. Wrote slow, deliberate. Entry 5, I didn't kill him, but I could have. The poison would have done it. Easily. I'm not my skill. But maybe it's a part of me now. Not a weapon. Not a curse. A memory. And memories can learn mercy. 3 weeks passed after Harlan was taken. The academy never spoke of him again. No announcements. No investigation. Just silence. And in that silence, something began to shift. Not in the poison. In the people. They called it the list. A printed scroll pinned to the guild hall's north wall, updated every quarter. It ranked the top 100 students across all classes based on dungeon performance, solo matches, and instructor evaluations. The top 30 would be allowed to sit for the university entrance exam. The rest would stay behind. Until this morning, I hadn't cared much about rankings. But now, standing in the crowd with Mira at my side, I felt the pressure twisting in my gut like a vine. The students around us buzzed as the names lit up across the parchment. I scanned the scroll quickly. Rank 28, Mira Velun. She exhaled. Barely made it. Then, rank 30, Kale Duran. My heart stopped, then started again. Barely. The whispers returned immediately. He actually made it? Poison Boy's going to the exam? He's dangerous, not qualified. Didn't his skill activate on its own last time? I turned away before I could hear more. Later, Professor Alden found me outside the East Wing. He held a list of his own, scribbled notes, folded parchment, red ink. "You're in," he said. "I'm not surprised." "I am." "You shouldn't be." I looked up. "There's still one trial left. The Cave of Mirrors." "Yeah." He was quiet for a moment, then said, "This time they'll design the trial to scare you, not to fail you." I frowned. "Why?" "Because people don't like what they don't control. And you? Kale, you're not in a box anymore." That afternoon I was called into the simulation wing. Inside waiting for me was Zane Rith, lightning prodigy, rank 9. He leaned on the training rail with his arms crossed. "They told me to test you," he said, "before the exam." "Test me?" "You know," he said with a slight smirk. "See if you can keep up with a real spell." I didn't rise to it. He stepped closer. "I'm not going easy, and I'm not scared of your stacks." "I don't want you to be," I said. And for once it wasn't a threat, just truth. We entered the simulator, an open plain with artificial wind and rock pillars. Time limit, 8 minutes. I didn't try to rush. Zane came in fast, bolts arcing, sword glowing, pressure high. He slashed close. I dodged. Barely. Tapped his shoulder. "Poison, 1%. He flinched. Not from pain, from memory. He knew what that 1% could become. But instead of retreating, he laughed. "You think that scares me now? You're just slow death." And he hit me with a lightning arc, full body. My vision flared white. Warning: burn, minor. Internal conduction, active. I dropped to one knee. But my poison healed 1%. Then 2%. Then 3%. My skin began to cool. The pain faded. Zane froze. "You're healing faster now." I stood up. "No. I'm healing steadier." I didn't press him. I just waited. He came at me again, and again I touched him. 5%. 8%. He backed off. Suddenly, the simulator pinged. Target saturation reached 10%. Condition deteriorating. Zane's breathing slowed. He raised a hand. End match. The light faded. He sat on the floor and stared at me. For a long time. Finally he said, "You're not slow anymore." I walked out without responding. But in my chest, the poison thrummed like a heartbeat. Not louder, just clearer. Like it had heard him too, and was satisfied. That night I opened my journal. Entry 6, I made it onto the list. But that's not the victory. The victory is this: I no longer fear the poison. I listened to it, and for the first time, it listens back. The Cave of Mirrors wasn't made of glass. It was stone, black, curved, smooth as water. It didn't show reflections on the surface. It showed them in your mind. Every student feared it. Not because it was dangerous, but because it knew. Final placement trial, Guild Examiner Sarah said as I stepped through the rune gate. "No time limit. You pass if you exit on your own. And if I don't? You won't be disqualified," she said calmly. "Just reassigned." The unspoken words hung in the air. Back to the lower track. No university. No future. I nodded once, then entered the cave. The moment I crossed the threshold, sound vanished. The air turned cold, damp, heavy with breath I couldn't place. Torches lit themselves along the path. Their flames burned green. My own poison's color. Of course, the first chamber was empty. Just a wide, circular room of stone and silence. But then a ripple passed across the far wall, and I stepped out of it. Another me. Same hair. Same face. Same clothes. But his eyes, they glowed faintly green. "I'm what they fear," he said calmly. "No," I whispered. "You're not me." "I am," he said. "I'm what happens if you let the poison guide you instead of the other way around." His hand sparked. Poison pooled at his feet like oil. "I'm the part of you that gets tired of patience." He struck first. Quick, precise. I dodged, barely, and felt a flicker of poison brush my sleeve. Warning, stack initiated. "You can poison me?" My skill didn't hesitate. It flared in return, spreading counterpoison through my bloodstream to block his buildup. "The poison is fighting itself." He smirked. "You see? Even your skill knows which of us is stronger." The fight wasn't physical. It wasn't about speed or damage. It was about who could hold the stack longer. I touched him once. He touched me once. 2 timers ticking. 10%. 15%. I staggered. He laughed. "You heal? but I corrode. My knees buckled, but I remembered Tessa's words. You limit yourself. Why not go to 100? Not because I couldn't, because I didn't trust what I'd find at the end. But now, maybe I needed to. I closed my eyes, stopped dodging, and focused. Let the stacks build. 30%, 40%. The pain vanished, replaced by a calm, endless hum. The poison didn't feel like a burden anymore. It felt like a bridge, and I crossed it. My hands lit green and gold. The miracale blinked. What are you doing? Listening. The poison pulsed outward. Not to kill, to reclaim, to pull him back into me. He fought, screamed, his body turning to mist, threads unraveling. You'll lose yourself, he hissed. I stepped forward. No, I'll become someone new. The mirror shattered. Light poured in. And when I opened my eyes, I was standing alone in the cave. Hand steady. Heart calm. Poison, silent but present. I walked out without a scratch. Sarah watched me step into the light. Her expression unreadable. You passed. I know. She handed me a slip of parchment. Admitted, University Entrance Exam qualified candidate number 30. I didn't need to read it twice. I just nodded and walked away. That night, I wrote only one line in my journal. Entry 7. The poison isn't mine. It never was. But I am now part of it. And together we've stopped fearing what we might become. The capital city of Nostera didn't feel like part of the blue planet. It felt like something built above it. Towers of white crystal stretched into the clouds. Bridges floated between rooftops. Magic lanterns hovered in air too thin to hold them. And below, beneath the glitter, the streets murmured with too many voices. Everyone here seemed to have somewhere important to go, except me. I stood near the main gate with my travel pack on one shoulder, staring up at the massive stone arch engraved with 7 words. Welcome to the Pillars of Ascension. That was the name of the university. It sounded more like a warning than a title. The group of exam-qualified students from Velun was smaller than I expected. Just 6 of us. Mira stuck close, eyes darting between buildings. You know, she said, this place doesn't feel safe. It's the most secure city in the Northern Territories, I replied. That's not what I mean. I understood. There was something underneath the magic here. A hum in the air, a pulse in the ground. My poison was quiet, but alert, like it remembered something I didn't. We were housed in Guild Dormitory West, a temporary structure built into the lower terrace of the university plateau. Simple beds, shared hallways, cold water only. Not that I cared. The real test would begin in 2 days. Until then, we were free to explore, but not unsupervised. On the second night, a letter arrived, slid under my door. Unmarked. Kale Duran. There is someone in the research ring who has studied your skill before you ever awakened it. Come to Hall 7 at moonrise. Come alone. I read it 3 times. Mira saw my face as I folded the letter. Another poison stalker? Could be a trap. Then I'm coming. I looked at her. She raised an eyebrow. You're not actually dumb enough to go alone, right? I sighed. Fine. But you don't talk. Just stand nearby. The research ring was part of the university's core district. A sprawling sector of laboratories, spell banks, containment vaults, and experimental classrooms. Hall 7 was the oldest. Abandoned, supposedly. But when we arrived, its main gate creaked open like it had been waiting. Inside, nothing but dust, paper, and silence. Until a voice. Close the door, Kale. I turned. A man stepped from the shadows. Thin. Mid-40s maybe. White robes. His left hand was missing. His right held a cane with a green glowing crystal. His eyes were the same color as my poison. My name is Professor Elrin Voss, he said. I used to teach advanced curse theory here, before my research was shut down. Let me guess, I said. Poison studies? Worse, he said. Poison that evolves. Poison that stacks. Poison that listens. My throat went dry. Mira stepped closer. You've seen it before, I whispered. No, he replied. I created it. The room fell silent. I stared at him, heart thudding in my ears. That's impossible. He smiled faintly. I didn't mean I created your skill. I meant the system your ability is built on. The stacking effect. The memory bleed. The field pulse. He tapped his cane once. They were theoretical applications of a lost curse model, based on ancient plague weavings from the southern ruined fields. The council shut it down before I could test it. Too dangerous, they said. I swallowed hard. And yet here you are, he said. Walking proof that someone did test it. Or that the planet did without us. I didn't know what to say. He walked slowly toward a metal box on a nearby table. Opened it. Inside, a black crystal vial swirling with green mist. Your poison isn't unique, Kale, he said. It's returning. He held out the vial. This is what it looked like the last time it lived. Take it, study it, or destroy it. But whatever you do, don't pretend you're in control anymore. We left without speaking. Not until we were outside, walking beneath the moonlit bridges, did Mira finally say, "So, that's not terrifying at all." I looked down at the vial. The poison inside pulsed once. Alive. That night I didn't sleep. Instead, I placed the vial beside my journal and wrote, Entry 8. I'm not the origin. I'm the echo. The poison has existed before. Remembers what it was. And now, I do too. Tomorrow is the entrance exam. But tonight I made peace with one truth. I'm not the first, but I might be the last. The entrance exam began at sunrise. 200 students, 10 regions, 30 seats, 3 stages. We stood in the stone-floored rotunda of the trial hall, beneath stained glass domes and glowing runes. Instructors in silver robes moved between us like ghosts, calling names, checking records, marking bands. Mira stood beside me, her fingers twitching. Whatever they throw at us, she muttered, we don't split up. Agreed. Then a chime rang across the ceiling. The exam had started. Stage 1, the veil grid. The gates opened. We were ushered through shimmering partitions of light, one at a time, separated from our teams. I was led into a small octagonal chamber, cold and dark, lit only by a pulsing glyph in the center of the floor. A voice echoed from the ceiling. Stage 1, Magic Source Suppression Trial. Your skill has been temporarily blocked. Survive for 8 minutes against a summoned threat. Begin. My heart dropped. Blocked? I looked down at my hands. Nothing. No hum. No glow. No poison. A rift opened across the far wall. From it emerged a creature of twisted bark and steel, its eyes burning like furnace coals. A low-tier construct, something I could normally poison and outlast. But not today. Not now. I ran. Dodged the first slam of its arm. It chased me around the narrow arena, slow but relentless. Every instinct screamed to reach for my power, to tap the rhythm that had become second nature. But there was nothing there. No stack. No healing. No voice. I remembered Alden's words. You're not your skill. You're what survives without it. So I stopped running and started thinking. The glyph at the center. That's where the suppression came from. I ran toward it. The construct followed. I jumped over the rune, just as the construct's foot landed on it. The rune shimmered. The rune flickered. And in the flicker I felt it. A flicker of green. Poison, 1%. I dove backward, touched my wrist, focused everything. The poison surged back into my blood. Slow, shaky, unstable. But present. The construct turned. I touched its arm. 2%. 3%. It stumbled. The suppression field flickered again. It had been calibrated to suppress me, but not it. And now that it was inside the field, it was working against itself. I circled it, waiting for openings. 5%. 7%. The construct cracked, shuddered, collapsed. The lights dimmed. The voice returned. Stage 1 cleared. When I stepped out, the test marshals barely looked at me. But one instructor, tall, broad-shouldered, eyes too calm, met my gaze and nodded once. He knew. Someone had set that trial up to fail me. And I passed anyway. Outside the trial chamber, Mira caught up to me. They isolated you too? Blocked my poison. Her jaw tightened. Someone scared of what you can do. Then they should be. That night, I opened my journal. Entry 9, they tried to cut off my voice. But I remembered how to speak. The poison is part of me, but I am not helpless without it. And next time, I won't just survive. I'll teach them what fear really looks like. Stage 3 wasn't announced. It wasn't explained. We were told one thing. A gate will open. A dungeon will begin. The first 30 students to return alive will qualify. No ranks. No scores. Just survival. We stood at the edge of a circular portal, glowing like a sunken moon. Around us, nearly 80 students remained, those who passed the first 2 trials. I glanced at Mira. She was calm, focused. Firelight danced under her skin. We nodded once. No promises, just trust. The gate opened, and the ground dropped out from under us. We landed in a twisted valley of thorns and ash. The sky was a ceiling of roots. The earth groaned like it remembered pain. Dungeon type: wild infiltration, tier B. Threats: blight beasts, echo serpents, organic corruption. Extraction: manual return via core stone. Translation: fight your way in, get the key, fight your way out. I felt the poison stir the moment my boots hit the ground. I wanted this. Not in hunger, in purpose. We moved fast. No time to hide. Groups split in every direction. Some went alone. Others formed temporary teams. Mira and I stayed together. We ran through tunnels of bone root and bleeding moss. Fought off twitching barkellings that snapped like traps. I poisoned their cores. Mira burned the husks. For the first time, we didn't just survive a dungeon. We flowed through it, until we found the core. A stone floating above a root altar, shimmering red, guarded by something massive. An echo serpent, black and silver, its skin humming with sound. It was blind, but it heard everything. We stilled. If it heard us breathe, it would strike. Mira whispered, "I'll distract it. You go for the stone." No. I stepped forward and placed my hand on the ground. Poison, field spread. It flowed across the roots, up the walls. Silent. Not a strike. A suggestion. A hum that matched the serpent's own. His body twitched, then slowed. It curled in on itself, lulled by the rhythm. Not asleep. Not dead. Just still. I moved. Snatched the stone. The serpent's eye slid it open. Too late. We ran. On the way out, we saw others fighting. Falling. One team cornered by corruption vines. Another student bleeding out against the wall. I stopped. Mira did too. "They didn't make it to the stone," she said. "But they can still get out." We moved again. Helped two up. Pulled another out of a root trap. Gave one a spare charm. Didn't say a word. Just help. Because we could. We reached the gate with seconds to spare. 31 students were ahead of us. But one was too weak to walk through. I pressed my palm to her shoulder. Gave her a pulse of healing. She crossed the line. I was number 30. When it was over, the officials took names. Announced the list. I stood still, heart pounding. Then heard it. Rank 30, Kale Duran. I'd made it. Mira too. We didn't smile. We didn't cheer. We just breathed. And nodded. That night, I wrote in my journal. Entry 10, they made survival the only rule. But we didn't just survive. We carried others. We poisoned the path that tried to stop us, and left it better behind us. If this is what the university calls the beginning, then I'm ready to show them what comes next. The gates of the Adventure University open like a living thing. Not with ceremony or fanfare, just a slow, silent blooming of stone and light. A curved arch lined with thorns of crystal. A single phrase carved at its peak. Growth requires wounds. They called this place the Academy of Thorns. Now I knew why. We were led through a marble corridor into the orientation atrium, a hall so wide it echoed even the quietest breath. Dozens of new students filed in, all ranked top 30 from their home academies. Some had come from mountain cities, others from fortress towers. All of them had talent, and all of them watched each other like wolves in uniform. I stood near the back with Mira. Neither of us spoke. Not yet. Not until the dean arrived. A woman in green robes, hair pulled tight. A single vine-shaped brooch at her throat. She stepped to the center, hands folded. "Welcome," she said. "You are the best your cities have offered." No applause. No warmth. "Here," she continued, "your past victories mean nothing. Your survival here will depend on how well you adapt, not how brightly you once shined." Her eyes scanned the room. I could feel her pause when she looked at me. She knew. They all did. After orientation, we were assigned divisions. Not classes. Not years. Factions. I was placed in Division 9, also called the Hollow Ring. I'd heard the rumors. Only the strange end up in Hollow. Cursed kids. Quiet ones. Skills that don't make sense. Perfect. The Hollow Ring dormitory was nestled at the edge of the living campus, near the Root Lake. It didn't look like a building. It looked like a grown shell, wide, cracked, made of softwood and moss. Inside, 15 beds, 5 common spaces, 0 structure. We weren't even given schedules. Just a note. You will be tested when the soil calls you. Wait. Mira was placed in Division 4, Crimson Ash. A combat-heavy group. We wouldn't train together anymore. She wasn't happy about it. "Who even runs the Hollow Ring?" she asked that night, visiting my dorm. "I don't know. They do it on purpose. Split the strongest from their anchors. Force them to grow alone. I didn't disagree. We stood at the hollow entrance for a long while. She finally said, "You still listening to it? The poison?" "Yeah. Every day." She nodded. "Keep doing that." The next morning the test arrived. No announcement. Just a whisper through the wall vines. A single word. Garden. I followed the trail through the underwood path behind the dorm. No one else around. Until I stepped into a clearing. There waiting for me was a ring of standing stones. Inside the circle stood a figure. Hooded. Hands gloved. When they spoke, their voice was sharp, melodic. "You walk with poison, but you have not yet planted it. Who are you?" "Your soil." The figure extended a hand. "Show me the shape of your rock." I raised my palm. The poison flowed. Green shimmered over my fingers. They stepped closer, pressed their hand to mine, and I felt it. The poison split. Half of it stayed in me. Half of it flowed into the ground. The soil breathed. Vines rose. Spines bloomed. Not thorns. "Thanks." The figure pulled back. "You are not the first," they said. "But you may be the last." Then they vanished. I stood in the stone ring alone, hands shaking. The poison in me now felt bigger, like it had roots. That night I wrote in my journal. Entry 11. The university doesn't teach. It tests. My poison is no longer just a weapon. It's becoming a system, a cycle, a garden. And now something is growing in me that I didn't plant, but will need to tend carefully. The hollow ring didn't train. It drifted. We weren't given a schedule. We weren't given teachers. Just whispers from the walls, requests written in leaves, and doors that opened when they were ready. I learned quickly, the hollow ring wasn't about control. It was about chaos with a pulse. And now I had to lead part of it. Team 5, the message Vine read. Assemble at the Bone Garden before dusk. Objective, reclaim the lost bloom. No instructor oversight. Success or failure will be recorded. I didn't even know I was in a team until that note arrived. But by late afternoon, I found the others waiting at the garden's edge. 4 students. All hollow. All strange. Team 5. Kale Duran, poison stacker. Quiet. Untrusted. Aaron Yell, white-haired swordsman with a blade he never draws. Said to control air, or something near air. Lita Marn, alchemist with half of her speech missing. Communicates in symbols drawn mid-air with silver ink. Adrim, a walking shell of armor with a red moss cloak. Doesn't speak. Doesn't eat. Nobody knows if he's even human. We stared at each other. No one spoke. Eventually I broke the silence. So, the bloom? Aaron shrugged. Somewhere in the Bone Garden. Lita drew a half circle in the air. The rune flashed once. I wasn't sure what it meant. Drim tilted his head slowly. Helpful. The Bone Garden was a real place. A field of pale white plants and twisted stone columns. Rumor said the soil beneath it was made from the remains of failed experiments. And something about it felt wrong. The moment we stepped in, my poison stirred. Resisted. Almost like the ground itself had anti-memory. No root. No echo. No stack. It was the first place since my awakening where the poison felt unwelcome. We found a bloom near the center. A black flower made of glinting glass petals, growing from a split rib bone. It pulsed faintly like a heartbeat. That's when the roots moved. A mass of tendrils rose from the soil, shrieking in dry bursts. They weren't monsters. They were memories that rejected memory, things pulled from experiments that didn't want to exist anymore. They lunged. Lita tossed a vial, it sizzled midair, splashing dust. Useless. Aaron drew his blade 1 inch, air around us flexed, but then he let go. No wind here, he muttered. It's dead. Drim stepped forward, shield up. I touched the ground, forced my poison into the soil. It hissed. Rejected. But I didn't pull back. Instead I whispered, if you won't let me grow, then let me rot with you. And the poison changed. Not into healing. Not into damage. Into understanding. A new type of stack. Decay. An infection that fed not on life, but denial. The roots cracked. Split. Withered into gray dust. The garden trembled, and the flower bloomed black. Drim stepped forward and picked it up. Aaron blinked. That's it. Lita nodded, tracing a spiral. We left without speaking. Later that night, a message vine whispered the results. Team 5, success. Decay stack variant confirmed. Entry logged. Poison system adapting. I sat beneath the hollow ring's ceiling of roots and opened my journal. Entry 12, The poison doesn't need approval. It just needs to be told the truth. Even places that reject memory have cracks. And if memory can't bloom, then decay will feed it from underneath. This power isn't always beautiful, but it's patient. And now it's learning to listen even when the world tries to forget. The invitation came on paper I couldn't touch. I mean that literally. It was laced with venom ink, folded into itself like a sealed font. The moment I opened it, a message burned into the air. To Kale Duran. You are formally invited to the Symposium of Venoms, held under University Rule 17. Attendance is not mandatory, but absence will be recorded. Topic: Evolving Contagions and Their Ethical Containment. Location: Sublecture Hall 6F. Host: Professor Elrin Voss. I stared at it, then burned it. The ink hissed like it was alive. Mira wasn't allowed to come. No guests, she said, reading the note over my shoulder before it went up in smoke. Yeah. You know it's a setup, right? Of course it is. She stared at me. You going anyway? I nodded. Sublecture Hall 6F was deep beneath the university's southern wing. Not listed on any maps. Not registered in any training rotations. It felt less like a classroom, and more like a chamber. I stepped inside. Rows of darkwood seats arched around a glass-floored center. At the far end, 7 instructors sat behind a stone table. Among them, Elrin Voss, the one-handed poison theorist with the vial I still hadn't opened. He nodded faintly as I entered. No one else was seated, because no one else was invited. This was never a lecture. This was a hearing. One of the other professors, a woman with iron-gray hair and gold-rimmed eyes, leaned forward. Kale Duran, she said, not smiling, you are currently the sole student recorded to carry a live-adapting stacking effect, capable of damage, healing, decay, and now contagion. Is that correct? Yes. Have you studied its origin? No. I've lived it. She ignored that. Do you understand that abilities like yours were once classified as unstable soulcraft anomalies? I hesitated. Professor Voss told me it was a failed curse system. Not failed, she corrected. Buried. For good reason. They didn't ask me questions after that. They asked my skill. They scanned my hands with ether light. Recorded pulse rates. Watched my body as they activated field pressure around me. I didn't resist. Until they brought out the cutting circle. A ring of crystal blades meant for dissection without contact. Professor Voss stepped forward. His voice was softer than the others. We need to see how the stack responds when split. I clenched my fist. And if it doesn't respond? Then it's harmless, he said. And you'll be cleared. They placed my hand in the ring. I didn't move. The first cut came shallow. A line across my palm. My poison responded, but not with attack. With a hum. A pull. A thread of light that slipped into the circle and began rewriting the rune array beneath it. The machine shuddered. The blades folded inward. And the dissection ring turned black. Voss stepped back. It's protecting you. The woman at the table whispered, No. It's learning. The hearing ended early. They let me walk out on my own. But not before sliding a sealed envelope into my hand. Voss looked at me as I left. This wasn't a trap, Kale. It was a warning. For them. Not you. Later in my dorm I opened the envelope. Inside was a message. Handwritten. Only 5 words. You are not alone anymore. And beneath it, a map. Not of the university, but of somewhere else. A region marked deep beneath the surface. Labeled in ancient glyphs. The archive route. I opened my journal. Entry 13, they tried to dissect it. Instead, the poison taught them a lesson. It doesn't just defend. It rewrites the rules around it. Whatever this archive route is, the poison already knows. And now it wants me to go there. I left after midnight. No one saw me go. I told Mira I was going to study in one of the back gardens. That wasn't a lie. I just didn't tell her which one. The archive route wasn't part of any university schematic. It existed beneath the mapped levels. Beneath the crypt classrooms. Beneath the poison vault. Past a sealed stair that hadn't been touched in decades. The map from the envelope showed the way, but the poison in me confirmed each step. It pulsed when I was close. Like it had been here before. Like it was coming home. I reached the door just before dawn. A massive slab of dark stone, covered in vines that pulsed like veins. No lock. No handle. Just an inscription across the top, barely readable under the moss. Where poison first remembered itself. I reached out. The vines slid back. The door opened. Inside was quiet. A curved chamber half collapsed. shelves carved from root stone, glass tubes along the walls most shattered. The floor was covered in a thin layer of dust and dead spores, but the center was clear, a pedestal, and on it, a single object, a black-stemmed flower made of crystal, the same flower I'd helped reclaim in the bone garden, but this one was alive. Its petals opened as I stepped closer, and I heard it, a voice not spoken, just remembered, "You have brought it back." I froze. "Who are you?" No reply, just a slow hum through the stone beneath me. Then light poured from the walls, and visions began. I saw hands, old hands, carving runes into bark, filling vials with green flame, feeding poison into stone, testing it, naming it, then forgetting it, on purpose. They sealed us beneath the garden, too afraid to prune us properly. I staggered back. The poison in my body shimmered outward, forming green threads through the air. The flower pulsed again. "You are not the first carrier, but you may be the first to ask what we want." "What do you want?" "Not death, not pain. We want to be remembered, fully, not feared, not erased." I dropped to one knee, heart pounding. What am I supposed to do? Grow. But do not forget the root. The light faded. The flower closed. And at its base something clicked open. A drawer. Inside, a book. Wrapped in mossed cloth. Real. Not memory. I opened it slowly. Inside were diagrams. Stack structures. Rot cycles. Healing conversions. And one final phrase written at the end. "The poison does not bloom alone." I left the archive before sunrise. No alarms triggered. No watchers stirred. But as I crossed the last hallway back toward the surface, I felt someone following me. I turned. No one there. Just the faint sound of breathing. Slow. Wet. Waiting. I wrote in my journal that morning. Entry 14. The poison remembers everything, except who wrote the first story. I found part of it tonight. And now I carry it. Not to destroy. Not to fight. But to remember it right. Even if the university won't. And somewhere, something else remembers me now too. And it's not done watching. By sunrise, everything had changed. Not because I made an announcement. Not because I told anyone what I found beneath the university. But because the poison didn't stay silent. It left traces in the walls. Faint vines along the stone. Flickers of memory where I stepped. And someone followed them. The first one approached me in the east corridor near the study garden. She was younger than me, barely into her first university cycle. A hollow ring student I didn't recognize. She bowed slightly. "Are you the root bearer?" I blinked. "What?" She raised her hand. On her wrist was a green thread. A mark. Something that looked eerily like a stacked pattern, but etched into skin like a tattoo. "I saw the vines," she said. "They whispered. They told me you found the core. I didn't tell anyone that." "I know. The poison told us." More came in the following days. One by one. Students from Hollow. A few from Crimson Ash. Even one from the Clockwell division, where memory users trained. They came with questions. And with belief. "Can you teach me to hear it? Will your poison grow in us too? What did the flower show you?" I didn't know how to answer. Because I hadn't planned to be a symbol. I was just trying to understand what lived inside me. But they already saw something else. A few started calling themselves the Tenders. A joke at first. Then serious. They wore black thread bands around their left hands. They followed the paths my poison left behind. They claimed the vines in the walls hummed differently now. I didn't deny it. Because part of me heard it too. Mira found me late that week near the root lake. She sat beside me on the dock, looking out over the glowing moss water. "So, you're a cult leader now." "I'm not." "They're calling you the root bearer." I didn't ask them to. She was quiet for a moment. Then said, "Are they wrong?" I didn't answer right away. Eventually I said, "I'm just the one who listened first." She smirked. "Well, that's how most cults start." Professor Alden summoned me the next day. He stood near his window with a report in hand. "Do you know what this says?" "No." "It says 5 Hollow students have dropped their coursework to begin root studies under you. I haven't accepted them. They don't care." He set the paper down. "You've started something, Kale. Whether you meant to or not." I stayed silent. Alden looked at me, long and steady. "There's a difference between power and myth. You're stepping into the second." That night, I sat in my dorm and stared at the old book from the archive root. The final page glowed faintly now. New ink. A sentence that hadn't been there before. The bloom is not born in solitude. It waits for the ones who carry it willingly. I opened my journal. Entry 15, I never asked to be followed. But maybe this poison was never meant to stay inside one person. Maybe it was always a root system, spreading beneath the surface, waiting for someone to say yes. I'm not sure what I'm becoming. But whatever it isn't just mine anymore. I hadn't seen Riven in 3 days. He wasn't my friend. Not exactly. Just one of the quieter Hollow Ring students. The second year. Kept to himself. Asked smart questions during training, stayed after to listen to the root lines in the walls. But he was always there. Until now. The first sign something was wrong came with the vines. Then, sprouting along the hallway between the hollow dormitory and the root stair. Not wild vines, poison ones. My kind. Except I hadn't planted them. Professor Alden found me that morning. He didn't knock. Just stood at the door, arms folded, expression tight. You need to see this, he said. We followed the trail through the lower corridor. Down 2 levels. Past the sealed gate marked restricted. Inside, a breach. The root wall had split open. Behind it, a tunnel. Natural but not. Moss-covered stone. Vines twisted like nerves. The air tasted like copper and salt. It led into the underpath, the hidden system of tunnels beneath the university no student was supposed to know about. Guild scouts won't enter, Alden said. They don't trust it. You think Riven went down there? He didn't just go, he said quietly. He took something. He showed me the vial. My poison. Or a version of it. Diluted. Carried. Found missing from the Hollow Lab 3 days ago. Why would he take that? I asked. Alden looked at me. You gave people permission to grow. I didn't argue. Because I had. I followed the path alone. Alden didn't stop me. He knew the poison would reject anyone else. Down past the carved roots. Past the shrines long covered in dust. Into a tunnel where the walls trembled faintly, alive with memory. The poison knew I was coming. And the further I walked, the more it guided me. Until I found him. Riven knelt in the center of an open chamber, surrounded by black flowers made of bark and breath. His body was still. But his veins glowed green. Not bright. Not burning. Just softly. Like moss on a stone that had forgotten its name. Riven, I whispered. He looked up slowly. His eyes shimmered. Did it work? He asked. What did you do? I wanted to hear it like you do. So I let it in. His voice cracked. It didn't hurt. Not at first. I knelt beside him. The vines had grown around his legs. Not strangling. Supporting. I don't know how to get back, he said. I reached out. Placed a hand on his shoulder. The poison in me flowed into him, gently. Not to purge. Not to erase. To remind. And slowly the glow in his veins began to dim. His breath steadied. The flowers faded. But not completely. I carried him back. The vines didn't fight. They moved aside. Let us pass. Alden stood at the gate as I emerged. He's alive, I said. Alden didn't speak. He just opened the door and stepped aside. Later, as I sat by the hollow dorm window, the other tenders approached. No speeches. No cheers. Just one quiet question. Did the poison accept him? I thought for a long time. Then answered. It didn't reject him. That's enough. I wrote in my journal that night. Entry 16, we think poison spreads outward. But it doesn't. It spreads downward. Into the soil. Into the self. Riven didn't break because he was weak. He broke because he thought it would save him. And the poison listened, too much. If this is what a bloom looks like when it consumes, then I need to learn how to prune. The summons came as a spoken message. A tendril of vines slipped from the hollow dorm ceiling and whispered the words directly into my ear. Kale Duran. Guildmaster's Hall. Noon. No note. No reason. No refusal. Just go. I'd never met the university guildmaster. No one had, not really. They said he didn't attend lectures, didn't appear at assemblies, didn't even walk the surface halls. Only students who crossed a certain line were asked to see him. Not for discipline. Not for guidance. Just to be measured. The hall wasn't grand. It was quiet. Shaded stone and thick moss floors, lit by slow-burning amber lanterns. The only decoration was a glass carving on the far wall. We grow what we cannot predict. I wasn't sure if it was encouragement or warning. He stood near a low table, pouring tea with steady hands. Gray robe. No rings. No title badge. He looked like a gardener. Not a leader. When he turned, his eyes weren't sharp. They were tired. Not from age. From carrying things too long. Kale, he said. Thank you for coming. Was I supposed to say no? He almost smiled. Few do. Fewer should. He gestured to the other chair. I sat. Then he placed a thin scroll between us. Sealed in black wax. This is your classification report, he said. I didn't know I had one. You didn't? Until last week. I didn't open it. Not yet. He poured tea for me without asking. I've watched you since your arrival, he said. Not with suspicion. With curiosity. You weren't loud. You didn't chase ranks. You didn't ask to lead. I waited. But the poison grew anyway. Around you. Under you. Into others. I said nothing. He looked directly at me. There is a threshold in the guild system, something known as contagion class. It isn't about illness. It's about influence without boundary. And you think I'm that? No, he said quietly. The council does. He tapped the scroll once. They want to label you, monitor you, fence you in. For your safety or theirs. I opened the scroll. Inside, my file. Skill, unknown evolutionary poison type. Category, stack/field/regenerative/cognitive memory linked. Current classification, pending, contagion risk. Below that, a note. Should tenders multiply beyond hollow division control, containment measures may be advised. My mouth was dry. You're going to lock me up? No, he said. Someone else will? Not yet. He met my eyes again. Tell me, Kale, can you stop it? I don't know. He nodded slowly. That's the first honest answer I've heard in this hall. When I stood to leave, he didn't follow. He said only one more thing. If your poison is a forest, then know this. Roots grow deep, but they also crack stone. Back in my dorm, I called the tenders. 10 came. Riven was among them, still pale but awake. I'm not your leader, I told them. I don't want you worshipping me. One girl with a mark on her hand whispered, We're not following you. We're following the seed you carry. Then stop feeding it blindly. That night, I sat by the root lake and wrote in my journal. Entry 17, they want to contain me. Maybe they're right. Not because the poison is evil, but because it doesn't stop growing. I don't think in limits anymore, and neither does it. If this is a forest, then I have to become the one who decides what grows, and what gets cut down. It started with a pulse in my chest. Not pain, not fear, just wrong. Like something I'd planted had been yanked up, roots first. The poison flared, not violently, just wary. I followed it down. The old Greenwell vaults under the west wing had long been sealed, abandoned after a failed botanical binding class caved in a floor. No one used them now, except someone had. The poison led me to the shattered entrance. Cracks in the wall, dust in the air, and the sound of chanting. Soft, precise, structured. I stepped inside, and I saw them. 4 students. 3 I didn't recognize. The 4th, Lina Marveil. One of mine. A hollow ring alchemist. Usually silent, usually careful. Now she stood in the center of a crude binding circle, green ink symbols scrawled across the stone. In her hands, a small black seed pulsing faintly. My poison. She didn't steal it. She called it. The air around them shimmered as the binding rite began. I felt it instantly, a split, a tearing. Like part of me had been peeled off and caged. They were trying to bind a fragment of my field, cutting off a piece and shaping it into something new. I stepped into the light. The circle faltered. Lita turned. Her eyes were wide but not guilty, just burning with belief. You weren't using this part, she whispered. It's mine. It wants to grow, so we're giving it roots. I felt the hum of it, alive, scared, trapped. It didn't understand what they were doing, but I did. I raised my hand. The poison surged, not to strike, to reclaim. The field shattered. The ink flared green and hissed out. The seed dropped from her hands. That, just ash now. The others stepped back in fear. Lita did not. She looked at me like I'd burned a forest. We weren't trying to harm it, she said. You were trying to own it. It came from you, but it doesn't belong to you anymore. That cut deeper than I expected, because part of me agreed. But part of me, the part that still remembered the door in the archive, knew what came next if I let people splinter it. Not growth, not learning, just division. Just decay of something that was never supposed to be shared like this. I'm not a god, I said. This isn't a religion. She didn't respond, just picked up the empty seed husk, and left without another word. I sealed the vault behind me, burned the binding runes, didn't report them, didn't tell Alden, because this wasn't a violation of rules. It was a warning. Curiosity turns to hunger fast. That night I sat alone near the hollow wall. The poison in me was quiet again. Not angry, just shaken. Like it knew now for the first time that it could be taken. I wrote in my journal. Entry 18. It's not just about who listens. It's about who understands what they're hearing. Power wants to move. But if you tear off a branch without tending the root, you get something twisted. Something afraid. I thought I was the only one strong enough to carry this. I was wrong. But I might be the only one who knows how not to break it. The invitation wasn't delivered by hand. It grew. From a single thorn sprouting out of my desk. The letter uncurled itself like a leaf. To Cale Duran. You are hereby invited to sit as an external voice on the university's Inner Bloom Research Council. Topic: Evolving field class abilities and root-borne memory structures. One condition. A vow of containment. The council recognizes your skill as active growth. It must not be allowed to spread beyond the hollow division unless approved. No signature. Just the university seal burned into the bottom corner, still warm to the touch. I brought the letter to Professor Alden that evening. He read it in silence. Then set it down and said, "They're afraid of you." I know. This is a leash. I know that too. He leaned back, hands folded. But it's a leash with keys to every locked door in the university. Join this council and you'll be able to walk through walls no one else can. Influence policy. Protect your tenders. Study the poison with full clearance. And in exchange? You stop growing where they can't see. Later I found Mira by the root lake. She was training with a new blade, a short-handled scythe shaped like a crescent flame. "Let me guess," she said without turning. "The council wants your thorns trimmed. They want a vow. To stop spreading? Unless they say otherwise." She shook her head. "That's not a compromise. That's farming. They want to crop you." I sat beside her in the moss. "I don't know what the right call is." She lowered the blade and looked at me. "You already made it. The moment you started healing others. Letting them carry the poison. You chose freedom. Now you just have to decide if you're still brave enough to hold to it." The council met under the grand green light dome. 7 chairs. 6 filled. The 7th was mine. I didn't sit in it. I stood. And said, "I'm not here to be caged politely. You want my insight, you get it? But I won't take a vow to stop growing something I don't fully control, and neither should you." Silence. One of the professors leaned forward. "Then you will be recorded as unbound. And the university will not protect you if the poison turns volatile." I nodded once. I didn't ask for protection. After the session, Elrin Voss found me in the outer hall. "You refused. You expected me not to?" "I hoped," he said. "But I also hoped you would ask for the original root sample." I turned sharply. "What?" He smiled faintly. "The one they sealed away long before your time. The first poison bloom." "Where is it?" His smile didn't waver. "Where no one looks anymore, under the medical wing." That night I didn't sleep. I just stared at the vines on the hollow dorm wall. They hadn't grown since I came back. They were waiting. For what came next. I wrote in my journal. Entry 19, they want a version of me that fits their system. Predictable. Contained. Measured. But poison doesn't grow by permission. It grows by need. And mine hasn't stopped breathing. The first bloom is still alive. I need to meet it. Not to stop it. To understand what I might become. The medical wing was quiet at midnight. Not asleep, just pretending. The halls hummed with enchantments meant to soothe pain, not protect secrets. But I wasn't looking for a cure. I was following a memory. One the poison had shown me weeks ago, curled at the edge of the archive route. A door that never opened. Until now. I passed through the 3rd floor. Past treatment rooms. Past herb labs. Past the hospice wall lined with spell-fed ivy. Then I found it. A plain panel marked only by a glyph that blinked once as I stepped near. The vines on my arm lit in reply. And the wall folded open. Inside, a stairwell. Unsealed. Alive. It led down. Not to storage. To something buried. The stone turned to root. The root turned to black glass. Then the stair ended in a single chamber, round and silent. And at its center, a containment cradle. Inside it, floating in green crystal, was a person. She looked young. Maybe my age. Maybe younger. Short black hair. Faint markings along her arms like tree rings burned into the skin. Her eyes were shut. Her chest barely moved. But her presence, I felt it before I saw her. The poison in me bowed to it. Not with fear. With recognition. This wasn't the first carrier. This was the seed. A console blinked at the edge of the cradle. Words scrawled themselves onto the glass as I stepped near. Subject, Lina Marveil. Status, dormant. Origin, root bond trial 001. Classification, terminated project, memory carrier type. Time asleep, 47 years. Observation status, passive. Do not engage unless resonance accepted. The moment I reached out, the crystal pulsed. Green, gold, black. The same colors I'd seen in every bloom, every fight, every dream. Her eyes opened, not wide, just enough. Her lips didn't move, but I heard her in my chest. You came from the surface. Yes. The poison reached you. I carry it now. Then it's working. She floated up, then stepped softly out of the cradle. Her feet never touched the ground. Not quite. She was more echo than person now, but still human, still host. I need to know, I said, what this power really is. She tilted her head. It's a memory, she said. Not of death. Of everything that refused to be forgotten. Her voice was calm, dreamlike. They tried to bury us here. Not to kill the poison, but to kill its story. And you brought it back. The room shivered. I felt it again. Roots moving. Above us. Across the academy. The poison was waking. And it wasn't just mine anymore. Lyra stepped closer. Will you carry it further? She asked. It's not safe. No, she said. But it's true. She touched my hand. The vines on my arm glowed. And a new thread braided itself through my skin. Not green. Not gold. Silver. A signal. A memory I hadn't earned yet. She sat again in the cradle. Closed her eyes. And whispered. We're never just one bloom. We're the forest that remembers it. The crystal sealed around her once more. And the door opened behind me. I walked back to the surface before dawn. And all around me, the walls of the university were sprouting faint green threads. Not dangerous. Just visible. A message. To anyone who had eyes. That morning I wrote in my journal. Entry 20, I met the first. She wasn't a monster. She was a vessel. Not made to conquer but to carry. The poison didn't choose her to fight. It chose her to remember. And now, I'm not alone in that. I don't know what happens next. But I do know this. Whatever comes, it won't bloom quietly. The academy didn't notice it all at once. It began at the corners of things. Stone railings near the north dorms grew faint veins of silver-green moss, too thin to scrape off, too wet to burn. The run walls in the central hall flickered softly at dawn, glyphs dimming as if squinting in thought. A student whispered that her study charm had started breathing. A professor found his reflection blinking before he did. The official reports called it atmospheric drift. Unstable magic from a botched containment seal. Temporary. Harmless. I knew better. Because I had walked back from the root. Because Lina Marveil had looked at me like someone waiting for their own echo. Because the silver thread was still coiled in my arm. Still warm. Still listening. I didn't go to class that day. Not because I wanted to skip. Because I couldn't fold myself back into the old rhythm. Lecture. Fold. Recite. Forget. That cycle no longer fit. My thoughts had root systems now. And they were reaching. I walked the outer terrace past the observatory ruins. The edge overlooked the academy's garden canopy. What used to be neatly clipped vines and curated crystal flora now sprawled slightly wider, deeper, older. Everything was growing without permission. And it wasn't chaos. It was memory. Returning. Not as fact. As presence. A soft voice spoke from the bench behind me. You're the one with the scar. I turned. A girl I hadn't met before. Short hair. Pale coat. Gloves even though it was warm. Her eyes shimmered, not with power but with questions she hadn't found a home for yet. Excuse me? She pointed to my arm. The vine pattern. On your skin. I hesitated. Then nodded. She looked relieved. I saw it on the archive mirror 2 nights ago. It blinked silver. I blinked. The mirror blinked? She nodded again. I didn't tell anyone. I just sat there. It felt like it was watching with me. Not watching me. I exhaled slowly. You're sensitive. She lowered her eyes. That's what they said when I couldn't hold glyph form for more than 3 seconds. I smiled gently. No. That's what they say when someone hears things before the spell decides to explain itself. She looked up. And smiled back. I'm Callan, she said. I nodded. You should come to the library garden tonight. She tilted her head. Why? I looked out over the root-spreading skyline. Because the forest remembers you. That night we met at the edge of the old garden. No one used it anymore. It was too overgrown. Too wild. Too full of half-magic plants that didn't respond to pruning the way the charm keepers wanted. But I didn't come to cut. I came to listen. Callan followed me in silence. The garden air was dense, humming with slow intention. As we passed beneath the overgrown arch of branch-like trees, the silver thread in my arm pulsed. Just once. The ground beneath us shifted. Not physically. Resonantly. The root remembered me. It also noticed her. Callan froze. What was that? I turned to her. It's saying hello. She looked down at her hands. I haven't been greeted by magic in a long time. I reached out gently. Pressed my palm to a knot of black glass bark. The same pattern from Lyra's cradle chamber shimmered faintly. A circle. Incomplete. Open. You have now. We sat near the center of the old garden. Callan traced patterns in the moss. I watched the vines lean toward her without touching. They knew. She glanced at me. So who was she? Lyra? She nodded. The first host. The first memory? I thought for a long moment. She was the first to carry it without trying to fix it. Callan was quiet. Then said, that's what the professors don't understand. This isn't something you solve. I nodded. It's something you let happen. The vines around the garden stirred. One by one, the stone markers near the roots blinked. Green. Then gold. Then faint silver. I'd seen this before. In dreams. In the fight with the bloom that nearly broke my thread. In the chamber where Lyra waited, sealed again in soft crystal. This wasn't infection. This wasn't corruption. This was a return. A story that had been waiting too long for someone to believe it wasn't dangerous just because it didn't end. Callan whispered, "Can I touch it?" I nodded. Not to control it. Just to say I see you. She reached forward. Placed one gloved finger on the moss. And the garden sighed. The entire canopy shifted. Branches above us bent. Light passed through the leaves in a soft spiral. And I heard Lyra's voice. Not in my head. Not from my thread. But in the garden itself. She's ready? Callan looked up sharply. What was that? I looked at her. You're not alone anymore. By dawn the garden had changed. Nothing obvious. But everything softer. The paths curved where they used to grid. The flowers bloomed where no seeds had been planted. The roots hummed quietly. And the air whispered not with warning, but with recognition. Back in my room I washed my arm. The vines didn't fade. But something new shimmered beneath them. The silver thread. It had started to weave outward now. Not aggressively. Just forward. Like it had found its path again. Like I had. I breathed in. And said aloud, I'll carry it. Even if no one believed me. Even if they sealed the doors again. Even if the academy tried to prune the truth. Because I had seen Lyra wake. Because I had heard the roots move. Because I was no longer the only one listening. And somewhere beneath all of it, I knew. The poison wasn't the danger. The danger was what they tried to bury with it. By morning the garden had closed. Not locked. Not sealed. Just folded inward. The old archway where Callan and I had entered was now covered in thick trailing vine. Pale leaves draped across the opening like soft warning signs. No glyphs. No guards. Just growth. And a feeling. Anyone who stood too close would sense it. A hush. Not silence. A stillness that asked politely, Are you sure? And most turned away. Because the root didn't forbid you. It asked if you were ready to carry what it remembered. I heard the whispers in the hall by noon. Did you see the moss on the archive stairs? Someone said a student touched the wall and the stone sighed. They're saying the poison has a second form. No one said my name. But they didn't need to. The green veins that ran up my arm had spread slightly overnight. The silver thread shimmered faintly near my wrist now, coiling like a question mark I didn't know how to answer. And every time I passed by a charm glyph, it flickered. Not with alarm, but with recognition. As if even the magic written into this place had started to remember me. Professor Rin met me outside the Eastern lecture wing. She stood with her hands clasped behind her back, eyes narrowed like I was a misplaced footnote in a book she hadn't finished reading. I hear you've been spending time in the neglected garden, she said. I nodded. She studied my arm. I also hear you've been exhibiting unregulated magical resonance. I didn't respond. She stepped forward. This academy exists to control what we study. To to preserve what's worth remembering, not to carry everything that ever sprouted in grief. That word struck. Grief. She'd said it like it was rock, not soil. I met her gaze. Maybe the things we buried in grief are the only things that still want to be remembered. Her lips thinned. You're not the first student who thought memory was more important than mastery. I'm not trying to be first, I said. I'm trying not to be the last. That night, the garden opened again. Only a little. Enough for Callan to slip through. She met me near the spiral flower bed, where no flowers had ever grown until last week. Now, pale blooms curved upward. Spiral petaled. Quiet. Not ornamental. Intentional. She crouched beside one. They remember me. I nodded. They learned you. She touched the bloom with the back of her hand. They don't ask for proof. Just presence. That's all they've ever wanted. She looked up. Eyes bright, voice soft. How many others are we going to show this to? I didn't have an answer. But she stood anyway. I think we should let them find it. When they're ready. Over the next week, more students came. One at a time. None invited. Some lingered near the arch. Some left offerings. One girl sat in front of the vines and simply cried. The garden never opened fully, but the vines moved. Gently. Inhale. Exhale. Like it was breathing with us. But not everyone welcomed it. Professor Ren called a meeting with the other discipline leads. They used words like containment and disruption and root exposure violations. They sent 2 third-class warders to survey the garden perimeter. One left within 10 minutes. The other lingered, then quietly folded a small paper leaf and placed it at the base of the arch before walking away. No report was filed. On the 6th night, Lyra spoke to me again. Not in dreams. In the reflection of the old crystal basin, half buried in the south wing wall. I saw her standing inside it. Not floating. Just present. The echo of someone who had once been called an experiment. Now simply a beginning. Her voice was softer now. Not because it was fading. Because it had rooted. You're not leading them, she said. I know. You're not teaching them. I can't. You're simply walking ahead. I nodded. For now. She smiled faintly. Then said, be careful. Why? Because even forests frighten those who still think power comes from walls. The next morning, the garden sprouted outward. Only slightly. A single thread reached past the arch and curled along the outer stones of the archive wall. Not invasive. Not blooming. Just visible. It pulsed faintly at sunrise. Green. Then gold. Then silver. And those who felt it did not report it. They remembered it. In the cafeteria, someone left a folded leaf on the table. In the bath hall, steam coiled in spiral patterns before fading. A young instructor paused mid-lecture, blinked at the chalk in her hand and whispered, this lesson's already been grown. And didn't explain. Professor Rin returned that evening. This time with a sealing crew. Glyph tools. Black glass containment charms. Official robes. They stood outside the garden with formal posture, steady hands and scrolls lined in red. Callan saw them first. She tapped my arm. They're going to try to cut it off. I nodded. Let them. She blinked. What? I stepped to the arch. Knelt. Placed my palm on the stone just beneath the vines. And whispered. Let them see what it means to remember without permission. The vines opened. Not wide. Just enough for the green thread to shimmer across the threshold. And from within, the garden sang. Not a melody. Not a spell. A memory. Of hands that touched without control. Of voices that whispered, I see you, to things no longer called useful. Of students who'd never been allowed to feel heard until something underground said yes. The air thickened. Not with danger. With truth. Ren stepped back. The sealing crew froze. Their glyph tools pulsed red. Then dimmed. The lead sealer whispered, it's not warded. It's listening. And the garden replied. By growing. Not in vines. In presence. Roots curled along the floor. Not grasping. Holding. And the wall behind them did not collapse. It opened. To something older than the academy. A passage. A pulse. A place that had never asked to be forgotten, but had survived being sealed anyway. Ren turned. But didn't speak. Because there was nothing in her doctrine that prepared her for a memory that looked back without asking to be believed. I stepped forward. Callan beside me. We didn't enter. We just remained. And behind us, the students didn't cheer. They didn't rebel. They listened. Because the forest was returning. Not as resistance. Not as uprising. But as the simple reminder that memory, once awakened, grows toward the light. Even when no one plants it. The garden didn't speak in words. But it answered. That night after the wall opened, it didn't pull us in. It revealed. Not a passage. A path. Stone beneath root. Root beneath memory. Memory beneath silence. No one ordered us forward. No charm flared. No glyph lit the way. Still we stepped in. Callan beside me. 3 others followed. Not bold. Not brave. Just ready. The arch closed behind us. Not sealed. Just returned to quiet. The tunnel beneath the academy felt less like a corridor and more like a pause. A place the world forgot to finish. Ceiling formed from entwined root and lightless crystal. Walls that pulsed gently as we walked. Slow, silver threads moving like echoes through the bark. None of it felt new. It felt remembered. As if the earth had been holding this shape for years, waiting for someone to return to it. No one spoke. Not out of fear. Out of reverence. Even the air tasted like old thought. Eventually the tunnel opened into a dome. Not large. Not grand. But honest. At its center, a basin. Dry. Surrounded by 13 pedestals, all cracked at the base. I recognized the symbol etched into the basin's rim. The same spiral that bloomed in my dreams. The same one on Lyra's cradle. The first spiral. Unclosed. Rooted in memory. Callan stepped forward and touched the edge. She gasped softly. It's warm. I nodded. It's listening. Another student, Ro I think, crouched beside one of the pedestals. There were names here once. Callan tilted her head. You mean people? Ro nodded. But someone etched over them. Scraped them clean. The 4th student, an older boy who rarely spoke, whispered, they weren't erased. We turned to him. They were buried. The moment he said it, the air thickened. And the basin stirred. No water. No spellfire. Just light. Memory light. Green. Gold. Black. Then silver. And in its center, images began to form. Not visions. Memories. Sure. Offered. Alive. A younger Lyra, standing beneath the memory tree, hands bound in threadlight. A group of students surrounding her, some afraid, some in awe. A teacher stepping forward. Not to scold. To kneel. A voice. If this is poison, why does it make the forgotten bloom? Another. Because the realm doesn't fear danger. It fears what doesn't need it to survive. The image twisted. The garden burned. Root cut. The students scattered. One voice, Lyra's, rising above it all. You don't bury danger. You bury the proof that you couldn't control it. The darkness. The seal. 13 names, bound in black glass, folded into a chamber with no echo. And one word carved in desperation above the stone before the door closed. Remember. The basin dimmed. The silence returned. And I understood. This wasn't the first time a forest tried to grow here. This wasn't the first time the roots spoke back. It was the second. Maybe the third. And every time someone sealed it, not because it failed, because it couldn't be claimed. We sat on the floor for hours after. No spells, no glyphs, just breath. Even that felt like a kind of resistance now. Callan finally said what we were all thinking. They're going to try to bury it again. I nodded, but not in stone this time. In silence, she murmured. Yes. The 4th student, Ter, that was his name, asked, what do we do? I looked at the basin. I don't know yet. Ro whispered, but we have to remember. Yes. Even if the academy rejects it, even if it marks us, even if they call it poison again, we will remember. And that is what will grow. The wall reopened on its own when we returned. No one saw us exit, but they felt us. Something different in our walk. Not defiance. Not pride. Just presence. A way of walking that doesn't ask for permission to exist. The professors noticed. Not with suspicion. With unease. The kind that grows when something changes that you can't name. They began issuing scroll reminders. Reasserting charm protocols. Reinforcing archive silence hours. Politeness with structure underneath. Like scaffolding around a wall that had already cracked. They didn't stop us. But they began watching. Not just me now. Anyone who left flowers near the basin tree. Anyone whose charms hummed slightly off pattern. Anyone whose folds didn't close quite all the way. Anyone who let memory grow. The academy had always been about mastery, control, containment. Even their definition of history was curated, thread-bound, ordered. But this memory, this forest, was not content with order. It grew sideways. It grew into questions. It whispered gently that truth didn't need to be managed. It only needed to be carried. And now it was blooming again. I stood before the memory tree the next morning, watched it drop 13 leaves. One for each pedestal. One for each name that had been buried. They were not forgotten. Only waiting for someone to make space. Not to retell their story. To let it grow again. And I knew then. The garden was never the secret. The garden was the door. What waited beneath was a story. A buried one. But still alive. They came at dawn. 6 faculty members. 3 warders in full seal coat. 2 archivists. And 1 unfamiliar face wrapped in black veil cloth, marked at the brow with the sigil of the disciplinary root. They stood outside the garden gate, silent as stone. They didn't speak. They didn't try to break the vines. They simply waited. As if expecting the garden to explain itself. It didn't. It only grew. Softly. Leaf by leaf. A single silver thread curled outward across the threshold, brushing against the stone in a spiral no one had etched. The wind held its breath. I stood beside the garden. Didn't challenge them. Didn't shield it. Just watched. Because the moment I raised my hand in defense they would call it resistance. And this was not resistance. It was presence. That was more dangerous than any spell. The veiled one stepped forward at last. Voice cold. Precise. This route has not been sanctioned. It has not been registered. Its energy signature contradicts the approved anchor lattice of the academy. I nodded. It wasn't grown by permission. She tilted her head. Then why was it allowed? I met her eyes through the veil. It wasn't allowed. It happened. The word hung there still warm. Still honest. She didn't like it. Professor Rin joined them moments later. She looked tired. But sharp. I'd seen that look before, right before a lesson turned into a warning. She stood beside the veiled figure. This is an institutional correction, she said, not looking at me. Not a punishment. Callan stepped from the arch behind me, silent as a second thought. They always say that when they're about to cut something living. Rin flinched. Slightly. But didn't reply. The disciplinary root moved forward. She raised her hand. And the vines tightened. Not in fear. In preparation. The arch did not resist. It closed. Softly. The vines folded inward, locking the path. But not in defeat. In protection. The forest knew this was not its time to bloom again. Not yet. The warders stepped up. Set 4 silver seals along the outer wall. 1 at each corner. 1 pressed in the center. The garden did not fight. But the light inside it dimmed. Not gone. Just pulled inward. Breathing shallow. And every student watching from the courtyard felt it. Not anger. Not violence. But the kind of sorrow that makes the world too quiet. By midday a decree was posted. The lower garden is temporarily inaccessible due to magical instability. Unauthorized engagement with overgrowth or echo threads may result in restriction of spell privileges. No mention of memory. No mention of the basin. Just instability. As if forgetting wasn't the true danger. Callan and I sat by the South Hall steps. Neither of us spoke for a long time. She stared at her gloves. I watched the light curl along my forearm, where the silver thread had begun to quiet. They're afraid, she said. Yes. Not of us. No. They're afraid of the story. I nodded. Because if it was alive once, it could be alive again. That night I returned to the sealed gate. No guards. No warnings. Just 4 silver seals blinking softly, and vines that refused to bloom beneath them. I knelt at the base of the stone, placed my hand against the root line, and whispered, I haven't stopped listening. Nothing moved. But the seal on the leftmost corner blinked slower, and my thread pulsed gently in reply. In the following days, changes rippled through the school. Small, quiet ones. Glyphs paused before binding. Spellbooks failed to close. A training charm meant to fold inward stayed open after the incantation. One instructor described it as a loss of structure fidelity. Another called it an atmospheric resonance issue. But Callan and I knew what it was. The memory wasn't buried. It was unfolding somewhere else. Students began leaving notes beneath the tree. No names. No signatures. Just sentences. I saw a dream of green and gold and it didn't burn. I think my magic changed. It listens now. I touched a vine and remembered someone I'd never met. She spoke to me. I don't know her name, but she said I carry a root. We're not meant to be gardens. We're meant to remember them. Lien helped gather the notes. He didn't catalog them. He tied them together with silver thread and placed them beside the basin in the sealed hall. The one below the academy. The one only some of us could still hear when we slept. Ro returned with a map. Not of land. Of echo. Drawn from memory lines the academy had stopped tracking generations ago. She traced it with a fingertip. There are other places like this, she said, where memory rooted itself and the world folded over it. Callan looked up. What if they're all waking up? Ro didn't answer. Because the garden wasn't just a place anymore. It was a pattern. And it had already begun to spread. That night I dreamed of Lyra again. But she didn't speak. She sat beneath a black glass tree. Silent. Silver threads wrapped around her arms. Not binding. Connecting. I stood across from her. We looked at each other. And then, behind her, I saw the 13 pedestals again. Full. Not with names. But with presences. The buried weren't forgotten. They were waiting for return. When I woke, the seal on the lower left corner of the garden wall was cracked. Not broken. But softened. Just a little. Just enough for the silver thread in my arm to pulse again. They can't stop it. Because this isn't resistance. It isn't revolution. It's remembering. And memory doesn't need permission to bloom. The crack in the seal didn't widen. It waited. 3 days passed. Then 4. The academy returned to its routines. Classes continued. Warnings echoed through the corridors like tired wind. Professors lectured louder. Charms were practiced harder. Every hallway buzzed with the sound of people pretending not to feel the tension beneath the stone. But I noticed it. So did Callan. So did Ro. And the others, quiet ones who had walked beneath the garden once, or simply sat too long beside the basin and found their thoughts echoing with green. The memory wasn't retreating. It was listening. Waiting for the right moment to surface again. But not here. Not yet. Somewhere else. Ro brought us word that evening. A scroll, half-cracked, taken from an old academy storeroom mislabeled as herb storage, outdated. She unrolled it across the study table, fingers shaking slightly. I found another basin. My breath stilled. Callan leaned in. Where? Ro pointed to a marked point west of the academy border. A forgotten ridge. No path. No threads recorded since the founding years. But the spiral was there. Etched into the parchment in faded green ink. Not symmetrical. Not stylized. Just drawn. Freehand. Alive. Was it sealed? I asked. Ro shook her head. That's just it. There's no record of any containment effort. No trials. No collapsed glyphs. No suppression rings. Callan frowned. So the academy didn't find it? They found it, Ro whispered. They just didn't touch it. That night we prepared to leave. No announcement. No plan. Just a quiet agreement. Me, Callan, Ro, and Tear, who had stopped speaking in class entirely but had taken to sketching half-rooted spirals on every surface he passed. He nodded once when we told him. Nothing else. And that was enough. We left before dawn. Through the south path. Past the garden wall, still sealed. Still watching. The cracked corner pulsed once as we passed. A silver thread brushed my wrist. And I whispered, "We'll carry it further." The wind pulled the words into the trees. The journey took most of the day. The ridge was steep, lined with broken barkstone and memory-drained soil. The kind of place the realm had stopped mapping because it no longer responded to thread pulses. But the further we walked, the warmer my arm became. The silver thread tingled. Callan said her gloves felt too tight. Ro began humming without realizing it, an old tune none of us had ever heard before. We didn't question it. The air was changing. So were we. Near twilight we found it. A dip in the land. A natural hollow, ringed with low black trees that bore no fruit, no leaves. Only root. Each one curled toward the center as if bowing. In the middle stood the basin, half covered in moss, cracked at the rim, but unmistakable. Spiral etching across the surface, still faintly glowing, still waiting. We approached together, step by step. No one spoke, not because we feared waking it, because it was already awake. The basin pulsed once, green, then again, gold, then slow, quiet, silver. I knelt first, placed my hand on the rim, felt not warmth, not power, but recognition. Callan stepped beside me. She placed her gloves on the ground, bare hands trembling, and said, "It already knows us." Ro traced the spiral with a fingertip. It was never sealed because it never fought back. Tear stood silently at the edge of the basin, eyes wide. His voice barely rose above the wind. It was waiting for us to be ready. Then the light deepened. Not brighter, fuller. The basin shimmered. and opened. Not physically, not like a trapdoor, but like a thought that finally allowed itself to be spoken. And the memory rose. Not vision, not echo, just presence. We saw them. People, not professors, not warders. Just keepers. Hands in soil. Roots in arms. Threads wrapped not as seals but as promises. No spoken names. Only gestures. They hadn't tried to master the root. They had lived beside it. And then, they were gone. Not buried. Not broken. Just absorbed. Returned to something older. Something that did not require explanation. Callan whispered. This basin never needed to be awakened. It chose to wait. I nodded. And for the first time, the spiral inside my arm glowed without touching magic. Not in defense. Not in strain. But in sync. The silver thread curved out into the air. And met the basin's light. No spell. No ritual. Just recognition. That night we didn't sleep. We stayed beside the basin in quiet. Not guarding it. Not studying it. Just present. And the ridge changed. The black trees didn't grow. But they leaned. Toward us. Not in hunger. In welcome. I dreamed again. But not of Lyra. Not this time. I saw the 13. From the sealed chamber. Their pedestals now mirrored in this place. But they weren't echoes. They were tending. Planting something I couldn't name. Not in soil. In thought. The memory wasn't buried here. It had been planted. When I woke, the sun was just rising. Anro was tracing a new path into the dirt beside the basin. A spiral with 13 soft arcs. Each left open. Each pointing outward. I sat beside her. What's it for? She looked at me. For those who come next. I blinked. Will they find us? No, she said. They'll find what we remembered. Because the second route wasn't an answer. It was a question that had never been asked aloud. Not until now. They knew we were gone by the second day. Not because anyone told them. Because the sealed garden stopped pulsing. The silver thread on the wall curled back into the vinework. And the air around the arch stiffened, like something waiting for breath that didn't come. The professors checked our dorms. The head archivist sent runners. The warders read the echo logs 3 times. Nothing. No spell breach. No departure glyph. No declared drift route. We hadn't left. We had simply stepped sideways, into something they couldn't fold. Professor Rin stood before the garden gate by mid-morning. Her fingers trembled slightly as she examined the cracked seal. The glyph had unraveled. Not shattered. Unwritten. A new pattern shimmered faintly beneath the original, familiar but not catalogued. The spiral. Not hers. Not sanctioned. Open. Callan's shape. Kale's pulse. The garden had rewritten the barrier from the inside. Ren stepped back. For the first time in years she didn't know what to do. That afternoon the Veiled One returned. Same black cloth. Same unreadable sigil on her brow. But her voice was colder now. Sharper. Like she'd been asked one too many questions without answers. She spoke before reaching the seal. Bring them back. No instruction. No pretense. Just command. Ren didn't reply. Not at first. She looked at the garden. Listened to the wind brushing softly through the vines. And said, "They're not gone." The veiled figure turned her head. "Then where are they?" Ren hesitated. "I think they've gone where memory doesn't close." The Veiled One stepped forward. Pressed a gloved hand to the seal. And the silver thread burned. Not with flame. With rejection. She pulled back. Glared at the wall. And whispered, "Then we'll dig them out." We didn't feel it until nightfall. Ro was the first to stir. She looked up from her spiral sketch and said, "They're tracing." Tear's breath hitched. Callan rose, placing a hand on the basin's edge. "They're trying to locate us through the root." I sat still. Let the thread in my arm respond. It pulsed once. Then coiled tightly. The ridge itself shivered. And the light in the basin dimmed. Not in fear. In choice. The root pulled inward. Not to hide us. To carry us deeper. The spiral beneath the basin widened. The soil split without tearing. A path opened. Not carved. Not summoned. Grown. Roots shifted aside like a curtain. And for a moment I felt Lyra again. Not speaking. Just guiding. I stood first. Callan behind me. Then Ro. Then Tear. No words. We stepped in. The spiral closed behind us. Beneath the ridge was not dark. It was layered. Threadlight hummed through the earth. Green, gold, silver. No black this time. This wasn't a prison. This wasn't a cradle. This was a memory vault the world had never finished dreaming. We passed through chamber after chamber. Some filled with carved root lines. Others with old artifacts, pages too soft to lift, woven memory strings, whispers that never finished forming. And in the center, we found the root seat. A single spiral tree. No branches. Just curves. Built upward in a slow twist. Like someone had asked the forest to sit still long enough to become. I stepped forward. And the silver thread in my arm unwound. Not falling away. Not breaking. Just joining. It curved into the tree's base and became part of it. And suddenly, I could hear everything. Not with ears. Not with thought. With presence. Lyra's first breath in the cradle. The moment the garden blinked open during the first trial. The 13 choosing to be remembered by root, not stone. The warders who had stepped aside and said nothing. The student who once refused to bind her charm because it didn't want to be finished. And something else. A rhythm beneath it all. Not human. Not magic. The root itself. The forest remembering forward. Callan touched the spiral tree. Her gloves vanished. Not disintegrated, absorbed. Her arms shimmered faintly. Ro knelt beside a faded echo page. It hummed in her hands. Ter leaned against the wall and began to breathe like the spiral. And I sat at the root's base, closed my eyes, and waited, because I knew what came next. They would try to cut their way down. They would call it protection. They would call it rescue. But what they wanted wasn't us. It was containment. The memory had grown too loud. It was blooming without their name on it. Far above, the warders circled the sealed garden. But the vines had stopped responding. The soil beneath the academy had grown thick with quiet resistance. Glyphs wouldn't bind. Echo trails wouldn't hold. The path we took couldn't be traced anymore. Because it hadn't existed. Not until we walked it. The veiled one stood beside the gate. Hands tense. Fists wrapped in thread steel. And for the first time she asked. Not aloud. Inward. What if they weren't wrong? What if this wasn't poison? What if this was simply the world remembering what it had been before someone tried to write it in lines? The garden pulsed once. A new vine bloomed. Right across the seal. A single flower. Open. Soft. Silver. And everyone watching felt it. Not defiance. Not pride. Just presence. A soft voice the wind carried through every corridor of the academy. We're not lost. We've just begun to take root where you stopped looking. No more roots unfolded beneath us that night. No more chambers opened. The spiral tree at the center of the root seat had stopped humming. But not from exhaustion. From stillness. It was waiting. Not for growth. For choice. The root does not bloom without trust. That's what Lyra had said. Not in speech. Not in command. In how she returned to silence. She had trusted us not to speak for her, not to echo her name like a banner. She had trusted us to listen to the earth as it remembered. And now the memory had opened enough to ask us the question that sat beneath all the others. Will you speak aloud what I have only whispered? I sat by the spiral tree for hours, knees folded, spine straight, breath slow. The silver thread in my arm had thinned. Not faded. Sharpened. Like it had become a line between two truths. Callan sat across from me, her palms on the soil. She was still wearing no gloves. She hadn't asked for them back. Ro had fallen asleep leaning against a page of echo vine that pulsed gently with each exhale. Ter was quiet as ever, sketching again. But his lines had changed. No longer spirals. Now roots. Roots in the shapes of people. We can't stay down here, Callan said softly. I didn't respond at first. She didn't press. Just let the words find shape in the chamber. After a while I answered. No. They'll keep trying to silence it. Yes. She looked at the spiral tree. Then back at me. Then what do we do? I didn't say anything. Because it wasn't a decision. It was a reveal. The memory doesn't ask to be shouted. It asks to be carried. So when I stood up I did not feel heavy. I felt held. Callan followed. Then Ro. Then Ter. We didn't pack anything. Didn't gather scrolls or relics or samples. We brought only what had grown in us. The spiral at the base of the root seat tree opened. A soft arc of light. And we rose into it. Not like a corridor. Like a thread lifted from the soil. When we stepped back onto the ridge, the sky was already waiting. A thin wind passed through the grass. And the basin shimmered faintly. The spiral we'd etched before had deepened overnight. 13 arcs. Still open. Still pointing outward. I placed my palm on the earth beside it. The thread in my arm pulsed once. And every silver flower in the ridge bloomed. The first to see it was a scout from the eastern echo halls. She had been walking the outer paths, searching for a boundary line that didn't answer to glyph. She saw the ridge shimmer, saw the silver arc rise like a slow exhale, and felt her thread ring snap. Not in pain, in release. The forest had spoken, not with fury, with truth. And she turned back toward the academy, not with a report, but with news. By evening, the garden seal had cracked a second time. Not from force, from resonance. Vines curled inward, then opened just enough to release a single pulse. Not a warning, not an alarm. A direction, toward the ridge, toward us, toward what the academy hadn't buried, but hoped no one would ever return to. Professor Rin sat alone in her office that night, hands folded, eyes on the old scroll she'd once dismissed as symbolic. Now she saw it for what it was. A map with no center, only movement, not a doctrine, a rhythm. And she remembered something Lyra had said before the first seal was drawn. Don't fold it just because it scares you. Let it scare you. Then let it change you. Rin looked out the window. The sky shimmered faintly with green. She didn't call the warders. Didn't reach for control. She whispered instead. Let them come back. We arrived before dawn. Walked through the gate. 4 of us. No robe. No crest. No scroll. Only presence. Some students were already waiting. None had been told. They simply felt. As though the forest had touched something in their thoughts. And they listened. Callan stepped beside me. She didn't speak, but she opened her hand, and a silver thread drifted from her palm, rising into the air like a breath no longer held back. I stepped forward, not onto a platform, not into a hall, just into a clearing of attention. The memory didn't ask for an audience, but the people here had grown tired of silence, and silence had finally begun answering back. I raised no voice. I cast no spell. I simply said, we didn't bloom in secret. Pause. Then. You sealed the garden. But the memory didn't stop. You called it poison. But it made room. You tried to forget. And it remembered you anyway. Behind me, the spiral in the ridge shimmered again. And the basin answered, we are not resistance. We are return. Professor Rin arrived quietly at the edge of the courtyard. She didn't interrupt. She only nodded. Not in approval. In recognition. The veiled one stood beside her. Still silent. Still unreadable. But her hands no longer clenched. And for a moment, just one, she reached toward a vine on the stone wall beside her. And did not recoil. The academy will not change in one day. But a story remembered aloud cannot be buried the same way again. We have not claimed anything. We have not rebelled. We have rooted. And now, every breath we take echoes with the truth they could not write into rule. Memory grows where permission ends. And we walk the path it leaves behind. They called it a forum. Not a trial. Not an inquiry. Just a conversation. The circle hall was cleared for it, benches pushed aside, run walls dimmed. No dais. No warders. Just a broad circle of students, instructors, and the occasional silent observer from the higher towers. The echo transcription thread hummed quietly in the center. I sat with Callan beside me, row 2 seats to the left, Tear farther back with his sketchbook half closed across his knees. No guards. No restraints. But the air carried tension like a thread pulled too tight. They'd asked me to speak first. And that was the problem. I stood slowly, not to address the room but to settle into it, like setting my hand on warm soil before deciding whether to dig. Dozens of eyes watched me. Curious, anxious, guarded. Professor Rin sat in the outer ring. The veiled one remained in shadow. Others lingered in the open arches, too far to be counted but close enough to listen. I looked around and said, I don't have a presentation. Some shifted. One scribe looked confused. I continued. You asked me to define the spiral. But that assumes it was meant to be explained. I waited. The silence held. Then I spoke softer. It isn't a spell. It isn't a code. It isn't a message. It's a memory that doesn't want to be translated. Someone raised a hand. A student I didn't know. Then why is it spreading? I looked at them. And answered simply. Because it wasn't planted. A few murmurs stirred. I continued. The root isn't a doctrine. It's an old rhythm. Something beneath the ground we walked over for so long we forgot it wasn't dead. We didn't start it. We heard it. And now it's remembering us. Rose stood next. She held up a scroll from the Southern Drift records. This is a containment plan from 72 years ago. It outlines protocol for sealing magic with no known source. At the bottom it reads, if recurrence exceeds 3 instances, assess for sentience. She looked around the room. Why is there no record of the garden in the official archive if that clause was written before we were born? No answer. Just more silence. But silence today meant acknowledgement. Callan took a different approach. She didn't speak at all. She walked to the center of the room, pulled off her gloves, and placed them gently on the floor beside the transcription thread. Then she opened her hands. The silver line curled from her fingers, dancing once across the stone before fading. Not vanishing. Settling. Everyone saw it. No one spoke. Because something that moves without force does not demand reaction. It invites reflection. Tear rose and unfolded a page. He didn't show it. He simply placed it face down on the floor and said, I'm still drawing the spiral. But I stopped trying to finish it, then sat down again. And I saw 3 others nod slowly. Not out of agreement, out of recognition. One of the older professors finally broke the silence. Voice calm. Tired. Then what do you want us to do? I thought for a moment, then said, stop trying to own it. More murmurs. I stepped closer to the center. Stop treating memory like something that's only valid when it comes with a seal. Let things bloom without folding them into categories. Let students listen to the world before you translate it for them. Someone else called out. But the spiral is a threat to structure. We've seen it unbind charms, interrupt protocols. No, I said it gently. Not to interrupt, to unfold. The spiral doesn't break structure. It reminds us that structure isn't sacred. It's just a choice. The transcription thread pulsed, echoing everything. Not just my words, the pauses, the tone, the rhythm, and the thread curled in the center. Not as a sentence, as a spiral, soft, unfinished, alive. Professor Rin stood last. She looked at me, at Callan. At the page tear had left face down, then said, we've been taught that history protects us. I nodded. So we buried what didn't fit, she said, even when it wasn't dangerous. I nodded again. She turned to the others. Maybe it's time we stop folding every truth into obedience. She stepped to the center, picked up Callan's gloves, and held them to the light. The silver shimmer danced, then settled, and Rin said, I won't fight what grows. Then looked at me, and added, just promise me it won't grow alone. After the forum ended, no announcement was made. No policy was rewritten. But 3 new students sat under the memory tree that night. Not because they were assigned to, because they felt something pull. The garden gate stayed sealed. But the vines now bloomed in soft arcs across its face, silver petals at the tips. And from the higher towers some began saying, the spiral hasn't ended anything. It's begun something we were never brave enough to ask for. We never called it a movement. We never needed to. Because movements organize. They sharpen. They march. This didn't. This breathed. And now it grows in places where no one left instructions. Not rebellion. Not resistance. Just quiet inheritance. It began as a hum. Not loud. Not structured. Just a sound carried by the wind between the east tower and the reflecting pool. Soft, uncertain. Callan heard it first. She paused mid-step, brow furrowed, head tilted like she was trying to remember the tune of something she'd never been taught. I turned to ask what she heard, and then I felt it too. Not in my ears, in my thread, a rhythm. Unfolding quietly through the stones underfoot. The echo lines pulsed slightly off sequence that day. The transcription threads in the forum hall stopped for 3 seconds mid-cycle. Professors blamed a calibration shift. But I knew what that pause meant. Memory had begun singing. Not in rebellion. Not in protest. But as a reminder. Some truths aren't written. They're carried. We followed the sound. Not toward any class hall or shrine or sealed route. But to the music room no one used anymore. The one built into the side of the academy's older wing. Stone slightly warped. Door that never quite closed. Inside, the instruments were still in their places. Harp with no strings, drum with cracked hide, shell chimes that never rang even when the wind howled. Callan stepped in first. The hum stopped. But the silence held it. Like the room itself had been waiting. There was dust everywhere. But it wasn't just settled. It was curved. Swept in slow arcs, spiraled faintly around the floor in a pattern no one had bothered to clean. It wasn't dirt. It was preserved memory. She crouched beside a shallow dip in the floor near the old rhythm stones. Ran her hand through the arc. And sang a note. Not high. Not precise. Just honest. And the room shivered. I heard it too then, beneath the surface. A harmony wrapped in breath. Something someone once left behind, not in spell work but in song. Not a spell at all. An echo given willingly. I whispered, "It's a thread without words." Callan closed her eyes. "It's older than the spiral." She sang again. This time 2 notes, gently rising then curving downward. The air responded. The chimes trembled. The walls dimmed. And a voice, not hers, not mine, breathed softly through the stone. I gave the first bloom a melody. Not spoken aloud. Just remembered into the room. A light shimmered in the far wall. Not a door. A resonance. We stepped through it. No lock. No glyph. Just the willingness to enter without needing to define. And found a vault of song. Chambers made of curved shellstone. Echoes folded into crystals suspended on silk. No labels. No keys. Just sound waiting to be heard again. Ro joined us an hour later. She brought nothing but a tuning scroll from her childhood, one her sister had taught her before they'd been separated by academy assignments. The scroll hummed as she entered, then sang. A perfect fifth. Callan repeated it. The vault opened further. We didn't take anything. We just listened. The first night passed like that. The second too. By the third, I knew what the spiral had always been trying to show me. That not all memory grows from root. Some rises from resonance. We called the place the Hollow. Not officially. Just between us. A hollow space that echoed who you were before the world told you to name it. Ter brought in a sketch. This time, a spiral made of sound lines. Each ring a single note. None closed. They drifted outward across the page in open arcs. He hung it on the inner wall. The page fluttered when no wind moved. The garden still bloomed behind its cracked seal. The basin on the ridge still pulsed at dusk. And now, the hollow sang at dawn. A third presence. Threat. Song. Memory speaking in different shapes. But all of them saying the same thing. We're not returning. We were always here. Professor Rin stood outside the music wing 2 days later. She didn't ask to enter. She hummed a single note, off-key, soft, tentative. And the wind moved her hair. That was all. But she smiled. And said, I had forgotten my voice could still remember. We let others in. Not through announcements. Just presence. One by one. They stepped into the hollow. They listened. Some wept. Some sang. Some just sat quietly and breathed. The hollow never asked for more than that. The academy tried once to scan the place with a spectral trace. The glyph flickered and returned with no reading. Acoustical interference, they said. But I knew better. The memory here didn't want to be measured. It wanted to be joined. And so it grew. Not as a faction. Not as a lesson. As a hum carried from one quiet heart to another. And those who came, they didn't speak of it later. Because there was nothing to explain. Only a feeling. That maybe what we needed wasn't a louder world. But one that remembered how to listen without fear. And in the center of the hollow, where the spiral notes ring softest, I whispered. She sang first, didn't she? And somewhere deep inside the walls, I felt Lyra smile. The envelope arrived without ceremony. No escort. No courier. Just a folded slip of paper tucked between the pages of my old class journal, the one I hadn't opened in weeks, maybe longer. Callan found it first. She'd been flipping through the shelves in the hollow, half searching for her lost tuning scroll, half letting the room guide her. The page fell open to an old lecture sketch. A drawing I'd once made of a containment glyph I didn't understand. And there, wedged quietly inside, a letter. Unsealed. No crest. No accusation. Just a single line. Written in charcoal. Return. We'll listen. I read it once. Then twice. It didn't say who it was from. Didn't name the council. Didn't specify when. Or why. Just that. Return. We'll listen. The message wasn't sharp. Wasn't defensive. But it was careful. Like someone had written it while standing between two truths. Unsure which one would remain standing when it was done. Rose said nothing at first. Just traced the edge of the envelope with her fingertip. Then handed it back. They're not asking because they want you to teach. Callan added, they're asking because they've finally realized you were never trying to lead. Ter shrugged. Let them hear what they refused to record. I left at dusk. Didn't bring a scroll. Didn't carry a thread blade. Didn't rehearse what I'd say. The hollow hummed as I walked. The basin pulsed once from the ridge. The garden sealed itself again, not in rejection but in trust. It knew I'd return. Memory always circles back. Not to repeat. to widen. The hall was quieter than I remembered. Not in volume. In presence. Something had shifted. Not erased. Not restructured. Just loosened. As if the walls had stopped resisting what they could no longer name. I stepped into the council vault as the last light of day passed through the upper lattice. They were waiting. Not in rows. Not seated in judgment. Just present. 9 of them. Some I remembered. Some new. One empty chair. Professor Rin stood at the edge, not behind the desk. Beside it. Her arms were folded gently, not tightly. The veiled one was not there. I noticed that immediately. No one greeted me. No one announced me. But when I stepped forward, the room shifted. Not by charm. By choice. The thread light dimmed overhead. A basin shimmered at the center of the table. And the air pulsed. Green. Gold. Silver. Then still. And I knew. They'd opened an echo channel. Not to bind. To listen. Rin spoke first. We've spent the last month talking to each other. She looked around the circle. And it's done little. Then she looked at me. But memory seems to follow you even when you don't call it. Pause. Then. Tell us why. I didn't answer right away. Not because I didn't know what to say. Because the question was wrong. I stepped to the center. Took a breath. And replied. Memory doesn't follow me. It walks alongside everyone who stops pretending it's finished speaking. I looked at each of them. One by one. And added. The spiral is not mine. The root is not yours. The song didn't ask permission. They don't need a keeper. They need a witness. One of the counselors frowned. But something has changed. Yes, I said. More students are drifting. Forming groups. Citing the hollow, the basin, the sealed garden. Yes. Why now? Because the silence finally answered. Another asked, what do you call this movement? I don't. He blinked. Then how do you define it? I don't. You must have. I raised a hand. Not to interrupt. To soften. You don't define roots by what they say. You define them by what they grow into after you stop digging them up. Professor Rin nodded. Slowly. Then turned to the others. Then what are we witnessing? No one answered. I took one step back. And said. You're not witnessing. Not yet. You're still listening with your hands ready to fold. Let go of the scroll. Pause. Long. Still. Then quietly Rin placed her scroll on the table. Followed by 2 others. Another sat in silence, then closed his book without finishing his note. One by one. Not all. But enough. They released what they'd clutched. And the basin pulsed again. A new tone. Oh. It. Open. I didn't stay long. They didn't ask me to. They didn't assign anything. They didn't fold what I said into protocol. They let it breathe. And for the first time, I didn't walk out of the council chamber feeling like I'd been measured. I felt mirrored. And that was enough. Back at the hollow, Callan was waiting on the steps. She didn't ask how it went. She just held out her hand. The tuning thread pulsed between her fingers. Soft. Steady. Like a heartbeat that had nothing left to prove. I whispered. They're starting to listen. Callan smiled. Good. She looked up at the silver thread curling through the rafters of the hollow. Then added, now let's make sure they remember what they hear. The new student didn't knock. They simply stood outside the hollow as if they'd always known where it was. Short, barely past 16, maybe younger. Wide eyes. Loose coat with frayed cuffs. A satchel that looked too light to carry anything useful, but too old to be empty. They didn't speak when I first saw them. Just nodded once. Not shy. Not nervous. Just present. The kind of stillness that didn't try to take space, but was impossible to ignore. Callan was the one who invited them in. She stepped past me, smiled gently, and said, You're not lost. The student blinked, then answered without hesitation, I'm not found yet either. And walked into the hollow like they'd done it before. They didn't give a name. No one asked. Some people think identity begins with introduction. But in the hollow, we've learned that identity sometimes begins after silence is allowed to stay a little longer than expected. The students sat near the back wall, in the circle of woven stone where old page fragments still whispered incomplete phrases. They set down their satchel, opened it, and removed a single object. A shard of clear root. Not spiral marked. Not song etched. No silver trace. Just quiet. Then they placed it on the floor. And waited. Nothing happened at first. The hollow didn't hum. The vines in the rafters didn't shift. No resonance. But the longer we looked at the shard, the more I felt it. Not presence. Not power. Familiarity. But I'd never seen this fragment before. No record of it in the archive. No mention in Lyra's cradle logs. Yet every part of the hollow leaned toward it, gently. Not as if recognizing a piece of itself. As if recognizing something that had been left out but not left behind. Callan whispered, "It fits." I nodded. But it didn't grow here. It didn't have to. Ro arrived later that evening. She crouched beside the shard, running her fingers along the edge. "This isn't native to the ridge," she murmured. "No pulse signature. No glyph trace." Tear leaned over her shoulder, sketching already. "It's from somewhere else." Callan looked at the student, who sat with their eyes half closed. "Where did you find this?" The student answered without looking up. "I didn't. Boss. I remembered it. That changed everything. Because memory is not always about events. Sometimes it's about what tries to return before the world admits it was ever sent away." I sat beside the student. "You've never been here before." "No." "Then how did you know where to go?" "I dreamed of a place that made silence feel welcomed." This felt like the answer. The shard pulsed once. Only once. And the hollow replied. A soft hum passed through the stone. The basin shimmered behind the vines. And I understood. This wasn't a piece of something lost. It was something that had been waiting for its time. That night the hollow stayed lit. No flame. No charm. Just the shimmer of presence that doesn't need a name. We listened. The shard didn't speak. But the air around it remembered a shape. I traced the outline into the dust with one finger. Not a spiral. Not a root. A wave. Unfolded sideways. A memory that traveled not through soil, but through carried breath. Ro traced it again. Matched it to an unfinished glyph from a fractured page in the ridge basin. One of Lyra's earliest folds. An experiment abandoned because it never held anchor. It wasn't a failure, Ro said, staring at the pattern. It just needed something we didn't have yet. Tear added softly, "Someone?" We still didn't ask the student for their name. They didn't offer it. But by morning, the shard had begun to hum in rhythm with the basin's pulses. 3 beats. Then 1 pause. Then 3 again. And in that space I felt it clearly for the first time. This wasn't a new memory. It was a bridge. Something that would allow other kinds of memory to reach us. Ones we hadn't dreamed yet. Ones we hadn't earned yet. The student stood at midday. Faced me. Faced Callan. And said without fear. "I think I came from one of the places that sealed itself too tightly." Callan tilted her head. "You mean?" The student nodded. Not all gardens cracked open. Not all voices returned. Some tried to forget so deeply that they swallowed themselves whole. They gestured to the shard. "This is their first breath back. We didn't ask if they wanted to stay. That's not how the hollow works. We just made room." And the hollow answered. The shard was placed near the center basin that night. Not enshrined. Just welcomed. And as the song in the walls began to adjust, new harmonics forming under old tones, I heard a new whisper inside the hollow. "We are not one spiral. We are not one bloom. We are echo after echo, returning gently until someone finally hears us whole." The shard didn't hum louder. It hummed wider. By the second day, the hollow was resonating on 2 frequencies. One familiar, anchored to the spiral, the root, the breath. And the other, drifting. Callan noticed it first. She paused mid-fold while reviewing one of Ro's memory thread sketches and said, "It's like a song that doesn't want to be heard, but needs to be." Ro leaned over the shard, watching the wave pulses ripple across its surface. They're structured, not chaotic. Tear traced the air with a stylus. Almost too structured. I sat beside them, listening, and realized the shard wasn't just a bridge. It was a recording, but not of a voice, of a memory trying not to be remembered. By sunset, the shard emitted a faint script thread across the floor. It drifted like breath across dust, coiling into a language I hadn't seen before. Not glyph, not root line, not song script. A blend of all 3. Callan crouched to trace it. "It's not trying to tell us something," she murmured. "It's trying to hold something in." Ro nodded. "The melody is defensive." We looked at each other. And that's when I knew. This shard came from a place where memory wasn't buried by silence. It was wrapped in song to be locked inside itself. We followed the resonance. Not physically. Through pattern, script, archive drift. It took 3 days. But eventually we found a name. Not a person. A place. Kirian Hall. An older academy. Closed. Archive. Unsealed. Resealed. Then vanished from all known training charts. Transmission 74 years ago. We have chosen stillness. Professor Rin helped us access the old maps. Quietly. She didn't sign the request under her title. She didn't ask what we were looking for. She only looked at me as she slid the paper across the table and whispered, "Some music ends a little too neatly." We left before dawn. Me, Callan, Ter, and the new student, still unnamed, still silent in ways that didn't feel hollow. They carried the shard in both hands as we crossed into the outer hills. Kyrian Hall was nowhere on the echo grid, but the shard remembered, and we followed that rhythm. By dusk, we reached the remnants of the hall. What was left of it sat carved into the cliffs above a river bend, half swallowed by vine, half still standing in eerie balance. No sounds came from within, not even birds nearby. The shard pulsed once, and the wind stilled, not as a warning, as a pause, the kind that comes before a story decides whether it should begin again. We entered slowly. The main chamber was circular, like the hollow but colder, sharper. The stone echoed not with welcome but with rehearsal. Like every note ever sung here had been calculated, filed, and flattened. Ro knelt by the far wall. Sound glyphs, old ones, tuned to suppress echo drift. Ter brushed dust from a sigil half-scratched into the floor. "A containment song," he muttered, "written to bind a memory." Callan stood in the center of the room. Eyes closed. She hummed a single note. The room winced. Literally, cracks in the glyph lines flickered red. And the shard in the new student's hand began to shake. They didn't speak, just moved to the wall, touched the stone, and began to breathe through their palms. Not spell work, not charm, just presence. The wall opened, and behind it, a vault. Shallow, dark, filled not with scrolls or sealed artifacts, but threads of sound, tangled, mute, held in place by a lattice of containment melodies so precise they pulsed with their own heartbeat. In the center of the vault was a name, faded, folded into silence, but not gone. Ro traced the glyph, whispered it aloud. Sail. Callan blinked. Lyra mentioned that name once. Ter nodded. She said he tried to sing the spiral into stillness. The shard pulsed brighter. And in the moment of quiet that followed, we heard him. Not a voice. An impression. A sound that bent inward like regret trying to take the shape of discipline. I tried to quiet it, because I feared what would grow if I left it alone. So I sang it into a form no one could open. But it still hums, doesn't it? Callan knelt near the vault. Whispered, yes. Sale hadn't been a villain. He'd been a guardian of order. One who thought memory was a storm that could be outsung if you held your breath long enough. And he'd failed. Not because he silenced too much, but because he never asked what silence wanted to say back. We left the vault untouched. Not because it wasn't important. Because it was still morning. Some songs aren't meant to be replayed. Only heard once fully. And then carried. That night we stood outside the old hall. The new student held the shard up to the stars. And for the first time it sang clearly. 3 notes. Simple. Open. Then silence. Not stillness. We didn't ask for more. Because memory now had rested. And that was enough. We returned in silence. Not because there was nothing to say, but because the song from Kyrian Hall still lingered in us like breath not yet exhaled. 3 notes. Then stillness. Then something deeper. Not grief. Not guilt. Just recognition. That someone had once tried to end a memory by shaping it into a perfect note. And now we carried that note not to fix it, but to let it finish. The hollow welcomed us without reaction. No hum. No bloom. Just open space, warm air, and the familiar ache of waiting. Callan stepped in first. Ro followed, setting down her satchel beside the basin. Ter took his usual corner, curling into quiet, already sketching what none of us had words for yet. And the unnamed student, shard still in hand, paused at the threshold. Then stepped forward. The silver thread in the rafters curled slightly at their arrival. And for the first time, the shard dimmed. Not in loss. In rest. The memory it carried had been sung back into place. And it no longer needed to pulse to be believed. It only needed to belong. I knelt at the edge of the basin and set a blank charm page beside the ripple light. The ink bled softly. Unshaped. A slow spiral began to curve. But instead of closing, it thinned, stretching outward toward the wall where we'd marked each arrival with sound, root, or thread. 3 arcs now pulsed there. Each one incomplete. Each one whole. Callan sat beside me. You felt it too, didn't you? I nodded. The song didn't carry a warning. She looked at me. It carried a name. The unnamed students stood at the center of the hollow now, surrounded by quiet. They looked down at the shard in their hands, then up, and said simply, "My name is Sale." The air didn't react. No shock. No gasps. Because the name didn't arrive like a revelation. It arrived like a note we'd already heard once, just faintly, through someone else's echo. The voice that had whispered from the sealed vault. I tried to quiet it. That wasn't history speaking. It had been this Sale. Not the same. But somehow held by the same thread. Callan stood. Stepped toward them. "You're not the one from the song." Sale nodded. "No. But the shard knew you." Another nod. "I don't carry his mistake." She tilted her head. "Then what do you carry?" Sale looked down at the shard. Then answered with soft certainty. "I carry what he never forgave himself for. A memory that wanted to become something softer and wasn't allowed to." Ro whispered, "A resonance." Tear finished her thought, "Not inheritance. Reflection." I stood with them then. Sale met my gaze. They didn't ask for welcome. They didn't need it. Because the hollow doesn't require permission. Only presence. The shard was placed beside the original basin that evening. Not buried. Not enshrined. Just laid flat, like a page that didn't need to be folded anymore. And in the stillness that followed, the basin pulsed. A soft tone. Lower than before. Gentler. And the spiral it projected onto the ceiling shimmered in 4 arcs. Not 3. 4. One for root. One for thread. One for song. And now, one for remembrance born not from history but from healing. The hollow didn't grow louder. It grew quieter. As if the air no longer needed to ask what we were building. No. We were not forming a movement. We were becoming a place where memory came to forgive itself. That night, Sale sat alone beneath the silver thread rafters. I found them just before sleep. They looked up. Asked, "Was I always going to find this place?" I sat down beside them. And said, "No, boss. But it waited for you anyway." Sale nodded slowly. And whispered, "Then I'll stay until it stops waiting." It began before Sale touched the shard again. The hollow shifted first. Subtle. Not in sound or scent, but in how the space held its silence. Like the air had turned toward them, listening with something deeper than attention. The shard rested still at the basin's edge, unchanged for days now. But the moment Sale sat beside it, the quiet stretched. A breath paused. A note, waiting. They didn't force it. Didn't activate any thread. Didn't cast or press or hum. They just placed their hand, palm down, over the shard like someone greeting a heartbeat not their own. And the shard pulsed. Not bright, but wide. The basin rippled. The rafters swayed. And in the far corner of the hollow, a wall began to sing. It wasn't a song of words. Or even melody. It was a sound I didn't know how to name. Somewhere between wind through woven bark and the low resonance of deep earth remembering rain. A note that found you not through your ears, but through the quiet parts of your thread. Callan turned from the vines overhead and whispered, "It's not the shard." Sale nodded. "It's what the shard was holding back." The song didn't build like before. It didn't swell. It branched. Outward. Each measure not rising or repeating but reaching. It moved across the hollow. Through the basin's edge. Into the rafters. Into the walls. And then beyond. We felt it leave us. Not in departure. In extension. Tear's head snapped up from his sketch. "I think someone else just heard that." Ro pressed her fingers to the soil beneath the tuning stones. "The melody's gone past the hollow." Callan blinked. "To where?" Sale stood slowly. Their face unreadable. Then they said softly, "Wherever memory still aches." We watched the resonance move. Not with eyes. With echo. Glyph threads in the archive shivered out of alignment. Tune charms in study halls hummed an unfamiliar key. A cracked flute in the old East dorm played a single note all on its own. Even the sealed garden gave a sound that night. Not the rustle of vines or the pulse of root light. The tone. Clear. Direct. Alive. The realm hadn't asked for the melody. But it was listening. Professor Rin sent no summons. She came herself. Walked into the hollow 2 hours before dawn. Eyes shadowed. Voice calm. I heard it in my sleep. We nodded. She didn't ask what it was. Only, where did it come from? Sale met her gaze. It was never sealed. Rin tilted her head. The shard? Sale shook theirs. The longing. They brought her to the basin. Placed a hand beside the shard. The song didn't play again. But the memory it carried stayed present. Rin touched it. closed her eyes, and for a long, long time, she just stood there, then said, "It's the kind of sound that doesn't need to echo." Sale nodded. Because it remembers itself. Later that morning, the hollow received its first letter. No seal. No signature. Just a single sheet of soft black parchment, folded in perfect thirds. Inside, a single line handwritten. I heard it. We all did. In the old chapel above the salt cliffs. The vines began humming. Callan read it aloud. Then smiled. It's already traveling. The song didn't demand belief. It didn't ask to be followed. It simply found the places still open to remembering. Places that hadn't bloomed, hadn't spiraled, hadn't rooted, but waited. A girl in a northern outpost folded a flower for the first time in years. An elder in the eastern archive laid down their order scroll midline and didn't finish it. A warder at a city gate looked up at the night sky and whispered, "It doesn't need our permission." The song was not spreading. It was returning. Like warmth to a place that had convinced itself it didn't miss the fire. Sale spent more time in silence after that. But their silence wasn't empty. It was invitation. People began sitting with them without needing to say anything. Some brought items they thought were broken. An old charm, a faded fold, a thread that didn't pulse anymore. Each time the hollow hummed gently. And the item glowed, briefly. Not repaired. Not transformed. Remembered. That was all the song ever did. It reminded things they hadn't stopped being. Only stopped believing they were allowed to be again. Ro made a map. Not of roads or sanctuaries. A map of resonance. She marked it with gentle curves, song lines tracing out from the hollow, connecting to gardens, echo basins, drift-buried towers. Callan looked at it and said, "It looks like a web." Ro replied, "It's a root system in reverse." Ter added, "Not growing down. Growing back up." The shard still rests in the basin. No longer pulsing. Just present. It doesn't need to shine. Its melody is now carried. By wind. By stone. By people who didn't ask to change anything. But who couldn't walk away once they remembered what silence felt like when it finally turned toward them. And Sale? They stand in the center of it all. Not leading. Not guiding. Just listening so deeply that the world finally starts to respond. The letter arrived folded in a way we didn't recognize. No spiral. No sigil. No seal. Just lines. Drawn and bent. Curved and notched. Some barely touching. It looked like music, but not any notation I'd seen before. No melody marks. No anchors. No tempo glyphs. Just a shape. Soft. Rising. Open at the top, like a gate drawn in breath. Ro found it on the hollow steps before dawn. No footprints. No courier name. Just the paper, weighted gently beneath a smooth stone the color of river glass. She brought it in, unwrapped it carefully and laid it across the center basin. The shard in the basin flickered. What? Then hummed just faintly. And we all heard it. A tune we'd never studied. But somehow, remembered. Sale didn't speak at first. They only stared at the page like it had asked them a question they weren't ready to answer. Then finally they whispered. Someone opened a gate. We traced the pattern across Ro's resonance map. It pointed west. Far west. Beyond the hills. Beyond the drift-worn cliffs. Beyond the charted sanctuaries. To a place marked only once long ago. Sanctuary of Rinvei. Abandoned. Unlinked. Unspoken. A sanctuary that had never reopened after the sealings. One that had refused Drift Council orders to reintegrate. One that had simply closed its doors and vanished from rhythm. Until now. Ter brushed ink across a new scroll and watched the lines dance. "They're not sending a message," he said. Callan nodded. "They're singing." "But singing what?" I asked. Sale looked up and replied. An answer to a question we didn't know we'd asked. We left that evening. Me, Sale, Callan, Ro, Ter. The hollow didn't resist. The shard pulsed once, then went still again. The path west was long, mostly unwritten. Thread lines were weak out there. Most travelers never stayed. But the melody helped us walk it. Not as a compass, as comfort. Every time the wind passed, it carried fragments of the pattern. Not loud, not leading, just reminding. We were being welcomed, not summoned, not challenged. Just invited to hear something we hadn't earned, but might still understand. We reached Rinvei after 4 days. A cliff sanctuary, nestled into pale stone. Its gate had no emblem. Its walls bore no memory glyphs. But the moment we stepped near, the melody resumed. Not in the air. In us. each of us humming it, without meaning to, each in our own tone, our own key, and still somehow together. The gates did not open with force. They unfolded. Wood and stone parting like old friends making space. And inside, not halls, not chambers, not doctrine, but an open amphitheater, filled with wind, filled with echoes, filled with presence. We stepped in slowly. The ground was smooth. Thread light ran along the floor, not in glyphs but in gentle waves, moving like breath across a sleeping lake. And at the center of the space, a bowl of silver light, floating, softly vibrating. No one touched it, but we heard it. The same melody as before, only now it was full, curved in on itself, not to trap but to complete. A song that knew how it wanted to end, but had waited for others to arrive before it did. A voice came then, unhurried, from a figure seated behind the bowl, face lit in the shimmer but shadowed in distance. You brought the echo before the silence could dissolve. Sale stepped forward. I didn't bring anything, they said. You remembered, the voice replied. That was enough. We circled the bowl slowly. It wasn't just a sound well, it was a receiver, built to collect not voices but tones of resonance from across the realm. It had been quiet for decades, and now it sang again, not because someone played it, but because someone heard it first. Why now? Callan asked. The voice answered, because only now did the hollow learn not to ask for definition. Only now did the spiral stop needing to explain itself. Only now did a memory become soft enough to receive. I stepped to the bowl's edge, felt the tone in my bones, and asked, was this song yours? The figure in the shadows smiled, and said, no. It was yours before you ever tried to sing it. That night we stayed in the amphitheater. No beds, no walls, only presence. The wind curled over the cliffs and filled the space with a soft, wordless harmony. The melody we carried now flowed outward, not to teach, not to claim, to remind that what we'd begun was never about power. It was about permission, the kind you don't ask for, the kind that grows in you when someone finally tells you. You were always allowed to remember. The message was a stone, no parchment, no thread, no written word, just a river stone, smooth and pale, placed neatly on the inner curve of the amphitheater wall at Rinvei. Callan found it first. She lifted it carefully, then gasped. The stone wasn't heavy, but it hummed, not with melody, with stillness. A quiet so exact, so deliberate it felt crafted. Not absence, invitation. Ro tilted her head. It sealed memory. Ter nodded. But willingly. I took it from Callan's hands, held it, listened, then whispered, this isn't a forgotten sanctuary. This is a listening one. The song of Rinvei had drawn resonance across the realm. That much we knew. But this stone, it wasn't an echo, it was a question. From somewhere that had heard the song, and responded without sound. Sale traced a pattern across the stone's surface. Their fingers glowed faintly with the shard's resonance, still alive inside them. The stone replied with a pulse. 1, pause, 3, then nothing. Ter recorded the rhythm. Ro cross-mapped it on her resonance web. Her finger landed in the central west. A name none of us had heard in months. Junyan. It wasn't a forbidden place, just forgotten. A sanctuary that had stayed registered but never spoken. Never drifted. Never sealed. Just opted out. When asked why decades ago, the response had been brief. We've heard enough. And then nothing. Until now. By morning we were ready. The Rinvei figure, still unnamed, watched us as we prepared to leave. They said only one thing. Do not expect Junyan to speak in words. If they answer, they will answer with what you allow yourself to feel. Sale bowed. Callan smiled. Ro placed the humming stone in her satchel. And we walked. The path to Junyan was long. Not by distance. By resistance. The closer we came, the quieter the world became. Birdsong stopped. Threadlight dimmed. Even the wind slowed. Not blocked. Just listening. Waiting to see what we'd bring into silence. We reached the outer edge near dusk. No gate. No wall. Just a grove. 13 trees evenly spaced. Each one bearing pale bark with no glyphs. No thread marks. No emblems. But the ground around them was perfectly still. Even our steps didn't echo. In the center, a well. No water. Just a stone ring. Flat. Unadorned. We stepped into the grove slowly. One by one. The humming stone in Ro's satchel stopped humming. And the silence pressed gently against us. Not as a warning. As a threshold. Sail stepped to the well. Placed both hands on the rim. Closed their eyes. And breathed. The spiral inside their chest dimmed. The shard in their thread went still. And from beneath the well we heard. Not sound. Not melody. But weight. Like someone exhaling something they'd held for a century. Then a voice. Inside the silence. Soft. Neutral. Why now? Not accusing. Not hostile. Just curious. I stepped forward beside Sail. And answered. Because something began to sing again. Not as a signal. As a memory. Pause. Then. And you believe memory needs to move? Callan stepped forward now. No. But it's asking to. The silence pulsed. The wind moved through the trees again. And the well shimmered faintly at the bottom. A light. Faint green. Not spiral. Not song. Just presence. The voice returned. We closed ourselves to sound. To thought. To rhythm. Because every time the realm reached for harmony, it built rules instead. Ro knelt. Set the stone on the well's edge. And whispered. This wasn't a call. It was a response. The well brightened. Not outward. Downward. And for the first time in generations, the base of the well shifted. Revealing. Not steps. Not halls. Just a mirror. Smooth. Clear. We gathered around it. And saw not ourselves. But others. Sanctuaries from the old world. Faces blurred by time. Places once spoken now still. And all of them. Watching. Then the voice spoke again. We didn't answer because we had nothing left to say. But the melody reminded us that silence can remember without pain. Sail nodded. And replied. Then maybe it's time to let silence answer back. The mirror pulsed once. And faded. But not into stillness. Into welcome. We understood. Junyan wouldn't sing. Wouldn't bloom. Wouldn't echo. But it would listen. And sometimes. That's what lets memory begin again. We left the grove before dawn. And behind us the trees finally moved. Not swaying. Bending. Slightly. Inward. As if acknowledging. We hear you now. Something shifted as we returned from Junyan. Not in the trees. Not in the wind. In the ground. The walk back to Rinvei should have been familiar. We'd followed it just days ago. But now the path bent. Not visibly. Not drastically. Just enough that when we crested the third ridge the slope was different. The stones we remembered weren't where we'd left them. The drift markers we'd used had shifted one handspan west. At first we thought we'd misremembered. But Callan stopped mid-step and whispered. It's not us. Sail turned slowly, eyes narrowed. The path moved. Tear dropped to one knee, pressing his hand against the soil. It's not trying to lose us, he murmured. Ro knelt beside him. It's responding. I stood still, heartbeat slow. Then said the only thing that made sense. It's remembering something older than our maps. We followed the new slope. Didn't resist it. Didn't question it. Because the hollow had taught us something vital. Not every change is a detour. Sometimes, it's a return to the shape things wanted to grow into before someone straightened them. That night, we camped at the edge of a grove none of us recalled seeing. The trees here curled upward in arcs. Not spiral. Not wild. Just deliberate. A geometry of softness. Their trunks bore no symbols. But the leaves hummed faintly when the wind passed. Not song. Not root. Something else. Sail sat beside the firelight and drew a new map in the dirt. No sanctuaries. No roads. Just connection points. Where resonance had passed. Where silence had replied. Where drift paths had bent without instruction. Callan watched quietly. Then said, That's not a chart. Sail nodded. It's a pattern. Ro unrolled her resonance thread, the one she'd been sketching since the basin first pulsed. Her fingers moved carefully now, following something she hadn't noticed before. The threads didn't form a grid. They formed layers. Crossing. Dipping. Curving. Folding. But never closing. Always shifting toward somewhere. Tear leaned over her shoulder. It's not a web. No, Ro said, breath slow. It's a vein system. Something was moving beneath the surface of the realm. Not a being. Not a force. Attention. Like the world had been holding a breath so long that now, as it exhaled, the paths realigned to make space. At dawn we reached Rinvei again. But the gates had moved. Not gone. Just shifted inward. The amphitheater was still there. But its steps had widened. Its stones gleamed with dew that shimmered in a spiral never etched. The silverlight bowl in the center no longer sang. It pulsed. A low rhythm. Like a heartbeat, Steady, unhurried, not for show. Sail approached it first. The shard in their thread stayed quiet. But the bowl shifted in response, revealing a second layer beneath the silver surface. A map. One none of us had seen. Not even Ro. Not even Ren. Not even the archives. Because it wasn't drawn in ink. It was formed in movement. The pattern beneath was subtle. The spiral, yes, but warped. Twisted gently by time and place. Lines where root sanctuaries had grown. Echo nodes. Song basins. And something else. Tiny marks placed irregularly. Not sites. Anchors. Older than everything else on the map. Sail pointed to one in the far south. A curve drawn halfway into the sea. What is that? Ter asked. Sail was silent for a moment. Then said, that's not a place. It's a choice. The paths weren't just changing. They were remembering how to shift. The realm had once been soft. Bendable. Alive. Before the seals. Before the structure. Before the naming of silence as threat. And now, it was returning to that state. Carefully. Quietly. We didn't speak much that day. We just watched the bowl. Watched the lines shift beneath its surface in slow, patient arcs. And we began to understand. The spiral had never been a symbol. The route had never been a destination. The song had never been a message. They were all preparations. So that when the realm began to stir beneath its own skin, someone would know how to listen. That night, we slept in the amphitheater. The bowl's hum kept time with the wind. And as I drifted off, I whispered to the air, you're moving again. And the stones beneath me pulsed once. In reply, we tried to map it. 3 times. Each attempt looked steady, arcs traced from the amphitheater bowl to the southern coast, then southeast where the sea turned pale with driftlight. But every time the ink dried, the lines bent. Only slightly at first. Then more. Then unrecognizably. Not from error. Not from magic interference. The map refused to hold still. Ter redrew the route in layered ink. Root glyphs beneath thread marks, spiral arcs nested gently across known coastlines. It lasted 2 hours. Then the paper curled inward. Not in heat. Not in damage. As if something inside the page had remembered a different shape. Ro tried next. Used her resonance threads, letting them follow where the pull was strongest. But each thread led somewhere different. Same starting point. Same ending feeling. But the lines between them? Never the same. She looked at me, frustration barely visible beneath her usual calm. It's not hiding from us. It's waiting for us to stop deciding how it should be reached. That night, we sat in silence beside the amphitheater bowl. The southern marker on its map glowed faintly now. A pulse. Oh, far away. Like breath held beneath deep water. Callan leaned against the stone rim and whispered, maybe this isn't a destination. Sail tilted their head. Then what is it? She met their gaze. A lesson. They nodded slowly. And stood. They didn't reach for a compass or scroll. They turned to me. And said, if we go without knowing. We walk until the path decides to remember us. I agreed. And so we prepared. No charts. No formal threads. Only breath. Only rhythm. Only memory of what the basin taught us. Some places are not found. They're followed. We left Rinvei just before dawn. Me. Sel. Callan. Oh. Ter. The sky was soft, the kind of color that doesn't last more than a few minutes. Silver blue with hints of green, like the world hadn't yet decided which story to wear. We walked south. Past the cliffs. Past the grove. Past where the maps ended. And every step after that. We did not record. Because this was not a record. It was permission. The terrain bent. Not impossibly. But like it remembered another version of itself. Older, softer, untethered to the strict lines of the drift age. Sometimes there were stones where there should have been none. Sometimes the trees blinked in spiral bloom. And once, we passed through a curtain of air that shimmered and tasted of salt and memory at the same time. None of it stopped us. Because none of it asked us to understand. Only to continue. By the second day we reached the shoreline. But not where the chart said it should be. This stretch of coast had no name. No docks. No glyph anchors. Only the sea, flat, pale, wide as forgetting. And in the middle of that open water, a shimmer. Not a boat. Not a ruin. A shape. Moving. Flickering. Folding gently in and out of sight. Callan stepped forward. It's the anchor. Ter whispered, but it's not anchored. Sail looked out at the sea. Their shard had not pulsed since we left Rinvei. Now it hummed low in their hand. They nodded toward the water. It's waiting for us to stop pretending the path needs to begin on land. We built no raft. No boat answered our call. Instead, we walked into the sea. The first 10 steps were wet, heavy. Then the water bent, not parted. No. Each step after that felt like walking across memory itself, soft, deep, unwilling to sink us. As we drew closer, the shimmer grew clear. A platform. What? Stone. Worn smooth by years of silence. But at its center, a spiral cracked once and healed. Not perfectly, purposefully. We stepped onto the anchor, and it breathed. Not through magic, through recognition. Ro knelt immediately, tracing her fingers across the spiral. This isn't a place. Callan added, it's a promise. Sale said nothing, only stepped to the center. The shard in their hand pulsed once, and shattered. Not violently, gently. Like something inside had reached its final fold. The pieces scattered, then floated upward, joining the light above the anchor like dust caught in old sun. And from below the platform, a hum. Not melody, not echo, a presence. Like the realm itself had finally remembered what it used to be. Before maps, before seals, before paths were told how to behave. I knelt, laid my palm to the stone, and whispered, we didn't find you. You let us remember the way. The spiral below me pulsed. What? Then stayed lit. And behind me I heard Sale say, it's time to return. But I knew what they meant. Not return back. Return with. Because some truths don't wait to be carried. They walk beside you the moment you stop trying to lead them. We stood on the platform as dusk fell. No storm came. No gates opened. Just the steady presence of a path that had always been here. Beneath the sea, beneath forgetting, beneath the need to be understood. A path that had waited to be walked. When we returned to the hollow, it had not grown larger. It had not risen. It had not bloomed. But every step into its walls felt different. The way breath feels before a song. The way silence stretches right before you recognize someone's voice in a crowd. It wasn't changed. It had remembered something we hadn't yet noticed we brought back. The floor was still stone, but it curved differently. Not rebuilt, resonated. The arcs of the basin were wider. Not by width, by invitation. You could feel it even before stepping in fully. This space had listened while we were gone. And it had responded. Rose stepped in first. She knelt without speaking, traced the old spiral carved into the floor, and blinked. The lines are different. She looked at me. They've woven. I joined her at the basin. She was right. What had once been a simple spiral, clear, unlooked, unfinished, had now laced itself into threaded crossings. Not symmetrical, not planned, but purposeful. As if multiple paths had arrived here while we were away, and none of them had asked permission to enter. Callan ran her hand along the rafters. The silver thread is branching. Not breaking. Not fraying. Branching. Reaching for corners it hadn't touched before. Weaving itself between beams and old root crests. As if marking new thresholds without closing them. Sale stood near the center of the hollow, silent. They didn't move for a long time. The space around them didn't pulse. Didn't hum. But it felt thicker. Like the silence had learned their rhythm and made space for it. Finally they said, it's rewriting us. Ter sat down on the steps and pulled out an old sketch, one of the first he'd drawn here. A soft spiral, partially open. He laid it next to the basin. The two didn't match anymore. The new pattern curved through the original without erasing it. Ter blinked slowly. It didn't replace my drawing. Callan answered gently. It learned from it. We spent the rest of the day walking the hollow slowly. The smaller alcoves had shifted too. One that once echoed song now absorbed it, so deeply you could sing and not hear yourself at all. Another pulsed when Rose stepped into it, tuning her charm stone. It responded with soft color, pale violet, then green, then silver blue. No glyphs. No writing. Just acknowledgement. At sunset we sat in a circle around the basin. No words. Only presence. That's when the resonance thread, Rose map, unspooled across the floor on its own. Not like a scroll. Not like a chart. Like a memory trying to find its shape again. And this time, the paths didn't drift. They wove. Veins of presence. Marks of return. Old sanctuaries. New blooms. Notes unspoken. And at the center, not the hollow. The anchor. The sea-worn platform. Now clearly marked. Connected not by one thread but many. Some faint. Some sharp. Some still incomplete. But all reaching. I watched Sale's eyes. They weren't wide with awe. They were settled. Like they'd already seen this. Not in vision. In their self. They stood. Traced one thread with their finger. It curled, softly inward. And shimmered with the hue of memory just before it becomes speech. They said, "It's not a map anymore." Ro asked, "Then what is it?" Sale looked up. "It's an agreement." I understood then. The hollow wasn't a structure. It was a listening place. A space that offered its shape to whatever memory chose to arrive. And in doing so, it changed itself to hold what no one else made space for. Not in rebellion. Not in declaration. In recognition. That night the basin lit on its own. Not bright. Not loud. Just enough to reveal something folded in its center. A small page. A spiral drawn in glimmering gray. 13 arcs. Still open. Still waiting. But not for someone to finish them. For someone to step into them. We didn't claim it. We didn't sign it. We didn't name it. We just sat. And in that quiet, the hollow rewrote us too. They came without summons. No banner. No message. No schedule. Just one by one. From sanctuaries we'd only known by echo. From paths that had only opened after we stopped drawing them. From silences that had lasted longer than our lives. They came not to meet us, but to meet the hollow. The first was a woman from Daritha's spine. Her cloak was lined with faded thread rings, most of them cracked. She didn't speak when she entered. She bowed once, then sat at the edge of the basin and placed a folded page on the stone. Unsealed. Yellowed with time. Inside it a story. Scrawled. Half crossed out. Written sideways. About a child who had dreamed of being a keeper, then chosen silence when the sanctuaries asked for loyalty instead of love. She didn't ask us to read it aloud. But we did. Slowly. And when we finished, the hollow didn't pulse. It sighed. A quiet acceptance. As if saying, "This belongs here." The next was a tall boy from the ashlight border. No crest. No academy mark. He entered at twilight. Didn't approach the basin. Instead he sang 2 notes. No key. No rhythm. The second one broke mid-breath. But he sang it anyway. And the rafters above him shimmered. Silver thread bending gently downward, touching his shoulder. He bowed. Didn't cry. Didn't smile. And left the next morning. We never asked his name. The hollow didn't need it. Each day after, someone arrived. Sometimes in pairs. Sometimes alone. Sometimes with nothing but a breath. And each brought a piece. A broken charm that hummed only when near the basin. A story whispered in a language no one had heard in centuries. A half-sung lullaby that curled into the stone without echo, but left behind warmth. A memory told entirely through movement, repeated silently 3 times before the teller sat back, eyes closed. None of it was official. None of it required validation. But the hollow welcomed all of it. Not by reacting. By remaining. Ro began mapping again. But not with ink. She used silence now, thread placements in patterns that shaped rhythm instead of lines. Where someone told a story, she'd lay 3 small markers. One for voice, one for pause, one for the part they hadn't said out loud. The basin learned from her. Soon, every stone that surrounded its edge shimmered with marks. Some faint. Some bright. Some unfinished. Each one a place a story had landed and decided to stay. Ter stopped sketching. He painted now. But only one image over and over. The hollow as seen from above. But every version looked different. Because the shape of the hollow changed slightly with every story left behind. Not in size. In meaning. Callan took to sitting in the center during dusk. She didn't speak. She just listened. Sometimes her fingers tapped soft rhythms against her boots. Other times she'd hum, low, aimless. And sometimes she'd do nothing at all. And that was when the air shimmered. Not because of her. Because the hollow had begun to echo presence, not sound. Sale stood mostly at the edge. Always watching. Not guarding. Witnessing. I asked once quietly what they were looking for. They answered, "Not who comes. What stays." By the end of the 3rd week, we realized something unspoken. This was no longer our place. The hollow no longer belonged to us. Not because we lost it, but because it had become what it was waiting to be. A space that didn't protect stories. A space that invited them to remember themselves. On the 21st night, someone brought a child. A girl no older than 10. No thread on her wrist. No glyph training. But she stepped into the basin's edge, held up a small carved stone, shaped like a spiral but chipped halfway, and said, "This was my sister's. I don't remember her face." She knelt and placed the spiral down. Then she added, But I think she would have come here if she knew it existed. The basin pulsed. What? Then glowed soft blue beneath the carving. The girl smiled. Then left. None of us touched the carving. But the spiral grew back its missing arc by morning. Not through magic. Through presence. Professor Rin arrived on the 23rd day. Not with a scroll. With her old charm pin, cracked and dusty from her first year at the academy. She placed it beside the girl's carving. Then turned to us. I came, she said, because I finally understood. Ro asked gently, understood what? Rin looked around the hollow. Then whispered, that this was never about unsealing the past. It was about giving the future somewhere to arrive without being told what shape it has to take. That night, Sale stood beside me. We watched the silver thread above weave another arc. Callan joined us. Ro too. Tear quiet as always. I looked at them and said, we never opened the hollow. Callan smiled. No. We just got out of the way. It happened on a morning like any other. Low mist along the outer stones. The basin barely pulsing. Tear asleep on the third step, charcoal smudged on his cheek. Callan walking the perimeter in soft spirals, humming under her breath. Sale still. Watching. Then came the shift. Not loud. Not sharp. Just a pause, subtle enough to be ignored by anyone not listening. But we were always listening. I felt it first in my wrist. The spiral shimmered, not brightly, just enough to remind me that presence can sometimes precede recognition. A shadow crossed the entrance. Then a figure stepped into the hollow. Alone. Slow. No cloak. No crest. Hands open. They stopped just past the threshold as though waiting for permission to go further. They didn't carry a weapon. Or a story. Or a gift. Only a single question carried in the way they stood. Am I too late? Sale noticed them next. Didn't move. Didn't frown. Just watched, eyes steady, heart unreadable. Callan's steps slowed. She made no signal. No words. Just turned slightly, facing the center with her palms open at her sides. Not in welcome. Not in defense. In neutrality. In choice. The figure stepped forward. 3 paces. Then stopped again. I stood beside the basin, breath even. And now I recognized them. Older now. Thinner. But unmistakable. The veiled one. The one who once tried to seal the garden. The one who stood beside Rin on the day we first spoke memory aloud. They had no veil now. Just tired eyes. And a voice low as dusk when they finally said, I was wrong. The hollow didn't react. No light flared. No song played. Because it wasn't waiting for confession. Only presence. They approached the basin slowly. Paused before crossing into its arc. Is there a place here for someone who once tried to keep it quiet? I looked at them. And replied without judgment. Only if you brought something that doesn't want to be quiet anymore. Their hands trembled. From a pocket they drew a page. Folded. Worn soft at the corners like something that had been carried for years but never opened. They held it up. I don't know if I wrote it to be kept. Then why carry it? Sale asked, stepping forward. The figure looked down. I was hoping someone else might hold it when I couldn't anymore. They stepped into the basin. Laid the page gently beside the girl's carving. Then stood back. No light. No pulse. Only stillness. And then, the basin breathed. A soft exhale. The page lifted slightly from the stone. Not by magic. By resonance. And as it hovered, it unfolded. One line. Written in an unsteady hand. I only knew silence as a weapon. I never imagined it could be held like a song. Callan whispered, it fits. Tear closed his sketchbook and nodded. Ro placed a resonance stone beside the page. It glowed. Soft green. Not approval. Inclusion. The hollow did not erase the veiled one's past. It did not redeem. It did not absolve. It simply held the story. And that was enough. They sat beside the basin. Not apart. Not at the edge. But within the circle. And for the first time their shoulders dropped. Their breath slowed. And they whispered, it's quieter than I feared. I smiled. It always was. That afternoon 2 more came. One from the edge of the moonfold sanctum. One from the salt coast beyond the anchor. Neither spoke at first. But they walked into the basin, circled once, and placed fragments on the stone. A broken compass that never pointed home. A charm ring carved with no name, only 3 arcs. Open, hesitant, unfinished. The hollow received both. Not as offerings. As remembered threats. The veiled one asked no more questions that day. They just listened. The way we all had to once. And that night, as the basin shimmered in dusk light, they whispered, to no one in particular, "I don't need to be forgiven." Callan answered gently, "Then you're finally ready to belong." The hollow had never been for the perfect. It was for the ones still holding pieces of songs they weren't sure were safe to sing. Now they sang. And the space did what it always did. Listen. By the time the basin began to pulse on its own, we had stopped expecting anything new. Not because we'd grown tired, but because we had learned to listen without needing a rival. The hollow had become a place of still unfolding, a rhythm of small presence, of slow courage. Stories came, echoes stayed, threads wove, and that was enough, until the basin glowed, not in memory, but in intention. It started at dusk. The girl who'd left the spiral carving had returned, this time with a different object, a threadstone too cracked to hold charge. She placed it beside her sister's carving, sat quietly and whispered, "I didn't bring this for her." She looked at us, then down. "I brought it for me." The basin pulsed once. Blue light, then silver, and then green. We hadn't seen green since the anchor, since the sea platform shimmered under our feet and reminded us that some paths were never meant to stay fixed. But this time it didn't signal depth. It signaled beginning. Sail stepped to the basin, eyes distant. The spiral on their wrist, long dim, glowed again. Soft, alive, and not alone. A second pulse emerged, low beneath the light. Not part of the girl's memory. Not part of the threadstone. Something else. It came from below. The hollow's floor had always felt rooted, quiet, settled. But now it hummed beneath us. Not in echo. Not in reply. In birth. Ro pressed her palm to the basin stone. "It's not resonance from above," she said, frowning slightly. "It's being generated here." Callan whispered, "But memory doesn't grow forward." And then she stopped, because it was. Ter knelt, sketchbook forgotten. He stared at the spirals carved into the floor, spirals that had been gently layered by every story left here. And in their center, a new thread now curled. Small, bright, unclaimed. Sail breathed the words first. "It's not remembering anything. It's becoming something new." We had built the hollow for remembrance, for return, for breath, for the stories that needed to rest. But the hollow had grown. It had learned from every pulse, every offering, every silence. And now, without warning, it was making, not a story, a memory that had no past. The basin lit in full spiral. 13 arcs. All open. None repeating. A glow lifted from the floor, forming slow, wide strands of silver-green light. They curved upward, folded over one another, and wove into a shape none of us could describe. Not a glyph. Not a song. Just possibility. The girl watched, eyes wide. She didn't move. Didn't flinch. When the light curved toward her, she simply whispered, "Is this mine?" No one answered. Because we didn't know. Because that wasn't the right question anymore. Sail stepped forward, knelt beside her, and said, "Maybe it's ours." The hollow didn't hum in reply. It shifted. A slow widening of the center stones. A warmth rising through our feet. And in the air, something soft and curious. Not thought. Not sound. Just presence that wasn't trying to say anything. It simply waited. Like a blank page that trusted the hand still holding the pen. We sat around the basin that night. Not to speak. Not to analyze. To witness. The light didn't fade. It danced. And in its glow, I saw what we hadn't noticed until now. The hollow was no longer protecting memory. It was inviting memory to begin. Sail sat beside me quiet. They said, "All this time we thought the hollow was for stories that had already happened." I nodded. And maybe it was. Callan added from across the circle. "But now it's ready to hold what hasn't happened yet." And that changed everything. Because for the first time, we weren't waiting to be found by old truths. We were letting the hollow become a place where new ones could be born. By morning, the glow had woven into the floor. No trace left above. No written record. Only warmth where the stone used to feel cool. And in the space where the light had danced, there now lay a folded page. Blank. Untouched. Perfect. And on its top edge, in the faintest spiral arc. Not what was carried. Not what was lost. But what we choose to begin. The girl took the page. Not greedily. Not fearfully. Gently. She held it to her chest. Then asked, not to us, to the hollow, "May I write something?" And from below the stone, from the deep hum where all threads now converged, a single, clear pulse answered her. Yes. The girl wrote one word. Not carefully. Not ceremonially. Just, honestly. She knelt beside the basin where the spiral had woven into warmth, opened the blank page and scrawled, "Begin." That was all. No origin story. No title. No reason. Just a first word that didn't belong to anything before it. And when she set the page on the stone, the hollow breathed. It didn't glow. It didn't hum. It didn't echo. It simply expanded. Not in space. In awareness. The air shifted. Like the room had opened its eyes for the first time, not to look, but to be seen. Sale felt it too. They turned slowly toward the threshold. Then said without surprise, "Someone's coming." At first it was a sound. Not footsteps. Not voice. A presence. Like a thread line brushing against its own resonance after years of coiling silent beneath stone. Then a figure appeared. Walking. Not hesitantly. But not certain either. Wearing the deep green coat of a southern drift walker. One arm sleeved in thread steel. One hand bare. But it wasn't the attire that held our attention. It was the way they moved. Like someone retracing a path they had only ever known through dream. They stepped just past the threshold and paused. Eyes scanning the hollow like it was familiar, but different. A place from memory perhaps. But never memory lived. I approached gently. No challenge. No title. Just, "Welcome." They nodded once. Then spoke. "I was told this place didn't exist." Sale joined me. "And yet here you are." The figure, young, older than the girl, younger than me, reached into their coat and withdrew something wrapped in thin bark cloth. "I dreamed of this place when I was 8, they said. And again at 12. When I was 15 I told my keeper. They said it was a false signal. A myth sown by broken sanctuaries. They made me swear silence." Callan stood beside the basin now. Soft voice. "But you remembered." The stranger nodded. "I remembered too much." They knelt. Unwrapped the bark cloth. Inside, the charm. Not bound. Not tuned. Just carved with a symbol I hadn't seen before. A single line. Curved like a spiral that never bent. Straightforward. Confident. Incomplete. The hollow responded. Softly. A vibration in the stone. A pause in the air. Not welcome. Not resistance. Recognition. Tear whispered, "That's not a thread symbol." Ro leaned closer. "No, it's a mark left by intention. A memory of a memory." The stranger placed it beside the girl's page. Then said, "I've never spoken of the dream aloud. But in it I stood right here." They turned to me. "You were here." Then to Sale. "And you." Their voice trembled now. And someone placed a blank page in the basin. And I felt something begin before it had permission to exist. Silence followed. No one corrected them. No one explained. Because there was nothing to correct. They had dreamed the hollow before we carved it. They had remembered it before we named it. And the hollow had answered without ever asking them to prove it. The basin pulsed. A second spiral emerged. Parallel to the girl's word. Not written. Formed. And in the space between the two, something new wove through. Sale closed their eyes. The spiral in their wrist shimmered, steady and slow. And when they opened them again they whispered, "We're not receiving memory anymore. We're writing it." Callan knelt beside the stranger. She didn't ask their name. She simply said, "The dream wasn't wrong. It was early." Later that evening, after the stranger had fallen asleep beneath the rafters, their charm resting beside the basin, we sat in quiet again. But it was a different kind of quiet. Not for reflection. Not for grief. But for arrival. Tear spoke first. "I wonder how many more are out there. Not lost. Just carrying pieces of a place that hadn't yet found them." Ro nodded. "Pieces that don't belong to the past." The girl who had written begin leaned her head against my arm and asked, "What happens now?" I looked around. At the basin. At the charm. At the spiral. Then said, "Now we let what hasn't been remembered yet start to speak." And the hollow pulsed once more. Not in reply. But in readiness. The hollow began to sing at dawn. No voice. No instrument. No thread-marked invocation. Just a soft sound. Like the hush of breath between two people sharing something sacred, or the wind circling a tree older than its name. A single note. Drawn long and low through the basin. Barely enough to hear. But we felt it. Even in silence. Especially in silence. The girl who had written begin stirred first. She sat upright beside the basin, rubbed her eyes and whispered, "Is someone playing?" I shook my head. Callan knelt beside her, listening carefully. "No one is." She smiled. "But something is." The charm left by the dreamer pulsed once. Faint green light flickered along its edge. Then the spiral between the charm and the page began to glow, gently, not as a call but as a hum. And above us the silver threadwork stretched, expanded. The arcs we'd watched grow for weeks now, wove into one another. Not closing, not finishing, just gathering. Sails stood beneath the thread light, arms loose at their sides. Their eyes were full, not of surprise but something deeper. "It's not a song," they said. "It's the hollow's breath." Ro ran her fingers along the basin rim. "It's remembering the shape of what was left behind." Ter added, "And choosing to keep it." We listened for hours. The note didn't change, but we did. Because in its consistency, we began to hear the difference in ourselves. How the silence we once held with caution now held us with trust. The hollow had listened. Now it was speaking. But not in words, not in rhythm, in presence. Visitors arrived quietly, one by one, not to speak, not to offer anything, just to sit beneath the rafters and feel the song. Some we recognized, many we didn't, but every single one found their way into the circle. And every single one stayed until the note found them. The boy from the ashlight border returned. He didn't sing this time. He stood at the basin, laid his hand beside the girl's page and mouthed a word he didn't say aloud. The hollow responded, not with a pulse but with a second note. Higher, lighter, barely there. But now the basin sang in harmony. Callan's eyes widened. "It's not replaying memories." She touched the stone. "It's weaving them into voice." The hollow had no composer, no guide, but it had everything we had left behind. And now it sang using the girl's page, the dreamer's charm, the fractured drawings, the whispered lines, the story left folded and never unfolded. The gestures repeated in stillness until someone finally saw. Even our silences had shaped the breath. Ro looked up and murmured, "It's a symphony of what we didn't know we were offering." Later that day the veiled one, now unveiled, renamed as Letha, stood at the center of the song. They placed nothing on the floor. They carried no object. Instead they bowed. Just once. And for the first time since they entered the hollow, they wept. Not from shame. From recognition. The hollow did not change the note. But the thread light around Letha deepened. Not brighter. Just truer. A young woman from a sealed mountain retreat arrived at dusk. She carried a flute with no breath. She sat down and listened for hours. Then, with a steady hand, she placed the flute across her knees and did not play. The hollow sang for her. And the wood of the flute resonated. A vibration. Tiny. Enough. The song never repeated. But it never ended. It lived in pattern, not performance. In welcoming, not instruction. And as we sat through the night, I realized the hollow hadn't just become a vessel for old memory. It had become an instrument for beginnings. Sale said softly, "This is what happens when memory becomes safe enough to speak forward." The girl nodded, her head resting on Callan's shoulder. "And what do we do now?" I looked at the basin, at the song, at the story still arriving, at the pages still blank, at the hands still hesitant, then answered, "Now we join it." That evening, I picked up a charm stone I'd carried since before the garden bloomed. I had never activated it, never dared. It held a piece of something I once thought was mine alone, a story I never told. I didn't cast it, I didn't channel. I set it down, in the basin, and let it be sung. The hollow didn't praise, didn't announce, didn't echo. It folded it in, and the note shifted, just slightly, wider, fuller, and truer. The note held. It had not faded. Even through the cold mist of morning, it breathed, like the slow heartbeat of something that had never needed to prove it lived. I sat at the edge of the hollow where the stone gave way to loam and root. My legs dangled over the old growth that had crept back since the floods. Beneath me the ground shimmered faintly, not from light but memory. And still the hollow sang. Not louder, not bolder, but with a presence that no longer asked for our permission. It was strange in a quiet way how much we had changed. Not just as a group, individually. Ter no longer stood guard. He leaned back against the eastern pillar, his spear resting across his lap like a walking stick rather than a weapon. Callan hadn't redrawn her maps in days. She still carried the satchel, but now her fingers were ink-stained only at the tips, not the frantic, smudged mess of urgency, but the calm of someone writing slowly. Ro had begun speaking to the air again. Not as before with defiance, but as if she trusted the hollow to listen. To respond. Sale had not left the center thread line since the second note joined the first. Their eyes stayed closed, but I could tell they weren't asleep. They were listening differently. And I envied them for it. Because for me, the silence after that third breath had deepened. And I wasn't sure if it was clarity, or if I had simply become afraid again. That morning a boy arrived. Younger than most. Maybe 10? Maybe less? He wore no shoes. His hair was still tangled with sleep. And he held a lantern. Unlit. Cracked. Empty. No one stopped him. He stepped carefully, not toward the basin but toward the flame circle at the edge, where the campfires had once burned before the rain swept them out. And there he sat. Placed the broken lantern in front of him. And waited. He didn't cry. Didn't speak. Only stared into the space where fire had once lived. After some time Ro rose. She didn't speak either. But she brought a piece of tinder, soft dry bark stripped from the dreamwood tree Callan once mapped in charcoal. She laid it near the boy's lantern. Not inside it. Beside it. Then stepped back. The hollow didn't flare. Didn't spark. But the basin note quivered just once. Like breath catching in the chest. And for a moment, just a moment, the empty lantern cast a shadow. It shouldn't have been possible. There was no flame. No source of light. But there it was. A small, flickering line, cast against the stone, dancing. The boy's eyes widened. He didn't smile. But his hand reached toward the bark. Not to light it. To hold it. As if even the idea of fire was enough. Sale opened their eyes. And spoke. He brings the memory of warmth, not the fire itself. Callan nodded slowly. That's enough. The hollow doesn't need heat. It needs truth. I stood. Finally. Not out of resolve. But because my legs had begun to tremble from stillness. And something in the lantern's shadow pulled at me. The charm stone I had left yesterday no longer sat at the basin's heart. It had sunk. Folded into the hollow's breath. I wondered, did that mean it had been accepted? Or that it was no longer mine? I wasn't sure which answer frightened me more. Later, as midday light pooled over the southern ridge, another guest arrived. An elder. Cloaked in vines and draped in bone-carved thread laces. She didn't announce herself. But the hollow recognized her. The basin note bent around her footfalls. The second note stilled almost respectfully. She knelt, not before the basin but in the soil at its edge. And from her satchel she withdrew something wrapped in dust cloth. A scroll. Sealed not with wax but thread. She didn't unbind it. She didn't read from it. Instead, she placed it gently in the loam beside the lantern boy. And whispered, not every fire must be lit. Some stories warm best in silence. The hollow pulsed. Once. Twice. Then the third note came. Lower. Wider. Not sad. But old. Like the groan of ancient timber holding steady in a storm. The kind of sound that held generations within it. That night, Sale finally moved from the center. Their hands trembled faintly as they approached me. I think it's time. I frowned. For what? They looked down at their palms. Open them. Empty. To speak what hasn't found words. They turned and walked toward the fire circle. Where the boy still sat. Where the lantern still cast no light, but kept casting a shadow. Sale knelt. Whispered something I couldn't hear. Then held out their hand. Not to take, but to wait. The boy blinked. Then reached into his chest pocket. And removed a folded piece of ribbon. Red. Torn. Faded. He laid it in Sale's hand. And the hollow sang. All three notes held, then spun. A fourth tone joined, not separate but spiraled from the others. Not harmony. Not melody. But memory. Memory given voice. Ro turned to me then. Quietly. Do you hear it now? I nodded. But not in understanding. Only in recognition. It's not a song, I said. Not anymore. She tilted her head. I continued. It's a story choosing its form. And it needs us to give it shape. She smiled faintly. But said nothing. Before dawn I went to the basin. The stone was cool. The thread light faint. But the notes still lived. Folded in one another. I reached into my satchel. Not for a charm. Not for a map. Not even a name. But for a page. Blank. Still. Unwritten. I placed it gently against the basin rim. Then stepped back. The hollow did not sing. Not this time. It waited. So I picked up a thread of ink. And began. Not with a title. Not with a lesson. With one line. Once, there was a silence that sang without asking. The basin pulsed. Not in answer. Not in approval. But in welcome. And somewhere. Beneath the breath. Beyond the thread light. Inside the hollow that no longer echoed but invited. A flame danced. without fire, without form, but full of every story we hadn't dared to tell until now. The page did not burn. It didn't shimmer, didn't vanish in a flash of light. But as the hollow's breath curled gently around its edges, I saw the ink soften, not blur, as though the page were listening. And what I had written, once there was a silence that sang without asking, was no longer just mine. The words settled into the basin like a seed placed gently in soil, and for a moment I could feel the hollow waiting, not impatiently, not expectantly, just present. By mid-morning the veil returned. Not Letha's, hers had been folded long ago, accepted and buried. This veil belonged to a man, tall, skinned, eyes the color of hearth smoke. He didn't remove his veil, but he bowed, slowly to the basin, then once to each of us. I recognized the symbol on his shoulder, a twisted ring of cinders. Ashlight again. But not a warrior. A witness. A record keeper. He held a shard of polished coal in one hand, and a strip of burnt linen in the other. Neither glowed. Neither pulsed. He placed them on the floor beside the boy with the lantern and the old scroll still wrapped in dust cloth, and said softly, "His name was Corin, my younger brother." The hollow's breath paused. A stillness, not silence, fell, and the third note lowered into something deeper. A hum like thunder trapped behind mountains. Then, slowly, the flame shadow returned. It rose behind the broken lantern, reached across the ground, and touched the linen. Not with fire. With memory. The man did not cry, but his shoulders dropped, like something long held had finally been set down. "Corin," Sale whispered beside me. Their eyes weren't on the basin. They were on the boy. He hadn't spoken, but now he finally turned and smiled. Just once. Just enough. And it was like something had clicked between them. Two pieces of a story recognizing each other across the breadth of the hollow. Callan came forward then. She crouched beside the basin and placed a single drawing from her map book. It wasn't a chart or a road. It was a fire circle. But not ours. This one had names etched into the stones. 7 to be exact. She ran her finger over each carefully. "Before I knew how to draw a path, I drew this. My first memory of warmth." She paused, then added, "I've never known what the names meant. They were in the margins of an old book. But I wrote them down anyway." The hollow breathed in, and a fifth note emerged. Not long. Not low. Just a single tone. Brief, like a bell rung at a threshold. Then it vanished. But the echo it left behind lingered. And that echo shaped itself into something new. A name. Whispered. Not aloud. But into every space between us. Tyrion. None of us spoke it. But we all heard it. Rose sat back and exhaled. "That's not just a memory," she said quietly. "That's recognition." Tear raised a brow. "You mean, someone the hollow remembers?" She nodded. "No. Someone we remember, but had forgotten to name." The man in the veil bowed again, then turned to leave. He did not wait for thanks, nor farewell. The hollow had accepted his offering, and in return had returned a name he didn't know he'd lost. That was enough. As dusk stretched thin over the basin, the girl who wrote Begin stirred again. She'd been quiet for hours, curled beneath the arc of thread light, her notebook untouched beside her. Now she stood. Not abruptly. Just ready. She approached the basin with slow, even steps. And in her hand, she held nothing. No charm. No page. No thread. Only her breath. And then she did something none of us had expected. She sang. No words. No melody. Just a hum. Soft. Steady. Woven gently into the hollow's breath. For a moment I worried. Would it interrupt the basin's song? Would it break the careful weave? But instead, the hollow adjusted. Not to match her, but to include her. The notes didn't change, but the space between them widened. Made room. Callan's eyes filled with quiet awe. "She's not imitating it," she murmured. "She's answering." And I realized, the hollow had become more than a chorus of what was left behind. It had become interactive, responsive, alive. After the girl finished, the basin shimmered faintly, and the flame shadow flickered again. Not just across the floor, but across her. The shimmer danced along her arms and across her shoulders, leaving no mark, but illuminating the scar on her left wrist. A mark she'd once hidden even from herself. And we saw it now. Not for what it had meant, but for what it had become. A beginning. Later that night, I sat again with Sale beneath the oldest pillar. The stars were low. The basin still sang. The names still lingered. And Sale asked me quietly, Do you think the hollow knows all of us? I paused, then shook my head. No, I think it learns us, slowly, only when we let it. They nodded. Their voice was soft. But it remembers faster than we do. I looked toward the flame shadow, now winding across the far wall like a thread waiting to be stitched. Yes, I said, because it listens even when we're silent. Just before dawn, a wind rose through the hollow. Not cold, but shifting. The kind that says, something is arriving. From the north path, 2 figures emerged. One tall, one limping. The tall one carried a folded banner. Blank. The other held nothing. No tools, no charms. Only a name. One they had come to return. I don't know if it was ever mine, the limping one said, but I carried it for years. They reached the basin, and they whispered it. Arlen. The hollow paused. The notes held. Not frozen, just aware. And the name did not fade. It settled, as if finding its proper place. Not in the past, not as a memory, but as a living part of the song. And once again the basin pulsed. Not louder, not brighter, but deeper. And in that moment I realized, the hollow was no longer singing a song that had no composer. It was being composed, by all of us, by every name we dared remember, by every silence we finally filled, by every flame we let flicker without needing it to burn. The girl who once wrote Begin added a new line beneath my first. She didn't ask permission. She didn't need to. The ink was soft again, listening. And in that silence, 1,000 names woke without fear. I looked at her, at the basin, at the stories that kept arriving, and I whispered, almost to myself, then we are no longer waiting. We're remembering forward. The basin didn't shine. It breathed. And in that breath, the hollow remembered us. Not as names, not as roles, but as presence. Each step we had taken into this space, each word we had withheld, each silence we had offered in place of a prayer, they were part of it now. The hollow sang yes, but more than that, held. Like a pair of arms long outstretched, waiting not to grasp, but to receive. The wind had changed. It no longer blew through the rafters as a guest. It had settled. The hollow was no longer a crossroads, not a resting point. It had become home. And we hadn't noticed. Not at first. Not until the 5th note stopped. Not ended. Stopped. Paused. Like the breath before a question. Or the stillness that comes when someone realizes they've arrived somewhere familiar, without meaning to. Sale heard it first. They turned toward me, eyes wide, not with fear but recognition. It's listening differently now. I frowned. How? They tilted their head. It's not just remembering us. It's asking if we remember ourselves. That evening, Callan walked the perimeter alone. Not mapping, not measuring, tracing. She ran her fingers along the wood beams of the northern corridor, where carvings from older travelers still lingered. None of us knew what they meant. Not yet. Some were worn away, others too deep to erase. But Callan paused at one mark in particular. A loop. Simple. Threaded twice. Her fingers stopped. I've drawn this before, she murmured. In my maps. Over and over. I didn't know it had a place here. Ro came to her side. Maybe it didn't, until you carried it back. Callan's voice grew soft. I think I've always been trying to find it again. The shape of it. The feeling. Ro nodded, then reached into her sleeve and pulled out a torn piece of thread lace. One. Frayed. And at its center, the same double loop. They looked at each other. Then, without a word, pressed the 2 pieces together. One of memory, one of motion. The hollow's breath quivered, then hummed. A new note did not form. Instead, the silence deepened. We all felt it. The moment when sound ceased to be instruction and became invitation. The hollow was no longer showing us what had been. It was asking us to shape what came next. Not in grand gestures. Not in spells or declarations. But in the smallest act of truth. We were being asked to return. Not to a place, but to ourselves. Later, I returned to the garden's edge. The place where the basil threads once bloomed before the storm washed them away. There I knelt. Not to grieve. Not to remember. To listen. And in that quiet I felt it. Beneath the soil. Warmth. Not heat. But a kind of still-growing patience. The hollow silence was not absence. It was incubation. And I understood. This place had not been waiting for songs or names or stories. It had been waiting for readiness. Ours. The girl who had written Begin approached as night fell. She sat beside me, her knees pulled to her chest. The fifth note didn't vanish, she said softly. It just took root. I glanced sideways. You feel it too? She nodded. I think it's asking us a question. I stared at the darkness beyond the basin, then asked quietly, what question? She didn't answer right away. Instead, she took a page from her notebook, blank, and held it out to me. On its surface, she had written a single line. If the silence carried you home, would you recognize it? I held the page for a long time, not reading it again, just letting it be present. And in that stillness, something inside me softened. Because I remembered, not a place, not a path, but a moment. The moment I first stood beneath the basin's rafters, unsure if I belonged, unsure if I could be heard. And yet, I had been. Not with applause, not with permission, but with welcome. The hollow had made room for even the things I didn't know how to offer. That was its gift. It remembered what we could not speak. The basin light glowed faintly as the sky turned to velvet. Stars blinked awake. And in the stillness, others began to stir. Visitors returned. Some we had met. Others we had only glimpsed once in passing. They brought nothing. Not even questions. Only presence. One by one they circled the basin. Not like a ritual. Like a return. And around them the thread light shifted. Not brighter. Not heavier. But gentler. Like a hand placed lightly on your shoulder when you don't realize you needed it. Sale stepped forward. Their voice was quiet but even. The hollow no longer wants offerings. It wants choices. Small ones. Soft ones. True ones. Tear nodded. Then maybe this is what trust looks like. Callan added. Maybe it always was. That night none of us spoke. We didn't sing. Didn't write. We sat in silence. But not the kind that closes doors. The kind that opens them. The kind that says, you don't have to fill me. Just be here. And in that silence, the hollow did not breathe alone. We breathed with it. Not together. Not in unison. But alongside. Like voices in harmony. Not rehearsed. Not composed. Just aligned. The fifth note had not returned as sound. It had returned as rest. Pause. A place. A home. And I finally understood. The silence the hollow carried was not emptiness. It was capacity. For joy. For sorrow. For memory. For renewal. It carried everything we were not yet ready to name. And offered it back to us when we were. Like a mirror made not of reflection, but of remembering. In the final hours before dawn I stood. And for the first time since I arrived, I did not feel the need to say goodbye. Because there was nothing to leave. Nothing to part from. The hollow was not a place anymore. It was a knowing. A silence that walked with me. Carried me. And would do so even when the thread light dimmed. Even when the story scattered. Even when I forgot how to begin again. Because now, I would always know how to return. Even in silence. Especially in silence. That was home. The morning came quietly. No announcements. No change in the hollow's breath. And yet, I felt it. A shift. Small. But undeniable. Like something once waiting had now decided. Or perhaps, had been decided for. There was a thread. I don't remember when I first noticed it. Maybe it had always been there. Or maybe it appeared when I stopped trying to look. It hung low, barely above the basin. Silver. Still. Frayed at both ends. Unconnected. The others noticed it too, eventually. Not all at once. Some walked past it a dozen times without seeing. Others paused, stared, and moved on, unsure if they were imagining it. But it was there. And it waited. Not expectantly. Just patiently. Callan was the first to speak of it aloud. I think it's not part of the hollow, she said, crouching beside the thread. It's something left out, deliberately. Ro knelt beside her. Like a question? Callan shook her head slowly. No. A bridge. She reached out, slowly, but didn't touch it. Her fingers hovered. And the thread trembled. Not in fear. In recognition. Sale stood behind them, quiet. Then said softly. It's the unspoken. The choice not yet made. Every silence we haven't named. Every promise we never dared to offer. Tear crossed his arms. Then why now? Why here? Sale looked up at the thread light. The hollow has sung. It has remembered. It has welcomed. Now, it waits for us to finish the song. We stared at the thread for a long time. It didn't move. Didn't hum. Didn't glow. Just was. And yet we all felt it. A gentle tension. A possibility strung between two unseen points. A story left untied. Later that day Letha returned. The name that once had no voice now walked openly, unveiled, steady. They carried no gifts, no relics. Only a ribbon, coiled gently in their palm, soft with age. They approached the hanging thread without hesitation. "This isn't mine," they said. "But it was meant for someone like me." Then carefully they tied their ribbon to one end. Not to bind it, but to mark it. As if to say, "I was here. I saw this. I chose." The thread did not change. But it shimmered faintly, acknowledging, not absorbing. And I understood. It wasn't waiting to be completed. It was waiting to be witnessed. That night a soft rain fell. Thin, gentle, barely enough to dampen the stone. But the basin caught it. Each drop stirred a note. Not new, not separate, but familiar. Like a hand brushing through a melody already known by heart. The hollow didn't respond with sound. It responded with stillness. And in that stillness, we sat together beneath the rafters, watching the thread sway gently in the rain. None of us spoke. Not because there was nothing to say, but because what we felt did not require words. The girl who wrote Begin rose just before midnight. She approached the thread, stood before it, then reached into her notebook, and tore out a single line. Just one. A sentence she'd written days ago, maybe longer. "Let the unfinished speak and we will follow." She tied it beside Letha's ribbon. And the thread shimmered again. Not brighter, but warmer. And for the first time, I felt something stir in my chest. Not awe, not fear. Permission. One by one we began to add our pieces. Ter offered a shard from his broken training blade. The first one. The one he hadn't carried in months. He tied it with a strip of cloth he never used. Callan added a thread of her first map. The one she thought too messy to share. Ro gave a piece of driftwood from the river where she had once lost her name. And chosen not to look for it again. Sale tied nothing. But stood beside the thread, placed their palm near it, and whispered a memory too old for words. The thread trembled with each addition. But never swelled. Never burdened. As if it had infinite space to hold the quiet things we carried. I was the last. Not because I hesitated. But because I wasn't sure what I still held. The charm stone I once placed in the basin had already been folded in. My words had been written. My silence had been sung. What was left? I reached into the inside pocket of my cloak. There, pressed between 2 pages of a journal I hadn't opened since the floods, was a letter. Never sent. Never signed. It wasn't even written to anyone specific. Just lines. Scattered thoughts. About leaving. About returning. About not knowing which one I was doing at the time. I had forgotten it was there. But the thread hadn't. So I tied it. Without unfolding it. And as I did, the thread tightened. Not in tension. In resolution. And I realized, it had never waited to be tied by one. It had waited to be tied by many. Each of us. Not finishing it, but adding the part only we could. The hollow didn't sing. But it listened. And in that shared silence we finally heard something new. Not a note. Not a voice. A moment. Suspended. Held. Oh. Then the thread released. Not from the rafters. But from waiting. It stayed where it was, now woven with our fragments. But the tension vanished. And in its place there was only rest. The same kind of rest you feel after carrying something heavy, and finally setting it down. Not with regret. Not with celebration. Just peace. Sale whispered beside me. The thread was never the song. It was the pause between verses. The part where breath is gathered. And choice begins. I nodded. Slowly. And now? I asked. What comes next? They didn't answer right away. But their gaze turned toward the basin, where the note still pulsed, unwavering. Now, they said quietly, we walk forward. Not to end the song, but to carry it. In the morning the hollow remained. Silent. Breathing. Alive. The thread stayed. But it no longer called. No longer asked. It had been answered. And we had tied ourselves into the story. Not to be remembered, but to remember how we had become. Together. In silence. In fragments. In song. There was no announcement. No shift in light. No sudden rise in the hollow's breath. But still, we felt it. A door had opened. Not made of wood. Not carved of stone. Not framed by arch or threshold. It opened in the quiet. Inside us. As if the hollow had turned its gaze. Not outward, but inward. And asked, are you ready to step through? The thread we had tied still hung. Each piece dangling in soft reflection. But it no longer pulled. No longer shimmered. No longer asked. Its waiting was complete. Now there was only space. And in that space, a presence. Not the basin, not the breath. Something beyond. Or maybe, something beneath. Ro was the first to feel it clearly. She stood in the center of the hollow. Eyes closed. Head tilted slightly to the side. "There's something," she whispered. Beneath the stillness. Tear frowned. "A sound?" "No," she said. "Something older than sound." Sale looked up from the circle. A door. It wasn't a metaphor. It was a memory. We all knew it. We'd felt it before. On the day the first thread light rose. On the morning the charm pulsed without being touched. The first time the basin sang without a voice. That moment when something unseen passed between us and became seen. But this time it wasn't above or around. It was ahead, waiting, and strangely, not closed, just unnoticed. Until now. The girl who wrote Begin stood slowly. She didn't bring her notebook. She left it by the basin, open to a page that read, "Let silence speak first." She walked across the floor of the hollow, through the fire circle, past the boy's broken lantern, under the arc of the woven charmstone spiral. And then she stopped, not because she was blocked, but because she had found it. A shape in the air, subtle, like light bending through steam. It shimmered, barely, a vertical line, then another. An absence in the space where presence had gathered. A door, untouched, unclaimed, not meant to keep anyone out, but to ask, "Do you know what you carry now?" She turned to us, eyes full, not with tears, with knowing. "This door doesn't open with power," she said. "It opens with return." Callan stepped forward. "To where?" The girl smiled faintly. "To the part of ourselves we left waiting." Sale exhaled slowly. "Then we don't walk through. We gather back into it." The basin pulsed once, then went quiet. Not still, just silent. And in that silence, the fifth note returned. Soft, hidden. It wasn't a sound. It was a pull. A recognition. That evening none of us sat. We stood, together, in a slow, spiraling formation around the unseen door. No one led. No one called. No one moved first. Because somehow, we all knew. This wasn't something one person could open. It required a shared presence, a collective breath. So we waited, not in hesitation, but in reverence. And the hollow waited with us. Then the boy with the lantern stepped forward. His eyes were clear, his hands steady. And though the lantern still held no fire, its glass flickered with the echo of light. Not flame, not memory, but promise. He raised the lantern, and the air before him bent, just slightly. The outline of the door came into focus. Thread light traced its edge. No hinge, no lock, just an opening, as gentle as breath. And then, he walked through. There was no flash, no noise, only a feeling, like warmth rising from your chest, soft as the first wind after winter. We followed, one by one, not because we knew where it led, but because we no longer feared not knowing. Beyond the door was not another place. It was a continuation, like stepping from a remembered dream into a conversation already in progress. There were no walls, no sky, no time, only presence. It felt like standing inside the still point of a story, right before the next chapter begins. The hollow was still with us, but it had folded inward, becoming the space between our steps. And in that space, names returned, not shouted, not summoned, but felt. Callan gasped. She turned toward me, eyes wide. My mother's name. I never said it here. I never even wrote it, but I felt it. Just now. Tear nodded, his hand unconsciously over his heart. I felt a name I forgot I had. Letha spoke from the back. This isn't a destination. It's the part of the journey we kept skipping. Rose stepped closer to the boy. Is this what it means? To come home without going back? The boy smiled and said nothing, but we all heard his answer. Sale placed their hand on the air beside them. The space rippled, like cloth beneath water. And suddenly, another thread, unseen until noticed, waiting again, but not the same as before. This one was tied to us. Its other end was somewhere we hadn't yet reached, or maybe someone we hadn't yet met. And then I understood. The hollow hadn't just become a vessel for stories. It had become a waypoint, not between worlds, but between the parts of ourselves that had forgotten how to listen. This door, the one that opened without sound, was not a gate. It was an invitation to carry the hollow forward, not as a place, But as a practice, as breath, as silence, as song, we stepped through, together. And behind us, the thread light faded, not to vanish, but to rest. A door no longer needed to stay visible. Once it had been used, we would find it again. Anywhere silence asked to be honored. Anywhere presence waited to be welcomed. Anywhere memory folded into breath. And when we did, we'd know what to do. Not because we'd learned it, but because we'd lived it. And it had lived in us. The hollow never closed. It walked with us now. And the song, no longer bound to the basin, echoed in every pause, every soft name, every gentle return. The door had opened, not outward, not inward, but onward. The hollow no longer stood behind us, and yet, was everywhere. Not as a place, not as an echo, but as a rhythm that matched our steps. It didn't lead. It didn't follow. It simply walked beside us. That was the strangest part. How easily it moved from being a destination, a sacred space for gathering, singing, remembering, into something as quiet and constant as breath. As if it had always meant to become this. As if it had only been waiting for us to notice. The path we followed wasn't marked. Not in stone, not in thread light, not even in memory. But still, we didn't feel lost. Because the silence between us no longer felt uncertain. It felt shared. Like a song that didn't need to be sung aloud. To be heard. We camped that night beneath a low canopy of branches. The trees here grew differently. Bent sideways as if listening. Callan noticed it first. These trunks, they lean in toward the trail. Even the moss grows facing us. She ran her fingers over a patch of soft green clinging to a bark-worn groove. They're not following the sun. They're following us. Ro crouched beside her. It's not the trees, she said. It's the song. It's still here. Tear at it? Maybe it never needed the basin. Maybe the basin needed us to realize it. Sale said nothing. They simply stood with their palms open. And the wind moved around them like water around a stone. That was enough. The girl who wrote Begin hadn't written anything since we passed through the door. Her notebook hung from her hip, open to that final line. Let silence speak first. Now she looked at the stars. They're quieter here, she said. Not dimmer. Just listening more than shining. She pressed her fingers to the spine of her book. I think the sky remembers what we're carrying. I asked, do you think we're still walking toward something? She smiled faintly. No. I think we're walking with something. The next morning we found a well. Cracked. Half covered in ivy. And beside it, a stone slab. With words so worn they barely remained. But one line had been spared by the weather. Speak the water you've held too long. We gathered around it. None of us said a word. Not yet. Because we all had something. Something we hadn't said. Something we hadn't poured. And suddenly we understood. The song had brought us here to empty gently. Not to forget. But to lighten. Callan was first. She knelt by the stone and placed her canteen beside the rim. Then said, I never told you that I mapped in secret before I ever knew how. I used to draw paths on my sleeves. With my finger. And I pretended they were real. Because that was the only way I believed I'd ever leave the walls of my home. She smiled gently. I left. But I never stopped drawing on my sleeves. The well made no sound. But the water shimmered. And her canteen filled, though none of us saw how. She bowed her head and stepped back. Ro was next. She didn't kneel. She stood tall. Shoulders relaxed. I used to lie about why I was angry, she said. I blamed places, people, wrong years, unfair days. But the truth was, I was afraid I'd never be loved if I stayed still. She paused. That's why I moved so much. Because I thought stillness meant being seen too clearly. She set down a smooth stone beside the well. One she'd carried since before the floods. The water shimmered again. She stepped back. Lighter. Not emptier. Just carrying it differently. Ter came forward next. I was never good with beginnings, he muttered. I always arrived too late. I'd miss the moment. Miss the word. Miss the look someone gave before they stopped giving it. He touched the edge of the well. I thought silence was punishment. But now I think, maybe I just didn't know how to answer it. He didn't leave anything behind. But we saw it anyway. The way his hands relaxed. The way he finally let go of the blade he didn't carry anymore. Sale stepped forward. Their eyes were distant. Their voice low. I held a name once, they said. One no one spoke aloud. It lived in my mouth. But never made it past my breath. They looked at the water. I never gave it away. But I never claimed it either. They didn't say the name. But the hollow still walking beside us seemed to nod, and the wind curled around Sail's wrist. Just once. Like a ribbon recognizing the shape of home. The girl with the notebook closed her eyes, then simply said, "I forgive myself for starting something I didn't know how to finish." That was all. The water shimmered once more. The well deepened, and her page turned on its own. A new one. Blank, but warm. I stood last. My throat tightened. But I knew what I needed to say. I stepped forward, palms open. I once left behind a story I loved, because I thought it didn't love me back. The others didn't speak. They didn't need to. They just listened. As I continued, I see now. It was never the story's job to reach for me. I had to reach into it. I touched the stone. It was warm. And I felt the song beside me, quiet, calm, not asking, just being. And I whispered, "Thank you for waiting." The water shimmered once more, and the well closed, not with finality, but with peace. It had given what it was meant to. It had heard. And in that hearing, we had let go, not to erase, but to remember without weight. We moved on, still together, still quiet, but different, because now, we knew the song didn't have to be carried. It walked beside us, like breath, like memory, like a silence that no longer frightened us. As we crossed the next ridge, we saw them, others, people we hadn't met, people who hadn't met us, but they had heard the song. They were waiting, not for guidance, not for rescue, just for recognition. And as we stepped into their circle, no words were exchanged, only a shared breath, because the hollow now lived in all places, where silence was met with listening, and all songs that didn't need to be performed, only heard. So we sat, under a new canopy, among new hands, beside a new well, and we waited, not for something to begin, but for something to be welcomed in, together. The wind was still that morning, not absent, just unhurried. It moved like someone reading aloud to no one in particular, soft, unshaken, deliberate. And as the breeze slipped between our circle, a page turned. No hand touched it, no voice summoned it, but it turned. The girl with the notebook saw it first. She had left it open beside her as she always did now, not to write, but to let the hollow speak when it wanted to. The page turned again, blank, then again, still blank, and then a single line began to appear, slowly, as if the ink was rising not from the pen, but from the silence itself. When a page turns without a hand, it remembers for you. We gathered around it. No one said a word, because we all knew. This wasn't just another message. This wasn't a memory rising from someone's charm or threadstone. This was the hollow responding. To us, to our presence, to the silence we had carried forward, to the stories we had begun to live beyond its basin. Callan crouched closest. She leaned in, eyes narrowed. There's more coming. And there was. Ink gathered slowly, like breath returning to a familiar room. No rush, no pressure, just emergence. Not all stories begin with a voice. Some begin when the voice has rested long enough to be heard differently. She exhaled. I don't think it's talking to just one of us anymore. Ro nodded. No, this is for whoever notices, whenever they're ready. The page turned again, but not from wind, from intention, like a choice made gently in a dream. And on the new page, lines began to unfurl, not written in straight rows, but in spirals, patterns, marks that seemed half symbol, half breath. None of us recognized the script, and yet, we understood it, not with the mind, but with something else, with the part of us that had once stood in the hollow, and asked nothing, only listened. Ter sat back slowly, his expression unreadable. This is what it meant, he said, when the dreamer told us the hollow would outlive its walls. I looked at him. What do you mean? He didn't look up, only stared at the shifting symbols. It's becoming storyborn. We waited, he explained. The hollow is no longer a place or a song or even a silence. It's a way stories want to live. And this page, this turning, isn't memory. It's moment. Sail murmured. It's the part that chooses to continue. The girl with the notebook reached for the page, but didn't touch it. She only whispered, I think it's asking for company. We didn't write on it. Not yet. Instead, we began to speak, softly, one by one, not telling stories, just naming moments, small ones, quiet ones. Callan said, I remember when my father hummed to the fire. Not a song, Just a sound. He didn't know I was listening. Ro added. I remember a stranger once handed me a cup of water in the middle of the road. No reason. No words. I think that was the first time I felt real. Ter said. When I was 7, I saw a moth land on my hand. I didn't move. It stayed for 12 heartbeats. And that was the first time I understood stillness wasn't empty. Sale closed their eyes. I remember when I wasn't afraid of being named. The ink on the page moved. Moved. Not added. Not rewritten. Shifted. The spirals turned gently inward. Then stretched outward again. Like breath. Like embrace. And we watched. As each line of shared memory folded into the pattern. No erasure. No loss. Only inclusion. That night, the page remained open. None of us dared to close the notebook. It had become a kind of fire. Not warm, but gathering. We sat around it. No longer speaking. Only listening. And in the stillness, the spiral ink pulsed. Softly. Gently. Like something alive. But not urgent. We were not being asked to respond. Only to continue. In the early hours before dawn, someone new arrived. We didn't see them come. We didn't hear their steps. But suddenly they were there. Standing at the edge of the circle. Watching the page. A child. No older than the boy with the lantern. They said nothing. Only approached. Sat beside the notebook. And smiled. Not at us. At the page. As if they recognized it. And in that smile, the ink spiraled again. But this time, it unfolded. A single sentence emerged. Some stories wait until the next listener is born. We sat in silence. Not heavy. Not stunned. Just open. Because we knew. This child hadn't come to be taught. They had come to remember something they had never seen. And the page had waited. Sale reached for a small charm in their satchel. One they hadn't used in many chapters. A thin coil of thread wrapped around a shard of thread glass. They offered it to the child. No explanation. No ritual. Just a gesture. The child accepted it with both hands. Turned it over once. Then said quietly, "This belongs here." They set it gently on the open page. The ink did not run. The thread glass did not spark. But together, they glowed. Not with magic. With meaning. Like two voices singing different verses of the same song. Finally finding each other. I felt my chest tighten. Not with grief. Not with joy. With completion. Not an ending. Not closure. Just the deep, quiet knowing that something long untied had finally chosen where to rest. The page turned again. Not from wind. Not from weight. Just because it was time. And the next one, still blank, waited. Not for hands. Not for pens. Not for proof. Only for presence. And so we stayed. Not to finish the story. But to walk with it. Until the next line arrived. Until the next listener came. Until the next silence turned softly toward us and asked to be remembered. They arrived in the hush before dawn. Before the light shifted. Before even the hollow stirred beneath our feet. A figure neither hurried nor hesitant. Not veiled. Not robed. Not marked. No sigils. No threadlace. No name offered in voice or gesture. They simply sat. At the edge of the open circle. Where the page still turned on its own. Where the notebook glowed faintly beneath the touch of dreamlight and memory ink. And waited. They said nothing. Asked nothing. But in their silence, we heard something deeper than a name. We heard a question. One that didn't need to be spoken aloud. Can I belong without being known? The others stirred slowly. Rose stretched her arms, the threads of sleep still caught in her eyes. Callan scanned the horizon with a cartographer's intuition, though she'd long given up mapping these moments. Ter unslung the scarf from his shoulder, folding it carefully beside his feet. He always did that before speaking. Even when he chose not to. Sale said nothing at all. They simply opened one hand. Palm upward. Not toward the figure. Not toward the sky. Just open. And that was answer enough. We didn't ask the figure where they came from. Didn't ask why they had come. The hollow had taught us this much by now. Arrival is not always about explanation. Sometimes it's about readiness. Sometimes about recognition. And sometimes about being seen before the story begins. So we let them sit. As long as they needed. And the song, still moving quietly beside us, adjusted. Not a new note. Not a shift in tempo. A rebalancing. The way wind tilts around a new branch. The way fire makes space for a second flame. It did not welcome with ceremony. It welcomed by making room. Later that day, the child who had come the night before sat beside the unnamed figure. They didn't speak, but the child reached into their satchel and removed the charm Sale had given them. Thread glass, faintly glowing, coiled in a memory loop of silver weave. They offered it, not to gift, not to trade, to share. The figure did not touch it, but they looked at it, really looked, and something in the air shifted. The hollow breathed out. The page turned again. The ink moved slower this time, as if it was waiting to be understood one word at a time. Not all names are spoken. Some are listened into being. Tear whispered, "It's talking to them." Callan corrected him softly. "No, it's listening to them." And that made all the difference. That night, the figure approached the basin. Yes, it had followed us. Or perhaps we had carried it forward. Either way, the stone circle had gathered again, without ritual, without plan, just as it had before. When presence had been enough to call it forth, the figure knelt beside it, placed both hands on the rim, and closed their eyes. They still said nothing, but the basin pulsed. A breath, a tremor, then a sixth note. Not loud, not strange, just new. It curved downward like a falling thread, and caught itself mid-air, spinning gently before settling into the low hum that carried through the hollow. We felt it first in our chest, then in our throats, then behind our eyes. A presence asking, "Have you ever been heard before you spoke?" The girl with the notebook placed it beside the figure. Still open, still unwritten on the current page, and the ink began to move. But this time the spiral didn't center. It unfolded outward, each ring expanding into shapes that weren't words, but held meaning all the same. And in the spaces between those rings, we saw moments, not images, not visions, emotions, the kind you only feel when sitting beside someone who doesn't speak your language, but still understands you. The figure stood, at last, and turned to face us. They didn't remove a hood. They wore none. They didn't lift a veil. There was nothing to hide. But still, this was a kind of revealing. A presence no longer folded in silence. They stepped into the circle, and though they still didn't speak, we all heard something. Familiar, true, gentle. A rhythm that matched our own. Sale smiled quietly. They were never nameless. Callan added, they were listening for the right moment to let their name be felt. The child spoke again. Not given, met. And that was it. Not a ceremony, not a declaration, but the first time all of us saw the presence of someone whose story had always been part of ours, even if we hadn't known where they began. The next page in the notebook turned, this time without wind, without ink, just readiness, and a new line appeared. The listener who had no name was simply waiting for someone to stay long enough to hear it. I felt something shift in my chest. Not grief, not relief, something softer, like recognition without need. The kind of peace that comes when you finally realize you were never alone in the quiet. You just needed to wait long enough for the silence to answer. That night, we didn't sleep in shifts. No one kept watch, because the song walked beside us, because the listener sat among us, and because, at last, we had become part of a story that didn't rush to name, to end, or to explain, only to welcome, only to listen back. The day didn't begin. It continued. No sharp sunrise, no change in the wind, just a quiet unfolding, like a thought finally given space to stretch. We hadn't moved from the grove, and yet something inside it had changed. Not in form, not in light, and wait, like something unseen had always been there, watching, waiting, and now, ready. There was a stone alcove just beyond the curve of the trees. We'd walked past it twice before, never noticing it. Now it stood clearly, still half covered in vines, still tucked in shadow, but seen. It wasn't a building, it wasn't a shrine, just a space, square, open-roofed, with old carvings that the rain hadn't quite erased. At the center sat a single chair, stone, unadorned, facing the wall, not the entry. Ro was the first to step inside. She didn't speak, but the way her hand brushed the doorframe, the way she paused at the threshold, told us this wasn't an accident. This room had waited, and it wasn't empty. Callan followed her in, slow and steady. This feels like someone used to sit here often. She circled the chair, trailing her fingers over the grooves worn into the arms. So often the stone began to remember their posture. Tear stood at the door, brows furrowed. He didn't enter. I feel like if I step in, something I've forgotten will speak. The girl with the notebook joined him. You don't have to remember it now. It's enough to let it remember you. She stepped inside, sat cross-legged beside the chair and opened her book. The page turned. Not because of her. Because the room had something to say. The ink rose slowly. No spirals this time. No lines. Just a shape. A door. No handle. Only slightly ajar. Then a line below it. This is where the memory waited because you weren't ready to return. Sale sat down quietly beside her. Not speaking. Not interpreting. Just listening. And the air around the room thickened. Not with tension. With presence. The unnamed figure entered last. The listener. They walked with light steps. As if remembering how to be present without echo. They stood behind the chair. Didn't sit. Didn't reach. They watched. And slowly, the back wall began to change. Not visibly. But we felt it. The air shifted. Not forward. Not backward. But inward. And suddenly we remembered something we hadn't experienced. A scent. Petrichor and ashwood. A voice. Laughter too soft to name. A hand gesture. Half-formed, paused in farewell, never completed. These weren't visions. Not illusions. Just sensations. Memory without origin. Tear stepped back. His voice tight. I've never been here before. And yet I miss it. Sale looked up. That's because part of you has been here. The part that listens without naming. Callan touched the chair again. It's not just where someone sat. It's where they waited. For someone to come back and remember what they left behind. The notebook filled another line. Some memories don't leave the room. They wait for the person to return with silence deep enough to hear them. The girl read it aloud. Softly. Almost reverently. And for the first time since we arrived, the room exhaled. A breeze, small, invisible, moved through the open roof space. The vines on the wall shifted, revealing a pattern. 7 small grooves, set in a circle. Thread light barely visible in each. Not glowing, but waiting. Callan reached out first. She pulled a small thread lace coil from her bag. This was from the first map I ruined, she whispered. I tore the lace off the edge in frustration. But I kept it, because it reminded me I had tried. She placed it in the first groove. Fit. Not mechanically. Emotionally. Ro added next, a ring of worn leather from her first traveling pouch. Tear, a piece of his old spear strap. Sale, a frayed ribbon from a song scroll long erased. The child stepped forward and placed a small seed pod. Cracked open, hollow inside. But it hummed, as if it remembered being whole. The listener laid nothing. Instead they touched the stone between the grooves. And the last space lit softly. One groove remained. What? I hadn't moved. I stood at the edge of the room, heart tight, mind quiet, because I knew. The memory that never left the room was mine. But not just mine. Ours. And I had kept it silent too long. I stepped forward. No relic. No charm. Just a line of thread pulled from the hem of my cloak. One I hadn't noticed fraying until this moment. I wound it once, then laid it gently in the final groove. And the room sighed. All the grooves shimmered. Not with light, but with acceptance. A warmth that spread through the floor, the chair, the vines, even the air above our heads. The wall behind the chair began to pulse gently. And a new page turned. This time, there were no words. Just a single mark. A circle. Drawn in thread-light ink. Incomplete. Open at the bottom. Sale touched the page. It's not a symbol, they said. It's a doorway. Callan added. Not to leave through. To return through. The girl with the notebook closed it gently. And for the first time, we stood not to leave the room, but to walk back into the story we'd paused. The chair remained, but it no longer felt empty. We didn't look back, because we didn't need to carry it. It carried us, not as weight, as reminder, that some parts of us never leave the room. They wait, quietly, until we're finally ready to sit beside them, and remember without shame. Outside the wind had changed, not direction, depth. The song was still walking with us, but it had picked up something new, the sound of return, the sound of memory no longer hidden, but gently folded into step. We moved forward, together, and the hollow, the notebook, the listener, the groove in the stone, they came with us, not behind, beside, because now, we didn't just carry memory, we walked in rhythm with it. There was something strange about the forest ahead, not in shape, not in sound, but in familiarity. None of us had walked this path before, and yet each step felt known, Like we were retracing footprints we hadn't realized we'd left. Like the path wasn't waiting to be discovered, but remembered. It was as if something had already made room for us. Before we arrived, the child walked at the front now. They didn't speak much, but they led with a quiet kind of confidence. The kind that doesn't come from knowing the way, but from trusting it. Behind them, the unnamed listener moved silently, hands folded, shoulders steady, eyes open. They didn't need to speak. They held space. Even the hollow walked differently now. Not as a chorus or current, but as a presence we barely noticed, because it no longer asked for our attention. It simply moved with us, like breath. We passed a tree with bark shaped like an open hand. Callan paused. "I think I sketched this in my dreams once," she murmured. "No. It was before that. I think I grew up near this shape before I could name it." Ro nodded. "I've seen it too. But in water." Ter placed his hand against it and exhaled. "It's like the story here already knows who we've been." Sale's voice was soft. "Maybe it does." They looked ahead toward the deep curve of the trail where mist gathered. Maybe the story came first. Maybe we were always walking toward it, not to begin it, but to meet the part of it that remembered us before we remembered ourselves. We reached a clearing before midday. Circular. Flat. Stone-lined. At the center stood a single arch of woven roots. No gate. No doorway. Just an opening. But even before we stepped near, we knew. This was where the story waited. Not to be told. To be heard. The girl with the notebook opened it carefully. No new ink appeared. No spirals. No lines. Just a blank page that caught the sunlight in a way that almost glowed. She didn't write. She simply set the book down at the base of the root arch and stepped back. And then, we waited. At first nothing happened. The air didn't shimmer. The wind didn't change. But then, one by one, we began to remember differently. Not things we'd forgotten. Things we'd never known were ours. Ro's eyes softened. "I see, my brother," she whispered. "But I never had one." Ter touched his temple. "There's a village, not one I came from, but one that called my name before I'd spoken it." Callan murmured. "I smell paper. Fresh ink. A table beside a window. I've never been there. But it feels like where I first decided to draw." The child said nothing, but they reached toward the air beside the arch and smiled, as if greeting someone familiar. The story wasn't being read. It wasn't even being told. It was meeting us, not with plot, not with answers, with recognition. Like walking into a place you've never entered, only to find your name already carved in the doorframe. Sale stepped closer. They didn't speak. They simply closed their eyes and listened, and their breath caught, not in fear, in awe. "I think it's showing us the version of our story that never needed to be written down." They opened their eyes, and I think it's inviting us to continue it. We sat, not in a circle, not in rows, just scattered, like leaves caught by the same wind, each falling softly into a place that felt like home. And as we sat, the air inside the arch shimmered, not visibly, but in feeling. And then, the stories began to speak us. No voice, no sound, no narrator, just a knowing. It came in images, in memories without scenes, in questions we had never asked, and the answers we had already begun to live. For me, it came as a room with a single beam of morning light, a voice humming, not mine, but not foreign, a hand over mine, helping me fold a page, not into words, into shape. And I remembered, not when it happened, but that it always had. Ter wept softly. He didn't hide it. He didn't explain it. But when he looked at me, he said only, "Someone knew I would come back, even when I didn't know I had left." The child stood, walked to the notebook, and this time, the ink rose before they touched the page. A new line appeared. "The story that remembered you first is the one you were born from. It never forgot your shape, only waited for you to fit back into it." The unnamed listener stepped through the root arch. Not dramatically, not slowly, just naturally. And when they passed through, they didn't disappear. They turned, faced us, and smiled. For the first time, it was clear. They hadn't just come to listen. They had come to welcome. Because they had been part of the story already. They had simply waited for us to notice. The girl with the notebook rose. She didn't take the book. She left it open, unwritten on that final page, and whispered, "This one isn't for us to finish. It's for the next to arrive, carrying the shape of a story they haven't named yet." Sale nodded. That's what makes a living song. It doesn't end. It listens forward. And as we left the clearing, none of us felt the need to take anything, because the story walked with us, not behind, not within, beside, the way it always had. We just hadn't noticed, until it said, "I remember you," even before you knew how to begin. We didn't speak for a while after leaving the clearing. There was nothing solemn about the quiet. It felt natural, like breath cooling on the rim of a cup once emptied. The story had spoken, and we had listened. Now it was our turn to carry what remained, not in words, not in pages, but in how we walked. The trail narrowed between twin oaks, their branches reaching toward one another like hands mid-embrace. The listener, our silent companion, paused before them, not out of hesitation, out of respect. There was something in the way they stepped forward, then turned to us, as if waiting for us to recognize this next space was not ours to fill with sound. So we followed, not in silence, but in invitation, to leave something behind, not as loss, but as offering. It wasn't long before we saw it, a house, or the memory of one, stone foundation, collapsed beams, vines where a roof once kept stories dry, a doorstep still intact, just a few worn stones pressed flat with time. But there it was, a place where someone had once paused before entering, carried something home, or left something behind. We didn't need to be told. The hollow didn't need to sing. We felt it. This was where silence was left, gently, on purpose, for someone else to find. Callan stepped forward first. She didn't reach into her satchel. She knelt, plucked a single thread from the hem of her sleeve, held it in her palm, and whispered, "I forgive the version of myself who didn't know how to ask for help." Then laid the thread on the step. The stone warmed, not visibly, just enough that she exhaled, like something had returned to where it had always belonged. Ro knelt next. "This is where I leave the silence I kept when I wanted to scream," she said. Her hands trembled slightly, but she smiled. "I thought it made me strong. Now I know. It just kept me alone." She placed a cracked bead beside Callan's thread, and the wind moved, only slightly, but enough to notice, like breath moving across the threshold. Ter stood beside the step. He didn't kneel. I carried silence like a blade, used it to keep people out. He placed a small scrap of leather, part of a boot he hadn't worn since before the basin. "I leave it here, not to forget, to stop sharpening it." The child walked forward. No explanation. They placed a pebble, smooth, white, the kind you'd skip across water, and said quietly, "This was a word I never got to say." They didn't say which. They didn't need to. Sale approached slowly. Their presence had grown quieter in recent days, but not smaller. They crouched low, palms on the ground, then whispered, to the silence I mistook for rejection, "You can rest now." They didn't leave an object, just their breath, and the stone shimmered faintly where they touched it. The girl with the notebook opened it again. One final blank page. She tore it out, carefully, folded it once, twice, then a third time, until it resembled a leaf, or a door, and she laid it gently on the step. "This is for the ones who'll come after us," she said. "The ones still carrying what they haven't named." The page didn't glow. It didn't move, but it stayed, perfectly still, as if the doorstep had made room for it long ago. I stepped forward last. I hadn't planned to, but my hands were already reaching into my cloak. I found it. A note. One I'd written before the hollow sang, before the basin listened, back when I thought stories needed endings, to mean something. I unfolded it. No title, just lines. "When I leave, let it be soft. Let no one notice. Let silence carry the shape of me, long enough for someone else to feel it." I read it, then folded it again, and placed it beside the others. "I leave this not to be read," I said, "but to make space for someone else to speak." Then, the doorstep breathed, not like lungs, like soil, absorbing, welcoming, transforming, and we all felt it. Not release, return. As if the silence we left wasn't going away. It was being woven into something gentler, a listening place, for others, for those who couldn't speak yet, for those still carrying too much. The listener stood still, then stepped back, not to leave, to stay behind. They touched the stone once, not reverently, just familiarly, like someone touching the shoulder of a friend, who doesn't need words to understand. Then they sat, beside the step, not guarding, not waiting, Holding space, the rest of us turned and walked on, not with grief, not with hesitation, with the calm of those who had made a gift and left it where it would be found. Not today, maybe not tomorrow, but someday, by someone. And when they found it, they'd sit where we sat, feel what we felt, and know this silence was not forgotten. It was left here, gently, on purpose, for you. Behind us the wind shifted. The stones remained. The thread, the bead, the boot scrap, the folded page, the note, the unspoken. Not lost, just waiting. The way a door sometimes waits, quiet and unlatched, for a presence brave enough to step through. The path ahead was gentle, worn smooth by time, not travel. Its curves didn't guide us forward. They invited us to rest while moving. The leaves above us shifted quietly in the breeze, not rustling, not whispering, just moving softly enough to notice. And underfoot, the ground no longer felt like trail or forest floor. It felt like memory that hadn't hardened yet, still soft, still listening, still unfinished in a way that didn't feel wrong. We walked slower that day, not from weariness, but because the song was sleeping, not gone, not silent, resting. The hollow's presence hadn't vanished. It had simply lowered itself, like someone dozing near a window, half listening, half dreaming. It still moved with us, but in rhythm with something deeper, slower, not heavy, just gentle. Callan was the first to say it. I think the song is letting us walk without it, for a little while. Sale nodded. The same way a parent walks behind their child after teaching them how to walk. Ro chuckled. Except we didn't exactly learn how to walk the song. We just stopped trying to lead it. Tare looked up at the canopy and whispered, "It trusts us now." We found a small rise near a creek. Low stones formed a broken circle. Not ritual, not formal, just old. The kind of place where someone once paused and didn't feel the need to speak. We didn't declare it a resting spot. We simply sat, one by one, letting the stillness settle around us, like a blanket that had been waiting, just long enough to be picked up again. The child dipped their hands into the creek. The water moved slowly, not lazy, just unhurried. They cupped it, then let it fall through their fingers, again and again. They didn't seem to be playing. They were mirroring, as if the water knew something they hadn't said yet, and they were learning how to say it, one drop at a time. The unnamed listener wasn't with us now. They had stayed at the doorstep, but we still felt their absence like a presence, not gone, just holding space we no longer needed to carry. And somehow, that made the quiet even kinder. The girl with the notebook didn't open it today. She laid it beside her, still closed, and whispered, "I don't think we're meant to write this part." Zale asked, "Why not?" She smiled faintly. "Because it's already being remembered. By the ground, by the air, by the song, even while it sleeps." I sat with my back to a tree that curved like a question, not leaning, just shaped by time, like it had once reached for something and stopped just before touching it. And I thought, maybe that's what we all were now. Moments paused just before completion, not because we feared the ending, but because we no longer needed to rush toward one. The journey was not a path to walk. It was a rhythm to rest into, especially now, especially here. Tare lay down on the grass, arms behind his head, eyes open to the slow sky. This is the first time I felt like I could stop and nothing would fall apart. Rose stretched beside him. Same. Even when we were still, I always felt like I was holding something up. Now I just don't need to. Callan leaned back against a rock. Maybe the song is sleeping lightly, so we'll learn to trust the quiet without needing to fill it. Sale closed their eyes. And maybe it's dreaming about what will become next. Evening came slowly. The sky turned soft, a quiet kind of gold, like the underside of a page not yet read. We didn't build a fire. There was no cold, no danger, no need. Just the creek, the stones, the memory of movement, and the feeling that the hollow hadn't stopped singing. It was simply humming beneath the breath of the world. The girl with the notebook finally spoke again. "When I first wrote begin, I thought it meant action, that it would lead to revelation, to movement, to meaning." She looked around, then at us. "But now I think beginning means being willing to let the story meet you, not push it forward, not pull it back. Just be still enough to feel it when it returns to you." She placed a small stone on her notebook's cover, so the wind wouldn't lift it, or maybe, so it could sleep lightly too. The child curled up beside the creek, They didn't ask for a blanket, didn't close their eyes. They just watched the water. Like someone listening to a lullaby. They'd never been sung, but somehow knew by heart. And in their stillness, the creek's rhythm deepened, soft, even, aware. And we understood. This night wasn't for remembering. It wasn't for sharing. It wasn't even for dreaming. It was for letting the song rest. Because even songs need stillness. Even stories need breath. Even presence needs to pause. And so we did. Not in fear. Not in sorrow. But in peace. The hollow didn't vanish. The silence didn't stretch too far. We were not abandoned. We were entrusted. To carry this quiet. To hold it gently. To feel the weight of what it means to be carried. Even when no one is lifting you. Especially then. That night I whispered into the dark. Not to the stars. Not to the group. Just to the air beside me. Thank you for staying close. Even when I didn't notice you were still here. The song did not answer. But the grass beneath my palms felt warmer than before. And I knew it had heard me. Even while it slept. Even while it waited. Because the hollow was not only a place of sound. It was a place that carried your silence too. And tonight, it was resting in our hands. Lightly. Like a breath held in trust. We woke into stillness. Not absence. Not waiting. Just presence without movement. It felt like waking inside a dream that had already begun without you. And chose not to rush the telling. The trees stood taller that morning. Not because they had grown overnight, but because we had. Quietly, without announcement. And now the path beneath our feet no longer pulled us forward. It rested with us. Almost gratefully. No one spoke of departure. Not even Callan. And she was always the one to chart next steps. This morning she just sat beside her satchel. Map book unopened. Fingers resting gently on the cover. It feels different now, she said softly. Tear, still lying in the grass, raised a brow. The map. Callan shook her head. No. The need to go somewhere. Ro chimed in, or the belief that where we're headed matters more than where we are. Sail stood barefoot by the creek, eyes closed, and murmured, I think the path is dreaming today. We turned toward them. Not with confusion, with recognition. Because yes, it was. We had never considered that before. That the path itself might need rest. That maybe, just maybe, it had been walking with us all along. Taking each step beneath our steps. Holding our hesitations, our questions, our unspoken weight. And now, it was tired, but not weary, just ready to stand still. And let us notice it. For once, the child was the first to kneel. They placed both palms on the dirt trail, pressed their forehead gently to the earth, then whispered, Thank you. That's all. But something changed. The air around us grew warmer. The breeze, slower, as if the path had exhaled, and released something it had been holding, since long before we ever arrived. Ro knelt next. I've walked paths to escape, to chase, to prove I could. She touched the ground beside the child. I never thought to ask if it wanted to rest. Callan sat cross-legged beside her. I mapped it like it was a thing, a tool, a resource, not a companion. She pulled a broken charcoal stub from her bag and traced a line across the dirt, curved, open-ended, not leading anywhere. Then let the stub fall beside it. Let it be known, she said, I am done drawing lines that must end. Tear stood a while longer, then lowered himself slowly, one knee down, one hand pressed to the soil. I always walked like I was running from something. His voice was steady. But now that I've stopped, nothing's chasing me. He smiled, a quiet one. Maybe it never was. Sail remained by the creek, but their hands shifted, their stance widened, and their feet dug gently into the moss beneath. They breathed in, once, then said, This ground remembers every weight we carried, every silence we dropped, every beginning we mistook for escape. They turned toward us, eyes half-shadowed by the bending light. And now it wants to stand still with us, not because the journey's over, but because this is the part where the story sits beside you and asks nothing. I walked to the center of the trail, not to speak, not to offer anything, just to be still. And I realized this was the part the hollow had been preparing us for. Not the climb, not the discoveries, not even the song, but the moment when nothing needed to happen. And we'd stay anyway. The girl with the notebook finally opened it. She didn't write. She tore out a page, folded it in half, then again, until it was the size of a coin. She pressed it into the earth beside her. then leaned back on her hands and said, "This is for the path. A story it doesn't need to carry anymore." The page disappeared slowly beneath the soil. No sound. No light. Just return. We stayed like that all morning. And into the early afternoon. We spoke softly, if at all. Sometimes just to ourselves. Sometimes not even aloud. I remember whispering, "Thank you for not rushing me." And meaning it. Not to the group. Not even to the path. But to the rhythm we'd been walking inside for weeks. The rhythm that had finally let us pause. Without punishing us for it. The creek sparkled a little brighter as the sun lowered. Not magically. Just in the way water sometimes does. When it's not trying to reflect anything. Only receive. The child stacked 5 small stones beside it. Not in a tower. In a curve. A gesture of direction. With no destination. Then looked up and said, "We can move again tomorrow." We all nodded. Not in agreement. In understanding. Because today wasn't about stillness for stillness's sake. It was about honoring a path that had carried more than our feet. It had carried our indecision, our fear, our false starts, our dreams, our silences, and now it dreamed of simply standing still. That evening the song stirred once, like someone shifting beneath a soft blanket, not to wake, but to breathe deeper. It hadn't gone. It was listening from rest, and in its sleep, we heard something new. Not a note, not a call, just this. Not all journeys move forward. Some bloom inward. We slept where we were. No tents. No borders. No edge between path and rest. We just let ourselves be carried. By the very trail we had once tried to conquer. And for the first time, it felt like home. Not a place. Not a destination. Just a moment. A breath. A ground that no longer asked for movement. Because it had already met us here. Exactly where we were. Exactly who we were. And had stood still. All this time. Just waiting to be known. We didn't wake to morning. We woke to light. Not new. Not bright. Not loud. It was the kind of light that stays long after the sun is up. But never presses in. It just remains. Like a guest who doesn't knock. But waits at the edge of the porch. Until you open the door. And say, "You don't have to leave." That was the sky today. It didn't move. It stayed. Callan noticed it first. She sat with her map book open, pencil in hand, but hadn't made a single mark. Instead she was looking up, squinting. Not from brightness. From trying to understand. "There's no shift in color," she said. "No tilt in the clouds. Even the breeze hasn't changed." Ro laid back in the grass beside her. "And yet we've been awake for hours." Sale stepped into the clearing, their eyes following a single thread of sky that hadn't changed shape since sunrise. "Maybe the day isn't moving because we aren't meant to chase it today." Ter crossed his arms, glancing upward. "Feels more like the sky is waiting for something." The child answered without looking away from the horizon. Or someone. We stood together beneath that unmoving canopy of soft blue and milk-white haze. Not trapped. Not frozen. Just held. And the feeling grew. Quietly. Slowly. Like fog you don't notice until it's already on your skin. The sky had chosen to stay. Not to delay us. To be with us. Like a story that no longer needed a turning page. To prove it was still unfolding. Around midday. Though time felt like suggestion more than fact. The girl with the notebook opened to a fresh page. Not because something was asking to be written. But because her hand moved. She wrote 3 words. Just 3. "Today never leaves." And then she closed the book again. Smiled. "Some days want to stay with you longer," she said. "To remind you they were never about what you did. Only about what you noticed." We began to walk slowly. Not to get anywhere. Just to feel what it was like to move. Without being moved by anything. The world around us didn't respond. No signs. No landmarks. No sudden stirrings. But it wasn't empty. It was quietly aligned. Every leaf we passed seemed to know us. Every stone we stepped over felt as though it had prepared for our footfall. Even the wind that didn't blow seemed to nod at us. As if to say, "I'll wait. You're not late." Sale paused beside a grove of tall, swaying wildgrass. The blades didn't move, but their color shifted ever so slightly. From pale green to silver blue. Not like light was changing. Like the moment was choosing a new reflection. Sale smiled. "The sky isn't holding still. It's listening back." Ter raised a brow. "To what?" "To us." We crossed a bridge of woven root and vine. One we hadn't built. One that hadn't been there yesterday. and yet it felt aged, weathered, stable, like something the hollow had dreamed into place. While we weren't watching, the child stepped lightly across it, then knelt on the other side. They placed both hands on the ground. "It's remembering us as we are right now," they said. "Not for what we've done, but because we're here." Callan tilted her head. "Is that enough?" The child looked up and smiled. "It's always been enough." Later we found a tree that grew sideways. Its trunk twisted low to the earth, then curved upward like a question mark. Nestled in the hollow curve was a folded piece of bark, pressed flat, etched with a single symbol, a spiral interrupted at the center. Not broken. Paused. Sale ran their fingers along the groove, then spoke softly. "Some spirals don't want to close. They want to open from the inside." The girl with the notebook sat beside the tree and opened to her last page. She didn't write. She placed the symbol there, bark and all, and let it rest. A new kind of beginning. One that doesn't erase the stillness it grew from. By evening, though the sky still hadn't moved, the ground glowed gently beneath us. Not with magic, with settling, like warmth that builds under a quilt, like the breath of a sleeping song. We made camp without calling it a camp. No tents, no circles, just presence. The creek curved around us. The stones underfoot hummed faintly, like a lullaby sung in a language none of us spoke. But all of us remembered. Ter stared at the sky a long while, then muttered, "I used to think I needed the day to end, to feel like I'd earned something." He exhaled. "But now I think, maybe some days aren't about earning. They're about being allowed to keep them." Ro leaned against a tree and nodded. "Some days choose you back." And that was the truth of it. This day, the sky above, the air around, the silence between, had chosen not to pass, not to mark itself as finished, not to declare anything resolved. It had stayed, and in doing so, it had taught us something we didn't know we needed, that continuing isn't always movement. Sometimes it's dwelling deeper inside the now. That night I didn't sleep, not because I was restless, but because I didn't want to miss it. This stillness, this held light, this sky that had decided, just for one day, to remain close, like a story refusing to fade from memory, until someone finally whispered, "I remember you too." And I did. In that moment, fully, quietly, thankfully, I remembered being carried. Not forward, not away, just held. By a day that loved us enough, not to leave.